When Lin Moyu left the formation, it quickly shrank and disappeared into the void, leaving only a small dot. From then on, this formation had a master, and it could be activated at the thought of Lin Moyu. In Lin Moyu's soul world, invisible lines appeared between several large formations, connecting them to each other, and a strange pattern was about to emerge. When all the formations are refined, they will form a rune and exert astonishing power. Sitting on Xiaoping, he returned to Jin Daozuan and said, "I have finished my work. I wonder how you are doing." Jin Daozuan said, "We've already solved 1/10 of the problem. It will be completely resolved in a few hundred years." Although he had only completed 1/10 of it, Jin Daozuan already felt a sense of relief. He knew that as long as he refined the entire Spider God web, he would be able to separate himself from the insect monument. Then he will be free and can go wherever he wants. The insect monument will be the most precious treasure in his hand. In addition to the 917 insect monument, he will also have a spider web. At this moment, there was a hint of joy on Jin Daozuan's face, and he was obviously in a good mood. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then congratulations, Senior." Jin Daozuan said, "You have reached the Chaos Realm and it seems that the natural disaster has left some good things for you." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "Senior Tianzai did leave something for me." Jin Daozuan said, "Although external objects can quickly improve your realm, you should not rely on them too much." Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Senior. I understand." Jin Daozuan said, "You are leaving now. We may not meet again in the future. I am quite pleased with you, but I will warn you again. That guy is not easy to deal with. The plan of the natural disaster kid may not succeed. Although Boyang and Baizhong are working very hard and running around, they are actually of no use. On the contrary, what Zixing does might be of some use." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Who is Zixing?" Jin Daozuan said, "Zixing Daozuan, Bo Yang is a Taoist companion, a very powerful woman, no less powerful than Tian Ziyin. Since ancient times, only a few figures have caught my eye. The rest are garbage." Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, "That's because you have high standards. In the eyes of the younger generation, they are all unattainable." Jin Daozuan scoffed disdainfully, "What do you mean by unattainable? Trash is trash, no matter what." Lin Moyu asked, "How many of them are worthy of your attention?" This being, who had lived from ancient times to the present day, was arrogant and usually difficult to talk to. While he was in a good mood now, I could ask him a few more questions and get some more information from him. Jin Daozuan said, "There are only a handful of them: Purple Star, Black Flame, Great Sword Master, and 9 Sons. Only these 4 can be considered good enough, and you may be added to the list in the future." In his eyes, the Great Lord Boyang in green robe, the Great Lord Baizhong in white robe, the Great Lord Jiu Yue in the east, the Great Lord Xingqiuan in the west, and the Great Lord in the North Pole were nothing. But she didn't expect that he would think so highly of her. Lin Moyu felt honored. He said modestly, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I never thought about it last night." He really had never thought of becoming the same as them. What Lin Moyu had always wanted was to surpass them, even surpass the Tao. Jin Daozuan didn't know what Lin Moyu was thinking. "You're just being modest. Since you're the heir to the will of the natural disaster child, you can't be that bad." Lin Moyu asked, "Junior, let me ask you one more question. What is that Purple Star Great Venerable doing?" Jin Daozuan shook his head, "I don't know. That girl is very mysterious. I don't know much about her, but I can sense that what she does is very dangerous. It seems that she has a group of girls under her command. In short, if you get involved, be careful. You're on the side of the Calamity Kid." He gathered a bunch of people and made some enemies in order to plan his strategy. The Great Lord 9 Moons and the Lord 9 Sons of the East Pole are siblings. They have a grudge against the Calamity Kid. If you run into them, run away quickly. Run away quickly. Lin Moyu understood the meaning of the words. They were telling him that the Great Lord Jiu Yue and the Lord Jiuri would really kill people. After chatting with Jin Daozuan for a few more words, Lin Moyu said goodbye and left. After Lin Moyu left, Jin Dazuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and another eye appeared above his forehead. In an instant, the void was illuminated, and Jin Dazuan's third eye was like a big sun, shining in all directions. His soul uttered a voice that only he could hear. After so many years, I am finally free. I can finally go to that place. Perhaps I can take a further step there. The third eye looked into the distance, spanning infinite distance, as if passing through chaos and seeing the ancient wilderness. Then his whole body trembled, and the voice of his soul became even deeper. Something is coming again. The thing that came last time plunged the entire ancient chaos into chaos. Our time. Is this thing coming this time going to end this era? Time is running out. I need to leave quickly and escape from this catastrophe. There was a hint of fear in his voice, and long-forgotten memories kept coming to his mind. The ignorant have no fear. They have lived too long and know too much, so they feel fear. Lin Moyu sat behind Xiao Peng and muttered to himself, as Grand Master Jin said, Grand Master Zixing is doing something dangerous with a group of women. I wonder what it is. He guessed that his wife was among these girls. If Jin Dazuan could talk about something dangerous, it must be no small matter. He was wondering if his wife would be in danger. But now is not the time to look for them. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know where to start. He could only choose to trust the old man in green robe and the great Master Zixing. They said they would not let his wife be in danger. The little tree found the wormhole, and a strange aura emanated from Lin Moyu's body, and then Lin Moyu disappeared from the void. The power of the hidden spirit pearl enveloped Lin Moyu. No one could see Lin Moyu, and it was difficult for anyone to detect his existence, not even the great venerable. Then the power of the hidden spirit pearl enveloped Xiaoping as well. The golden light that flashed across the void disappeared. Xiaoping looked down and found that he couldn't even see himself. It's amazing. Xiaoping exclaimed that the hidden spirit pearl was as magical as 5.1. Only Lin Moyu was unaffected. As the owner of the hidden spirit pearl, he could still see everything he wanted to see. None of the spiritual beads created when the world was first created are simple. It all depends on whether you know how to use them. He swaggered into the wormhole without attracting anyone's attention. The way back was easier than the way here. There was no obstruction. Lin Moyu could feel that the Zerg soul network had returned to normal, and he was traveling in this soul network as if he was in an empty space. Soon, he left the core of Antarctica and quickly approached the edge. There was still a great battle going on there, and he had to find the subformation of the cross-domain formation there, and then refine the cross-domain formation through the formation. After the success, only the North Pole remained. Now that they had the hidden spirit pearl, the formation at the North Pole wouldn't be a problem even if a great venerable was guarding it. Lin Moyu came to the battlefield between Antarctica and the central region, entered silently, and flew in the battlefield. He went everywhere without attracting anyone's attention. The hidden spirit pearl concealed his traces, making him invisible and undetectable. Along the way, he witnessed a series of large-scale battles. After the insect monument was restored, the Sioux clan also regained its ability to move. The battle spread across the void at the junction of Antarctica and the central region, and even entered the desolate scar. The corpses of the strong men floated in the void. But the strange thing is that there is not a drop of blood here, even the soul has dissipated. The great Arctic Lord has taken action. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he guessed what was going on. The great Lord of the North Pole needs the flesh, blood, and souls of living beings to use as sacrifices to open the gate of the wall of the world. They want to enter the wall of the world and look for opportunities. They had no idea that there was actually nothing inside the wall of the world. Even if they went in, they could only watch. No, it's not that there is nothing now. There is a space-time channel rebuilt by a small tree inside. If they enter, even a great master would probably perish in a very short time. Lin Moyu searched the battlefield and quickly determined the imitation position based on his own intuition about the formation. Compared to when we were at the westernmost point, the positioning is much more accurate. At the same time, he used the Ka-seeking ring to directly plant the fruit and further lock the direction. Xiaoping carried Lin Moyu silently across most of the battlefield and approached the cross-domain formation. Suddenly Lin Moyu looked to one side. There seemed to be nothing there, but Lin Moyu felt that there was someone there. But the next second, that feeling disappeared. Gone? The other party also hid his body and restrained his breath, but without the hidden spirit pearl, he would still be discovered by himself. That area had obviously experienced a great battle not long ago, and many of the corpses were still fresh. There should be blood and soul fragments in the void, but now they are all gone. The blood was taken away, and so were the soul fragments. At this point, Lin Moyu was 100% certain that the Great Lord of the North Pole had indeed taken action. Decades have passed, and I don't know what the situation is like in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. Shiji is probably just pretending. Even if they want to fight, they won't really do it. But why? I always feel like something is wrong. Lin Moyu had a strange feeling. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He told Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi about his feelings and asked them to analyze it together. Xiaoshu said, "Master, some of the rules of chaos are changing." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Is it because of that thing in the deepest part of the ancient wasteland? Xiaoshu said, that should be the case. That thing is approaching chaos, and its influence on chaos is gradually growing stronger. You should have noticed along the way that the people in the central region seem to be fighting more fiercely and becoming more belligerent than before. The people of the central region are not afraid of fighting or killing, but they themselves are not warlike. Their aura has always been neutral and peaceful. Even in the midst of a war, when murderous intent is everywhere, they still have a unique sense of peace. This peace comes from their heart of Tao and is a characteristic of the central region. But now, their Tao hearts are being influenced by an invisible force, and their original calmness and peace are gradually fading, replaced by bellicosity. These changes were so subtle that even they themselves were unaware of them. Lin Moyu encountered several battles along the way, and after careful observation, he confirmed this change. Han Dunzi pondered, Xiaoshu, do you remember that we also experienced similar changes back then? Xiaoshu said, I've been thinking about this too. I didn't notice it before, but now it seems to be true. Besides those who are naturally belligerent, some non-belligerents seem to have become belligerent later on. I used to think they were after that flower, but now it seems that's not the case. Some of them have always been indifferent to the world and don't care about changes in the outside world at all. Given their temperament, they wouldn't grab the flower unless it was right in front of them. But then, Han Dunzi said, I've pondered this question since I regained my memory. I seem to have been affected by it back then. It seems the demise of our era was probably due to that flower. The little tree said, that's right. The appearance of that flower subtly changed our thinking, causing great chaos and ending our era. Han Dunzi said, something has come from the depths of the ancient wilderness again. Does this mean that this era is about to end? Xiaoshu disagreed. Not necessarily. Back then, there was no one in the ancient chaos who could suppress everyone, so the fighting only got worse. Now that there's this guy around, it's hard to get back to the way it was back then. That being said, Xiaoshu wasn't quite sure. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. He felt that although what Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi said made some sense, there seemed to be loopholes. Xiaoshu noticed something was wrong with Lin Moyu. Master, do you think there's something wrong? Lin Moyu said slowly, with an uncertain tone, it's not that there's a problem, but I feel like what you said is incomplete. We all knew this thing was coming, including the Great Lord. It must have known too. With its abilities, intercepting it midway wouldn't be a problem, but why hasn't it taken action yet? Is it worried about not being able to take action, or is it that this thing blocked its perception and it didn't notice it? There's another possibility. It's waiting for chaos to break out in the ancient chaos wasteland. After obtaining that rare flower, although it became the most powerful being, it hasn't been able to truly dominate the ancient chaos wasteland. There must be other reasons. Could it be that it's also waiting for an opportunity, a chance for the ancient chaos to unleash? Or perhaps it's waiting for a being similar to itself to appear, and then use that being as a stepping stone to ascend to the sky in one leap. There is a saying that goes, no destruction, no construction. Only the Tao knows what it is thinking. But it is certain that it will not be satisfied with the status quo. Perhaps what came out from the depths of the ancient wilderness this time is its chance. This thing affects the chaos and is very likely to cause a great chaos in the ancient chaos wilderness. This is also its opportunity. Lin Moyu's words made Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi fall into deep thought. They thought about Lin Moyu's words in light of their own past experiences. After a moment, the little tree whispered, "The master is indeed more thoughtful than us. It has been dormant for so long, perhaps just waiting for an opportunity. Whatever it is that came from the depths of the ancient wilderness this time, it could be an opportunity." Hun Dunzi added, "Is there a possibility that it knows more information than us, so it can make more correct choices, unlike us who can only guess?" Lin Moyu said, "That's correct. Moreover, it's in the dark, watching the entire primal chaos. No matter what those great lords do, it's under its control. It can intervene at any time and make things develop as it wishes." Xiaoshu's eyes gleamed slightly. "But now, we are about to enter the darkness. Perhaps we can change the course of this whole thing." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, before we have enough strength, no matter what happens in Chaos Ancient Wasteland, we should not interfere. We just do our own thing, as long as our fists are big enough. There's nothing that can't be solved." Lin Moyu's idea was very simple. He didn't need to worry about what would happen to the ancient Chaos Wasteland. Even if the ancient Chaos Wasteland was about to be destroyed in the next moment, he couldn't do anything about it and he didn't have the ability to do so. If you want to control it, you can only improve your strength. As long as one is strong enough, he can survive even if the ancient chaos is destroyed. If you have stronger abilities, you can also protect your relatives and friends. Thinking about the system in the Life Forbidden Zone and the Hongming Gem that had wandered there for countless years, this proved that the Life Forbidden Zone was not completely inaccessible. What's more, I have my own storage space. It's an independent world. I have various ways of retreat, so I just need to follow the steps and improve my strength to the extreme step by step, and I can solve all problems. Sometimes it is like this: the more complicated the matter, the simpler the method needed to deal with it." Lin Moyu's words were recognized by Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi. Strength is the foundation, and it is useless to think too much about other things. Once again passing by an area where a great battle had just ended, the blood of countless strong men was still boiling hot, and the fragments of their souls were still emitting resentment, howling in the void. Most of the dead were creatures in Antarctica, and the vast majority were Antarctic Zerg. The Zerg were like cannon fodder, and there were as many of them as needed in Antarctica. Lin Moyu had been to the Zerg monument and knew the situation in Antarctica. In the core area of Antarctica, the number of tribes has reached an outrageous level. Once the swarm of insects breaks out, it can completely crush his undead servants in terms of sheer numbers. The battle between Antarctica and the central region seemed to be fierce, but in fact, for Antarctica, it was just the death of some cannon fodder. A few cultivators in the central region also died, but not many, which was much better than the situation in Antarctica. But once they die, they are really dead, unlike the Zerg monument in Antarctica, which can give birth to new Zerg at any time. Lin Moyu didn't care. In his opinion, life and death are everyone's destiny. If you die on the battlefield, it means that it is your destiny and you cannot change your fate. Even he himself had his share of disasters, and he had to defy fate time and again in order to survive. When he was about to cross the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared. He held a black treasure bottle in his hand and sucked away all the blood and souls in the void. Lin Moyu, judging by the aura emanating from him, confirmed that this person was from the Arctic. His realm is not very high. He is only at the great perfection of Chaos Realm, so it is not against the rules to come here. At his feet, there is an equally black sword. This sword has the effect of hiding his figure, and ordinary people cannot find him. Lin Moyu used the hidden spirit pearl to observe him from a very close distance, but he didn't notice anything. The little tree asked, "Does the master want to take care of it?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "Whatever. I'd like to see how they feel if this method works and they discover they can't get anything after seeing the wall of heaven and earth." The wall of heaven and earth, a place that countless people have wanted to visit since ancient times, ended up like this. I'm afraid that by then, these people will cry to death. Some evil tastes were budding in Lin Moyu's heart. He watched the other party collecting flesh, blood, and soul. After watching for a while, he signaled Xiaoping to leave. It doesn't make any sense. No matter what the other party does, as long as it doesn't provoke him, he doesn't care. After flying for a few more days, huge fortresses appeared in sight. The fortress has a distinct Central Domain Divine Alliance style. It is a war fortress from the Central Domain Divine Alliance and has extremely strong combat power. A large army is stationed here, and it is the headquarters of the Central Region Divine Alliance in Antarctica. After the war broke out, the Central Domain Divine Alliance cleared out the Antarctic creatures that rushed into the Central Domain, and then fought back with the help of the Cross-Domain Formation and established a base here. Most of the people in the garrison are human cultivators, and there are also some alien creatures, all of whom come from the free domain. There were countless powerful people inside, and Lin Moyu could sense the aura of no less than 1,000 powerful and perfect people. He also discovered the breath of Zhulong. What made him curious was that although Zhulong was only at the small success stage of the Chaos Realm, he was with several powerful and perfect people. The main reason is that Zhulong is the old man in green robes man, the man of the Great Venerable, with a special status, so he always has some privileges. Lin Moyu ignored the formation outside the base. He drew a rune, and with the power of the hidden spirit pearl, the rune became invisible. The rune opened a channel for Lin Moyu, and the early warning formation in the base was as if it did not exist to Lin Moyu. The base is very large, and the cross-domain human formation is located at the back of the base. The effect of the hidden spirit pearl was fully exerted at this moment, and Lin Moyu's arrival was not discovered by anyone. They arrived at the rear of the base smoothly, and after searching for a while, they locked onto the exact location of the cross-domain formation. Then Xiaoshu took action, and between the cracks in the layers of space, I arrived at the location of the cross-domain formation. When a rune fell, Lin Moyu entered the formation. "Who is it?" A cold shout exploded in his ears, and Lin Moyu turned around to see a middle-aged man with his upper body naked, staring at him with a bad look. When entering the cross-domain formation, Lin Moyu put away the hidden spirit pearl, but he didn't expect that there was someone else in the formation. Normally, there shouldn't be anyone in this formation, and those who were teleported here are all outside the formation. The other party is a perfect strong man, and a top perfect strong man, extremely powerful. Lin Moyu asked, "Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, Lin Moyu, who is this fellow Taoist? Are you the Great Elder?" The other party was clearly unconvinced. "Show me your ID card." Lin Moyu took out his ID card. The purple gold sheen of the ID card was the mark of the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. The other party breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the ID card could not be faked. He then took out an ID card, which also flashed with a purple gold luster. "I am Huoqinzi, the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. I'm honored to meet Elder Lin." Lin Moyu asked, "Why is fellow Taoist Hua here?" Huoqinzi said, "I have been ordered to guard this formation just in case. I wonder why Elder Lin is here." Lin Moyu said, "Lin is here for something, but I can't tell you." Huoqinzi paused for a moment, his expression somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it. "Is Elder Lin going back to the domain now?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I won't go back for now." As he spoke, Lin Moyu had already walked to the core of the formation. He walked leisurely, obviously knowing the formation very well. Huoqinzi followed behind Lin Moyu, seeming a little worried. The order he received was to guard this formation, and no matter who came, he had to watch. Lin Moyu didn't stop him and chuckled, "Since Elder Hua is so worried, I will take my leave first." He drew a rune and activated the formation. The formation seemed to be in operation, and then Lin Moyu disappeared from Huochunzi's sight. Gone? Huochunzi was a little surprised. Lin Moyu came and went as he pleased, which was very strange. Whatever, just leave. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother to think about it anymore. He returned to his original place to meditate and continue to guard here. Lin Moyu did not leave, but simply activated the formation briefly, and then used the hidden spirit pearl to hide his figure. At the same time, he drew another rune and entered the core of the formation, looking like he was being teleported away. There is still a statue in the core of the formation, no difference. The statue slowly turned around and faced Lin Moyu's position. A deep voice came out, "Show yourself." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "You can even find this, how amazing." Throughout this journey, no one has ever been able to penetrate the hidden spirit pearl. I tried it at that time, but even the great venerable Jin couldn't see through it. But now it was discovered by the will of the great venerable natural disaster. Although this is the core of the formation set up by the great lord of natural disaster, with Lin Moyu's understanding of the formation, he should not be able to see through it. Lin Moyu saw some clues and made some guesses. He removed the hidden spirit pearl and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The statue of the great lord of natural disasters sensed Lin Moyu's presence and slowly turned back. "No, you already know the whole story. I have nothing more to say." As he finished speaking, the void began to distort, and a space-time channel began to emerge. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You have nothing to say, but I have something to ask you." The originally distorted void stopped, and the great lord of natural disasters asked in a low voice, "What do you want to ask?" He still had his back to Lin Moyu, as if he would leave at any moment. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt that the great lord of natural disasters seemed to have something urgent to do, and he couldn't leave just because he was waiting for him. Now that I'm here, he's about to leave. There was something strange in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Your will should be focused on the ancient wilderness. The great lord of natural disasters did not hide anything, but just hummed softly. Lin Moyu said, "In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness." Having said this, he paused for a moment, and then he clearly felt that the will of the great lord of natural disasters in the statue had some slight fluctuations. He hid it very well. Apart from himself, who felt it slightly, people like Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi couldn't feel it at all. Lin Moyu continued, "Something has emerged from the deepest part of the ancient wasteland and is heading towards the primal chaos. You should be able to feel it." After a few breaths, the great lord of natural disasters hummed again, and Lin Moyu heard a hint of relief from this hum. Lin Moyu continued, "Do you know what that is?" The great lord of natural disasters replied, "I don't know." "Do you know what this thing will bring?" "Have no idea." "Do you know the exact location of that thing?" "Have no idea." The answer is very consistent, no one knows. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly, "Okay, then you can go, I'm fine." "Okay." The void cracked, and a space-time channel emerged, and the statue drilled forward. After he left, Lin Moyu began to refine the formation, and at the same time, the power of the hidden spirit pearl enveloped the soul world. Lin Moyu's soul glowed with a faint light, and there was thought in his eyes. He felt that this time the great lord of natural disasters was different. The reason for this discovery is that the natural disaster was able to see through the hidden spirit pearl. Although he was very close to him and this was his territory, after all, the great lord of natural disasters only retained a will and could not be stronger than the great lord of gold. How did he discover the hidden spirit pearl that even Jin Daozuan couldn't see through? If one were to come before the Tao and be discovered by it, that would make sense. But what he faced now was not the Tao, but the will left by the great lord of natural disasters. This kind of abnormality makes people doubt that the realm of the great lord of natural disasters seems to no longer be that of a great lord. As far as he knew, the great lord of natural disasters had already fallen. He only left behind a big picture and some of his own will. But did he really fall? Lin Moyu never fully believed this. The great lord of natural disasters seemed to have entered the game with his own body, but was there actually a game within the game? Why was he so confident that his countless years of planning would succeed, relying on his companions? Lin Moyu felt that the great lord of natural disasters was not such a person. The great lord of natural disasters was a bit like himself, believing in himself more than others. It's not that I don't trust my companions, but there are some things that I like to do myself. So at that moment, I had a guess in my mind that there was something deeper in the plan of the great lord of natural disasters, and he might not die. But at that time, the Tao had indeed killed him, and it would be very difficult to deceive the Tao and create the illusion of his death, unless the great lord of natural disasters had obtained some treasure, or had gone to a place that the Tao could not detect. As far as we know, this place, and the chaotic ancient wilderness, seems to be the only one that can do this. So when he mentioned the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, he deliberately paused and said, as expected, I have discovered the identity of the great lord of natural disasters. His previous wills were not connected to each other, so the few wills that remained didn't know the whole story, and he hid it from himself. Now that his will has returned to integration and is no longer independent, he has revealed some subtle flaws. Lin Moyu couldn't be completely sure, but he was more than 70% sure that his judgment would not be wrong. The great lord of natural disasters probably hasn't truly fallen. Not only has he not fallen, he might have found a way to break through to become the great lord. No, he should have already achieved a breakthrough and reached a level comparable to the Tao. And all of this is most likely related to the deepest part of the ancient wasteland. He saw the heavenly primordial chi in the deepest part of the ancient wasteland and obtained the remaining primordial chi from it. His plan is not only aimed at the Tao, but also at the chaos ancient wasteland. The more Lin Moyu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The great lord of natural disasters' plan had exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he and Qing Pao and the others were all deceived by him. After Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts, he first called out the Hongming Gem, and then gathered Xiaoshu, Han Dunzi, and Xiaoping together and told them what he was thinking. Although he had a certain degree of confidence, it was only his own idea after all. With collective brainstorming, there might be a better answer. Xiaoshu and the others listened to Lin Moyu's speculation and felt that what Lin Moyu said made sense, but they couldn't say anything. They are not stupid, but compared to the layout of the great lord of natural disasters, they feel like babies. How could one person think so far? Hongming Gem yawned, what's the point of thinking about these things? Just go to the origin of heaven and earth and see for yourself. Lin Moyu asked, what is the origin of heaven and earth? Hongming Gem said, the origin of heaven and earth is the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Every side of the world has a source point, which is the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of this side of the world is there. What the master just said is not without reason. There are indeed some magical possibilities in the source of heaven and earth, but it is also very dangerous there. 9 out of 10 people who go there will never come back. Lin Moyu asked, what exactly is it? Hongming Gem said, I am too lazy to explain the specifics, and I can't explain it clearly. Just go and see for yourself in the future. Lin Moyu knew that he really couldn't explain the origin of heaven and earth, the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and the true origin of the world. With the Hongming Gem, Lin Moyu felt that his speculation had become more likely. It is possible that the great lord of natural disasters hid in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness at that time, and escaped by faking his death, and then got the opportunity there to break through to the realm of the great lord. The process may be very dangerous, but given the character of the great lord of natural disasters, he will do this. To achieve his goal, he is not afraid of death. Now, countless years have passed, and he has appeared. The plan he set up has begun to take place, and the will of the great lord of natural disasters has returned and merged. Lin Moyu whispered, Ancient Chaos, it's really celebrated. The cross-domain formation was refined silently, and even Huichenzi, who was in the formation, did not notice that the formation had changed hands. Lin Moyu is already very familiar with this, and it is not difficult for him at all. So far, 8 of the 12 great formations in the ancient chaos have been refined. What remains is a cross-domain formation between the central domain and the North Pole, as well as 3 formations in the North Pole, upper domain, and lower domain. Among them, the large formation of the upper and lower domains is not a difficult task. The relations between the upper, middle, and lower domains are good, and they are mainly composed of human beings, and there are exchanges between them. The Great Lord of the North Pole has his own ideas and is at odds with the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. He didn't gain any advantage the last time he went there. Fortunately, now that I have the Hidden Spirit Pearl, it is not difficult for me to go there again. Unless the Great Lord of the North Pole is personally guarding the formation, his clone alone cannot reveal himself. As for the 2 quasi-great masters, you can just ignore them. The cross-domain formation was activated. Huachinzi opened his eyes, but found nothing. No one came, and no one went. How could the cross-domain formation be activated for no reason? Damn it, there won't be any problems with this cross-domain formation. Huachinzi murmured. A glimmer of fire emerged from the deepest part of his eyes, turning into a few red lines. Unconsciously, he was no longer willing to think about the problem. Things coming from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness began to affect the entire chaos. The creatures in the chaos changed unconsciously, becoming restless and prone to violence at the slightest disagreement. This is an indiscriminate influence. No matter how high your realm is, you will be affected. It simply means that those with a strong heart for Taoism will be less affected and will change more slowly. For those with weak Tao heart, the changes will be more drastic. This change has just begun and will become more and more obvious in the future. As the ghost who saw a ghost, Lin Moyu was directly teleported from the core of the formation and returned to the central area. Linan City in Yeyu is heavily guarded. When the formation was activated, the attention of several powerful masters in the city was focused on it. But no one came out of the formation, which made them feel very strange. No one goes, and no one comes, because is it air that is being transmitted? Lin Moyu borrowed the Hidden Spirit Pearl and teleported here, then left Linan City and headed towards Wangnan Realm. When he was close to Wangnan Realm, he withdrew the Hidden Spirit Pearl and entered Wangnan Realm with the identity of the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. The teleportation array in Wangnan Realm is currently closed, but he is the Grand Elder of the Central Domain Divine Alliance and can use the teleportation array. He learned about the current situation at the Central Domain Divine Alliance branch in Wangnan Realm, and then went to the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters through the teleportation array, and then transferred through the headquarters to go to Wangbei Realm. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt a vague sense of urgency in his heart. He felt that something big was going to happen in chaos, and he should seize the time and refine the several large formations as soon as possible. And one's own realm must also be improved. Of course, this should be improved on the premise of consolidating the foundation. At the same time, the Silver Rabbit must also work harder to cultivate the realm. These things are carried out simultaneously and none of them can be ignored. Although he guessed that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters might have a deeper plan and that he might just be a chess piece in his game, he had no choice now. He knew that he was a chess piece and had to play his role in the game. One day, I will be able to jump out of the chessboard and defeat the other player. If my guess comes true, I am indeed a chess piece, and all these great masters in the chaos are chess pieces. Using the entire ancient chaos wasteland as a chess piece, Great Lord of Natural Disasters, you are truly amazing. Lin Moyu sneered in his heart, thinking back to the chaotic situation he had just obtained. The war broke out in the Arctic, and their opponents were not the Central Region, but the people from the Upper Region Divine Alliance. The battle between the two sides was very intense. The people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance were not good at fighting and their combat power was not as good as that of these extremely powerful creatures. But they cooperated well, and after a battle, they pulled the front line to the North Pole. The cross-domain formation played a huge role in this. Without the cross-domain formation in the Arctic, it would be much more difficult for them to counterattack. In Lin Moyu's view, these battles were just minor fights. If the war continues to develop, it will definitely end in a showdown between the great masters. When the Great Master lowered his status and took action himself, all the previous fights were overturned and started all over again. The victory or defeat among the Great Lords directly determines the victory or defeat among the extreme domains. However, the Great Masters have never really fought each other to the death, and at most they have only exchanged blows symbolically. Only a few quasi-Great Masters have actually fought life-and-death battles, and some have even died. At that time, the aftermath of their fight alone caused the death of countless lives. If it were the Great Master, it would only be worse. Therefore, top combat forces like the Great Venerable or Quasi-Great Venerable generally do not actually fight. This was once a chaotic history, but this time Lin Moyu felt different. Things coming from the depths of the ancient wilderness may make things that have never happened become reality. The North Pole has taken action, and the East Pole is also ready to take action. Judging from the current situation, the East Pole will also take action in the near future. Please give me flowers. The Great Lord Jiuyue of Dongji and the Quasi-Great Lord Jiuri, the two siblings, have a feud with the Great Lord Tianzai, and also with the old man in green robe and others. They can't just sit there and wait for opportunities. Shiji did not take any action and is currently on alert. The Central Region did the same with the Western Region, and they were wary of each other. Lin Moyu was teleported to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters, and as soon as he came out of the teleportation array, he saw Mu Tianzi. Mu Tianzi was obviously waiting for him. This scene was almost exactly the same as the last time I came here. Mu Tianzi's aura was calmer than last time. He was a little closer to becoming a quasi-grand venerable. Just a little bit more and he would be able to break through and become a quasi-grand venerable. Alliance leader Mu, are you waiting for me again? Lin Moyu greeted. Mu Tianzi smiled and said, yes, I'm still waiting for Elder Lin. 0. Lin Moyu asked, what is the reason this time? Mu Tianzi said, didn't Elder Lin go to the North Pole before? How could he return from the South Pole? He used the Central Region Divine Alliance's teleportation array. The hidden spirit pearl could conceal his aura, but the identity card would record it, so Mu Tianzi couldn't hide it. Moreover, Mu Tian can accurately check when and where he is being teleported from and to. Lin Moyu said, I had a little accident in the Arctic and went directly to the South Pole through the spacetime channel. I was delayed in the South Pole for some time and just came back. Mu Tianzi said, so, Elder Lin has been in Antarctica for decades. Has he discovered anything? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Mu Tianzi said, we have been fighting Antarctica for many years in recent decades and have discovered some anomalies. It seems that someone is collecting blood and soul fragments from the battlefield. So it was about this matter. Lin Moyu said, I know about this matter. It was done by several people in the Arctic. Mu Tianzi raised his eyebrows. Why would they do this? Lin Moyu said, I wonder if you, Alliance leader Mu, have heard that there is an ancient mysterious place in the Arctic that many people want to enter. Mu Tianzi nodded, I have heard of this matter, but it is only known to the Great Venerables and the Quasi-Great Venerables. I only heard some of it because of my special status. Lin Moyu said, those in the North Pole will use the flesh and blood of living beings as sacrifices to open that place. Mu Tianzi was obviously a little surprised, so they collect blood souls, I wonder what's in them. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. He naturally would not tell Mu Tianzi that he had been in there. At this moment, a green light flashed before my eyes, and someone walked out of the green light and died. When Mu Tianzi saw the visitor, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, Tianzi greets master. The person who came was an old man in green robe, the great venerable Boyang from the Central Region. Unexpectedly, he was also Mu Tianzi's master. Lin Moyu also casually saluted, Senior, long time no see. Although he had received many favors from the old man in green robe, the old man in green robe had also done many things that made him unhappy. Calling him senior now was already considered polite. Mu Tianzi was already frightened by Lin Moyu's appearance. Boyang Daozuan didn't care about Lin Moyu's attitude, and laughed, long time no see, little friend Lin. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, I can say yes, but you can't. He didn't believe that Great Venerable Boyang hadn't noticed him. In fact, he had been paying attention to him since he first saw the old man in green robe in the small world. Grand Master Boyang was not angry at all. He said to Mu Tianzi, Tianzi 107, I have something to say to little friend Lin. Do you have anything else to ask? Mu Tianzi quickly shook his head, the flute has no weight. He then took his leave and left. Only after he disappeared did Lin Moyu say calmly, I didn't expect that Alliance leader Mu is your disciple. Boyang Dazuan said, there is nothing strange about this. Several elders in the Central Region Divine Alliance know this. Otherwise, if everyone's strength is equal, how can Tianzi be the deputy leader? The deputy leader is the disciple of the Great Master, so of course no one dares to question this position. Lin Moyu said, let's get straight to the point. What do you want to talk to me about? As Lord Boyang waved his hand, a formation descended from the sky and enveloped the two of them. At the same time, a strong pressure emanated from his body, isolating the void and forming an independent space. Lin Moyu asked, why are you being so cautious? Could it be that someone in chaos could eavesdrop on you? Grand Master Boyang laughed and said, do you remember what I once said, walls have ears? In the Origin Continent, he did say this. Lin Moyu was a little curious, then I'd be interested to know who has this ability. Boyang Dazuan said, the two brothers and sisters of Dongji, Jiuri and Jiuyue, among them, Jiuri Quasi-Dazuan, has the ability to monitor the chaos, and Jiuyue Dazuan can inspect most of the chaos. With the combined efforts of the two, there isn't much they can hide from the chaos. Lin Moyu said, this ability is indeed powerful, but if it comes to investigate you, you will definitely discover it. Grand Master Boyang said, of course, but if he only investigated you, I wouldn't be able to find him, and it would be difficult for you to find him either. Exploring yourself, but finding it difficult to discover yourself? Lin Moyu doesn't think so. His soul is as sharp as that of a great master. If someone really secretly investigates me, I will definitely find out. But since Great Venerable Boyang said so, then let him do as he pleases. What do you want from me this time? Grand Master Boyang said, I came here to ask what the North Pole is like. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. It seems that you know my whereabouts very well. Grand Master Boyang shook his head. Don't misunderstand me, Tu Tien didn't follow you. Lin Moyu smiled and asked, then how did you know? The Great Master Boyang uttered 4 words, Ice Jade Cushion. He had long known that the Ice Jade Futon was extraordinary. He had been its owner for a period of time, but he only thought of it as a powerful magic weapon. He never expected that the Ice Jade Futon was actually the key to that place. If he had known earlier, he would have gone long ago. When the Ice Jade prayer mat was refined by Lin Moyu and turned into ice crystals, Great Venerable Boyang had already sensed it. From then on, Great Master Boyang would sense Lin Moyu's location from time to time. This time, Lin Moyu suddenly disappeared in the Arctic, and the place where he disappeared was exactly that mysterious place. This means that Lin Moyu is in. Lin Moyu said, it's nothing, actually. There are some things in it, but they are useless to us. And we can't get those things either. In other words, there is no benefit. Boyang Dazuan seemed a little unconvinced, but he felt that Lin Moyu would not lie to him. What is in there? Lin Moyu said, it contains the secret of the origin of heaven and earth, and also a passage to another heaven and earth. As soon as these words were spoken, Lord Boyang's breathing became heavy. He was well aware of the weight of the words. The secret of the origin of heaven and earth, at his level of cultivation, has almost reached the pinnacle. If you want to pursue further, it is to pursue the secret of the origin of heaven and earth. Once you figure out this secret, you can step into another realm. Cultivation is no longer the focus, enlightenment is the key. Several great masters of the time all knew that the secret of the origin of heaven and earth was most likely hidden in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, but they were unwilling to go there because it was too risky. Unexpectedly, that mysterious place in the Arctic also hides this secret. Before he could get excited for even a second, Lin Moyu poured a bucket of cold water on him. Don't overthink it. That secret is only on the surface. You won't understand anything even if you look at it. What you want is to understand the process of the origin of heaven and earth and comprehend the secrets of the earth from it. If you really want to know what's going on there, I can tell you, but I need something in exchange. Boyang Dazuan looked at Lin Moyu, and after a moment, he whispered, "Okay." Lin Moyu did not ask what he wanted in exchange, as he believed that Captain Yang knew what he wanted. He told Great Venerable Boyang about the situation in the wall of heaven and earth. Great Venerable Boyang listened carefully, fearing that he might have missed anything. Just as Lin Moyu said, after listening to it, he only knew the facts but not the reasons. Knowing the result is not very useful, what he needs is the process. For example, seeing how the wall of heaven and earth spits out the treasures of the origin of heaven and earth, how the treasures of the origin of heaven and earth merge with the chi of the beginning of heaven, and how they begin to give birth to living beings. This is the secret of the origin of heaven and earth. By observing this process, you may be able to understand the secret of the origin of heaven and earth and explore a higher realm. But there is no point in telling him the process now. After a few deep thoughts, Grand Venerable Boyang asked, "According to this, the secret of the origin of heaven and earth can no longer be discovered by anyone? The wall of heaven and earth will no longer spit out the precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth, and there is no more primordial energy between heaven and earth. Naturally, this secret is difficult to explore. But this is not absolute. Lin Moyu knows that there is another way. But he wouldn't say it. Now he couldn't tell anyone about the great Lord of natural disasters. He smiled and said, "Maybe there's still a chance in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness." Venerable Boyang paused for a moment, then gave a bitter laugh. "I never imagined that after all the years of tossing and turning that old fellow Beiji, this would be the final outcome. If he had really gone in, I wonder how he would have felt. I'm afraid he would have vomited blood." Lin Moyu shook his head. "If he really went in, he'd probably die. There's a space-time tunnel inside that leads to the ruins of a different world. If he rashly entered, he might not be able to come back." Boyang Dazuan sighed and said, "That depends on his luck." Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly, which gave off some special meaning. The Great Venerable Boyang is actually not unfamiliar with the wreckage of heaven and earth. Could it be that he knows about the wreckage of heaven and earth? This is impossible. The Great Master should not know about the wreckage of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu remained calm. "It's your turn now." What he took out was information, and the same was true for Great Venerable Boyang. He should not use a magic weapon to deceive himself. If this is true, unless this magic weapon reaches the level of the Seeking Cause ring, Lin Moyu will only express contempt. Boyang Dazuan did not disappoint Lin Moyu. He took out a jade tablet, recorded the information he was going to say on it, and handed it to Lin Moyu. "It's too troublesome to explain it to you. You should read it yourself." Lin Moyu's soul power moved and he read the information on the jade token. There is a lot of information in the jade card, which is not very convenient to talk about, but this information is indeed what I want to know. First of all, his wives were all safe and sound at the moment. They were accepted as disciples by the great Master Zixing, and now each of them has cultivated to the top and perfect level. With the combined strength of the 8 people, they are on par with the Quasi-Tianzuan. They were doing something for the Great Venerable Purple Star. As to what it was not recorded in the Jade Token, but it was definitely not a simple matter. Jean Dazuan of Antarctica seemed to know something, but he only said that it was a dangerous matter. Judging from what Lord Boyang said, there shouldn't be any danger. Grand Master Boyang said, "Don't worry, they will be fine." The jade token turned to powder in Lin Moyu's hand. Lin Moyu's expression was calm. "Which world are you exploring?" Boyang Dazuan's eyes suddenly changed. He was about to say something when Lin Moyu interrupted him. "No need to explain, I've already guessed it. Even if you can obtain the heavenly beginning chi from that world, it will be difficult to reach higher peaks unless you have something else in your hands." His tone was firm, not giving Lord Boyang any chance to explain. Boyang Dazuan thought about the conversation between the two and knew where he had gone wrong. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "What a little fox." Lin Moyu said, "You must do this. If it is exposed, it will come to you immediately." Grand Master Boyang said, "We have always been very careful, and so have you. You used to have someone protecting you, but now that person has gone his own way, and I'm not sure I can get away." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't need you to take care of me. Everyone, just do your own thing." Boyang Dazoin chuckled, "Okay, by the way, there's one more thing. You went to Antarctica decades ago, so things there must have settled down, right?" Lin Moyu said, "It's done. The promise made by the great Lord of Natural Disasters has been fulfilled. In a few hundred years, the great Lord of Gold will be able to regain his freedom." Boyang Dazoin said, "Good, we have one less enemy. Fellow Taoist Tianzai was right about us." Lin Moyu sneered in his heart, "The great Lord of Natural Disasters did not misjudge the person, but you misjudged the great Lord of Natural Disasters." Even if the great Lord of Natural Disasters had no intention of harming anyone, sometimes fate made it impossible for him to do whatever he wanted. There are many things that even the great Lord of Natural Disasters cannot fully control. Lin Moyu said, "Since you are here, I will not look for anyone else. I will go to the North Pole and take the cross-domain formation to Linbei City." Boyang Dazoin smiled and said, "No problem, I will take you there." Now that the North Pole and the Central Region have gone to war, and Linbei City has been taken over by people from the Upper Region, even he is not qualified to use the cross-domain formation. Originally, he was thinking of sneaking over, but now that Great Venerable Boyang is here, there is of course no need to go through so much trouble. Lord Boyang did not use the teleportation array, but directly took out a flying boat magic weapon. Venerable Boyang said, "This airship was an accidental acquisition for me. It's already damaged, so its effectiveness isn't as good as before, but it's still faster than the teleportation array." Lin Moyu saw that this was a treasure that had surpassed the level of the Chaos Realm and possessed some magical abilities. The level of the Kongzhou should be the same as that of the Dui boat. It is also a treasure born from the fusion of the ancient heavenly energy and some precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth. The advantage of the Dui boat lies in its defense, while the excellence of the Kong boat lies in its speed. Lord Boyang activated the empty boat with his soul power, and the empty boat instantly flew through the void. Just a moment later, the empty boat stopped and they had arrived at Linbei City. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, and instinctively said, "So fast?" It would take at least 5 days to travel from the headquarters of the Central Territory Divine Alliance to the Wangbei Realm using the Chuanzheng Formation. And it would take Xiaoping half a day to fly from Wangbaiji to Linbei City at his speed. Now, it felt like it took him less than half an hour to reach Linbei City. Even the golden-winged rock in its prime could not reach such a speed. Boyang Dazoin smiled and said, "It's not fast actually. We traveled through the time and space channel. You felt like only a moment had passed, but in fact a day had already passed." Lin Moyu recalled the feeling just now, and time was indeed confused. "But even if it's just 1 day, it's fast enough." Boyang Dazoin smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." Under the leadership of the great venerable Boyang, they entered Linbei City. No matter how much the people of the Central Region Divine Alliance followed the rules, they could change any rules when facing the great venerable. Lin Moyu successfully entered the cross-domain formation and headed for the North Pole. During the transmission process, Lin Moyu used the hidden spirit pearl to hide his body. At the same time, he asked in the spirit world, "Do you know Kongzhou?" Xiao Shu said, "That ship wasn't a spaceship. It's actually called a time spaceship, and it has the ability to travel through time and space." Hun Dunzi said, "At that time, the only creature that could compete with the golden-winged Daping in speed was this one." Xiao Shu said, "His speed isn't his greatest strength. His most formidable ability is his ability to enter time and space, launching attacks from the past. His attacks are incredibly difficult to predict. He can also disrupt time and space, causing people to fall into chaos and lose control." Hun Dunzi said, "So what?" He was still destroyed in the end. Although this guy is very powerful, his fighting power is too weak. He hits others 10 times, but it is not as good as others hitting him 10 times. Well, in the final analysis, it's still due to lack of strength. The former time and space boat had its intelligence wiped out, and now it has become an empty boat, just a good magic weapon. The cross-domain formation took him through the desolate mark and entered the 783 North Pole again. This time, he had the hidden spirit pearl on him and was not discovered. The man in white who had previously blocked his way was no longer there, replaced by people from the central region. The troops from the central region are stationed here, and war fortresses are floating in the void. Countless practitioners were on guard around, their expressions serious and with a hint of murderous intent. But for some reason, Lin Moyu felt that these people were not strong. He knew that this was not an illusion, but a fact, and these people were indeed not strong. The hidden spirit pearl allowed him to avoid being discovered by anyone, and he successfully found the cross-domain formation and entered it. There was also a great elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance guarding the formation. Lin Moyu did not disturb him and quickly entered the core of the formation and removed the hidden spirit pearl. The statue of the great lord of natural disasters slowly turned around. "You finally arrived. Faster than I expected. Is there anything wrong? If not, I'll leave." Lin Moyu asked, "Can you tell me, once the formation is complete, when do you plan to activate it?" The great lord of natural disasters was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The decision on this matter is yours, not mine." He then corrected himself, "Perhaps it's not entirely up to you, but rather the fate of heaven and earth. I can't give you an exact time, as there's still much to be done, but it should be soon." Lin Moyu nodded. "I feel like chaos is coming. This might be our chance." "Maybe." The statue left, just like the other statues in the formation, and went to where it should go. Lin Moyu stood in the formation, deep in thought. The great lord of natural disasters said that the decision was in his hands, and this sentence had multiple meanings. The superficial meaning is nothing more than seeing when they can fully refine the formation. Only then will they have the basic conditions to launch an attack on the Tau. But this is only the basic condition. Relying solely on these formations can at most cause some trouble to the Tau, and even this trouble will not be too serious. Whether or not he can truly win depends on Lin Moyu himself. According to the plan laid out by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, I have to wait until I reach the Great Lord at least, and being just the Great Lord is not safe. It would be best if I could surpass the Great Venerable, sublimate 10 times, and use the power of the 10 realms to exceed the limit of the Great Venerable and unleash the full power of the natural disaster material. Once upon a time, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters had sublimated 9 times and fought against the Tao with the power of the Tao Lord realm, but he was defeated and injured. So it's not enough, we need to go further. He had been following the plan laid out by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, but had added some changes of his own, and his body remained unchanged. Until now, he discovered the abnormality of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters had other plans in this plot. If he really didn't die as he thought, then he only had one place to hide for so many years. It is the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Perhaps he discovered something there that allowed him to break through his previous realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he could see through the hidden spirit pearl and discover himself. But I can't tell what the ultimate purpose of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is in this plot. Is it good or bad? The Great Lord of Natural Disasters is probably the person with the deepest plans since ancient times. Lin Moyu whispered to himself. The little tree shook its head. If what the master thinks is true, I'm afraid they are the same person. The one Xiao Shu was referring to were the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and Tao. In the Great War they had experienced, Tao appeared very late. When Tao appeared, the war had already come to an end, with countless strong men dead or injured. At that time, Tao was no longer the yellow bird, nor was it the residual warmth. He was not even the hunter behind the yellow bird, but the one hiding behind the hunter. Lin Moyu smiled calmly. Improve your strength. He was right about one thing. Chaos is about to fall. Maybe this is our chance. There was something hidden in his words. Our opportunity refers to ourselves and the little tree, not the great lord of natural disaster. Although it is still a chess piece, it is about to fly out of the chessboard and kill the player. Lin Moyu was refining the large formation, refining the main formation in reverse through the sub-formation. With rich experience, the refining was completed in just a few days. At this point, all 4 cross-domain formations were under the control of Lin Moyu. He only needed a thought to stop the 4 formations from working. When all 4 cross-domain formations were refined, Lin Moyu discovered that the 4 formations had changed and they were actually connected to each other. 4 cross-domain formations, totaling 8 formations with 4 masters and 4 subordinates, are now connected into one, like one formation. He can travel through them at will. For example, if he is now in the sub-array at the North Pole, he can be directly teleported to the main array or sub-array at the South Pole. As long as he wants, he can be directly teleported to any main array or sub-array. Moreover, using all the cross-domain formations as coordinates, the exact locations of the remaining 3 formations were marked out. It is not just an approximate direction like before, but a very accurate position with an error of no more than 10,000 miles. A range of 10,000 miles is an extremely small range in the chaotic void. Even if you take bigger steps, it will be more than 10,000 miles. After leaving the cross-domain formation, the hidden spirit pearl enveloped himself in Xiaoping and flew towards the formation in the North Pole. This time, Lin Moyu did not use the teleportation array in the North Pole. He planned to completely refine the hidden spirit pearl on the way, and then use the primordial energy to help Xiaoping awaken all his bloodlines. With the hidden spirit pearl, even if Xiaoping's bloodline is fully awakened, he will not be discovered by the Tao. By then, even if Xiaoping's speed cannot compare to the golden-winged Daping in its prime, it will not be much slower than the teleportation array. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one, and Xiaoping is enough. Once all the hidden spirit pearls are refined, not only will he be safe, Xiaoping's bloodline will be restored, and Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi will also be able to let go and fully recover. At the same time, when the undead servants reach a perfect level of combat power in the future, they will also be able to fight with all their might. The effect of the hidden spirit pearl is so great that it is better to refine it as soon as possible. Along the way, Lin Moyu witnessed many battles. The war between the Arctic and the Upper Domain has officially begun. Both sides are fighting fiercely, with countless casualties. After the battlefield, the Great Lord of the North Pole was seen taking action again. His clone was carrying a special magic weapon and collecting the blood and souls on the battlefield. According to intelligence, Dongji is about to take action, and Beiji Daozuan will definitely go there at that time. Xiaoping flew through the void and headed towards the center of the North Pole, flying for decades. The refining of the hidden spirit pearl is almost complete, and it will be fully refined in just one breath, but this breath seems to be very difficult. He has now refined 90% of it, but is stuck at the last 10%, unable to make any further progress. At the core of the hidden spirit pearl, there seemed to be a wall that firmly blocked his soul power. Lin Moyu was puzzled by this. His soul power kept hitting a wall, and he couldn't really penetrate the core of the Lingling Pearl no matter how many methods he used. Xiaoshu said, "Back then, the Chaos Skyworm also failed to fully refine the hidden spirit pearl. It seems that it is not that he does not want to refine it, but that he is unable to refine it." Hun Dunzi was very puzzled. With the Master's current spiritual power, refining the hidden spirit pearl shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoshu said, "The hidden spirit pearl is one of the spiritual pearls of heaven and earth. Back then, it also absorbed the energy of the beginning of heaven, but it was unable to give birth to spiritual intelligence." Lin Moyu thought, "You mean, the primordial energy of the universe is concentrated in the core of the hidden spirit pearl and has evolved into something like armor, protecting the core." Xiaoshu said, "Before we developed spiritual intelligence, our greatest instinct was to protect ourselves. The hidden spirit pearl should be the same. We developed spiritual intelligence, so we could make better use of the heavenly primordial chi, but he didn't, so he used the heavenly primordial chi to protect himself. If it is really the protection evolved by the chi of the beginning of heaven, Wang Zhao, then it is indeed not easy for his soul power to break through." Lin Moyu woke up the dozing Hongmeng gem again. Can you break the protection inside the core of the hidden spirit pearl? Hongmeng gem looked at the hidden spirit pearl and said, yes, but after hitting it, the pearl will be useless. Well, Lin Moyu asked, can't you hit it a little softer? Hongmeng gem said, it's not a matter of severity. The celestial energy he absorbed has become one with himself. The chi of the beginning of heaven not only evolved into armor to protect the core, but also became one with the body of the hidden spirit pearl. As long as this layer of armor is broken, the hidden spirit pearl will also shatter. Lin Moyu frowned. Is there any other way? Hongmeng gem said, of course there is a way. This method may be impossible for others, but it is easy for the master. Others can't do it, but you can do it easily. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, the chi of the beginning of heaven. Since the armor is made of the chi of the beginning of heaven, the best way is to break it with the chi of the beginning of heaven. Hongmeng gem hummed and continued to doze off. Lin Moyu drew out a trace of the primordial energy and used his own soul fire as a carrier to continue refining the hidden spirit pearl. Sure enough, the invisible armor that was previously indestructible and even the jellyfish could not break through now showed signs of loosening. Lin Moyu could feel that the armor protecting the core of the hidden spirit pearl was softening. It was not a violent destruction, but a gradual softening that allowed his soul fire to truly enter the core. This speed was very slow, but Lin Moyu was very patient. He slowly increased the amount of Tianchu Qi and gradually accelerated the refining speed. Gradually, Lin Moyu truly came into contact with the core of the hidden spirit pearl and began to refine it. The hidden spirit pearl had never given birth to any intelligence, and its core gave Lin Moyu a feeling of being very pure and simple. Lin Moyu seemed to have some understanding. The situation of the hidden spirit pearl pointed him in a direction, and his soul must also remain pure. He realized that the path he had taken before was not wrong. He had abandoned many avenues and only kept the avenue of immortality. In this way, one's soul becomes pure. You don't need to pursue omnipotence. As long as you push one path to the limit, that's enough. In fact, in ancient times, top creatures like small trees were all like this. Taking 250 hidden spirit pearls as a reference, Lin Moyu attracted more Tianchu Qi. These Tianchu Qi did not join the ranks of refining, but were used to transform his own soul world. The soul world is one's own core. With the energy of the beginning of heaven, one can refine a layer of armor for one's soul world. This couldn't be done before. If a large amount of Tianchu Qi was used, it might be discovered by Dong. But now, with the hidden spirit pearl in hand, I can be bolder in my actions. The energy of Tianchu is very strong and has a wide range of effects. With its protection, your own soul world will become much stronger and will not be easily threatened. The stronger the soul world becomes, the safer your soul will be. When the soul is safe, one's ability to protect oneself will also be improved. It took another 10 years before the hidden spirit pearl was completely refined. Lin Moyu was in a good mood. Not only did he successfully refine the hidden spirit pearl this time, he also benefited a lot. A layer of invisible armor has appeared outside the soul world. According to Xiaoshu's estimation, the defense of the soul world has increased by at least several times. And as it continues to evolve, its defense can be further strengthened. The hidden spirit pearl was completely integrated into the soul world, and the invisible aura spread out, not only enveloping Lin Moyu himself, but also completely enveloping Xiaoping, Xiaoshu, and others. They even felt as if they were isolated from the ancient chaos. The aura of the hidden spirit pearl continued to spread until it enveloped all the undead servants. The breath of the undead servants was concealed, but they did not have the ability to become invisible like Lin Moyu. The hidden spirit pearl only conceals their aura, making it difficult for people to sense their existence, but when you really look at them with your own eyes, you can still see them. This is enough. Lin Moyu knows that what he needs to guard against most is the Tao. Now, as long as the Tao is not present in person, we can hide it. The Qi of the beginning of heaven was once again sent into Xiaoping's body, helping him to fully awaken the bloodline of the golden-winged Daping. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi's injuries are now much better than before. They can slowly absorb the power of the Tianchu Qi and officially begin to recover. Everything is going according to plan. Lin Moyu is neither hurried nor slow, taking one step at a time, and each step is solid. The ancient bloodline from the Golden Winged Rock became more and more active under the stimulation of the Qi of the beginning of heaven. Xiaoping's speed is constantly increasing, and this acceleration is increasing exponentially. The speed difference between awakening 90% of the bloodline and fully awakening the bloodline is at least 10 times. As for combat power, the difference wasn't that great. After awakening all his bloodlines, Xiaoping's entire body glowed with golden light, and his aura was no different from that of a top-tier perfect warrior. However, under the effect of the hidden spirit pearl, only Lin Moyu could sense his aura, and others couldn't even see Xiaoping's. "How do you feel?" Lin Moyu asked calmly while sitting on Xiaoping's back. Xiaoping let out a series of long howls, but his voice was also covered by the hidden spirit pearl and did not get out at all. Xiaoping said with a touch of excitement, "I feel great." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This is your chance." "No need to thank me." "How do you feel about your current combat power?" Xiaoping said, "I possess at least 70% of my ancestors' combat power. Fighting those top-tier perfectionists is no problem. Even if I can't defeat a quasi-grand master, I can still survive. This is the advantage of speed. Even if you can't win, you can still save your life." At Xiaoping's current speed, he will be able to fly to the large formation in the Arctic in a few years. Xiaoping only spent less than 1,000,000 to fly a distance that would take others tens of thousands of years. Lin Moyu said, "Yes, there is still some Tianchu Qi. If you continue to absorb and refine it, you will soon reach the combat power of the peak period of the Golden Winged Dapeng, and it is not impossible to even surpass your ancestors." The Golden Winged Dapeng had only absorbed a small amount of the Qi of the beginning of heaven, unlike himself who now had an almost unlimited supply of the Qi of the beginning of heaven. Xiaoping had unlimited possibilities in the future. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi have been absorbing the Qi of the beginning of heaven over the years. In the beginning, due to their own injuries, the absorption was extremely slow. Later, as their injuries recovered, their speed increased. Now they have recovered a little, about 70% of their peak state, similar to Xiaoping's situation. They cannot beat the quasi-great masters, but at least they can compare with the top-level masters. As their injuries healed, they absorbed the heavenly Qi at an increasingly faster rate. In about another 100 years, they would be fully recovered. After several years, they finally arrived at their destination, the great formation arranged by the great Lord of Natural Disasters at the North Pole, which was also the last one among the 4 poles. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw a man in blue. "Blue robe, great Arctic Lord." "No, it's not the real body, just a clone. His real body should be outside the wall of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu watched him from afar. Even if it was just the Great Venerable's clone, he didn't want to fight with him. He came here to refine the formation, not to fight the Great Venerable, so there was no need to confront him head-on. The clone of the Great Arctic Lord obviously did not notice Lin Moyu and sat quietly in the void. Not far from him was the large formation. The formation was hidden in a gap in space, and the space was compressed so that there was only a small dot of population. Only when the formation is activated will the formation be truly revealed. Lin Moyu flew over, his eyes slowly narrowing. The Great Lord of the North Pole arranged 3 more spells outside the entrance of the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. One of these 3 formations is a killing formation, and the other 2 are early warning formations. Once an outsider enters, the formation will issue an early warning. The Great Lord of the North Pole understood formations, but he didn't know too much. At least these 3 formations seemed childish and ridiculous in Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu drew 3 runes, and under the effect of the hidden spirit pearl, they fell silently into the 3 formations. The formation seemed to have no changes, but in fact it had already stopped. Xiaoping flew past the Beiji Daozuan's clone 1,000 meters away, and the other party didn't feel anything at all, which made Lin Moyu completely relieved. Enter the formation. The three formations set up by the Great Lord of the North Pole were useless to Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu activated the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, the three formations of the Great Lord of the North Pole were overwhelmed by the formation that suddenly appeared and enlarged. His formation skills were like child's play in front of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The clone of the Great Lord of the North Pole was awakened and looked at the suddenly activated formation in shock, but he didn't see anyone. He didn't know what was going on. When he woke up, Lin Moyu had already entered the formation. He entered the core of the formation with familiarity and saw a familiar scene. Just before entering the core of the formation, he dropped the hidden spirit pearl. Finally here, I'm leaving. The statue didn't say much nonsense. He didn't wait for Lin Moyu's answer and directly opened the space-time channel and left. The wills of the various statues of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters are now connected together, and information is exchanged. Lin Moyu watched as the tunnel quickly closed and disappeared into space-time. Can you find the exact location? Xiaoshu shook his head. The time is too short to lock the specific location, but I can feel that the destination of this space-time channel is very far away, and it is not a space-time channel established by ordinary methods. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Xiao Shudao said, this space-time channel should have existed for a long time. It is not a temporary construction. It should have always existed and is only activated when it is used. There should be a magic weapon at the end of the space-time channel. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters used this magic weapon to construct the space-time channel. Although I can't sense the exact location, I can roughly determine that the place is in the ancient wilderness, and it is very deep in the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu nodded. I see. Did you notice he was a little anxious just now? This time's Great Lord of Natural Disasters is different from the previous ones. He seemed to be in a hurry and walked in a hurry, which was different from before. In just a few decades, some changes seem to have taken place. This anxiety was already obvious, and both Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi felt it. What's he so anxious about? Since you're in a hurry, you must have something to do. What are you doing in the deep ancient wilderness? Xiaoshu said, not only is he anxious, but his aura is also a little unstable. Perhaps it has something to do with the things coming from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, perhaps. Over the years, he has been under the cover of the hidden spirit pearl and has been almost isolated from the outside world. Over the past few decades, no one knew where that thing had gone, or how much its influence on chaos had increased. That thing flew from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, passed through layers of space, and advanced in a form that ordinary practitioners could not understand. The speed is not actually fast, but the impact it brings has spread to the entire chaos. If even chaos is affected, then the impact on ancient wasteland must be even greater. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters and his men were in the ancient wilderness, and the impact they suffered was definitely greater than that in the chaos, which seemed to explain his anxiety. Specifically, we have to wait until he leaves here and removes the hidden spirit pearl, and then the team can feel it. He began to refine the Great Formation. After the Great Formation was refined, only 2 of the 12 Great Formations remained, the upper domain and the lower domain. There is nothing wrong with the formation in the upper domain. The relationship between the central domain and the upper domain has always been very good. There will be no obstacles for him to enter the upper domain. Moreover, the location of the formation can now be determined, making it very easy to find. As for the lower domain, it is a little more troublesome. Not many people know about the situation in the lower domain. Lin Moyu knows nothing about it. There is no information about the lower domain in the information provided by Mu Tianzi. The lower realm is full of mysteries, and only by going there can you know them. When Lin Moyu was refining the formation, the real body of the Great North Pole, wearing a blue robe and blue hair, appeared in the chaos outside the formation. His clone turned into smoke and dust, merged into the real body and disappeared. The Great Lord of the North Pole looked at the activated formation with a lightning-like gaze, but in his sight, the formation was empty. Even though he was a great master, he could not see what was happening in the core of the formation. But he had a feeling that some strange changes were taking place in this formation. Someone went in, it should be him. The door to that place was also opened before. Could it be him? He went in and came out again, but why can't I sense anything at all? What methods did he use? It seems that ordinary methods cannot find him. The great lord of the North Pole took out a bead, which was emitting a blue light and a chilling aura. Seal up! In an instant, billions of miles of void were frozen, and all things were extinguished. The great lord of the North Pole said coldly, I want to see how you can escape from this man's blockade. Lin Moyu, who was refining the formation in the core of the formation, suddenly looked outside the formation. His eyes passed through the formation and saw the situation outside the formation. The great Arctic Lord held a blue bead in his palm, and billions of miles of void were frozen. This bead seems to be somewhat similar to the Hidden Spirit bead and the Chaos Spirit bead. Lin Moyu roughly judged that the blue bead in the hand of the great Arctic was also one of the spiritual beads in ancient times. Xiao Shu said, This is the Water Spirit Pearl, one of the 5 elements spirit pearls. At that time, among the spirit pearls conceived by heaven and earth, there were 5 spirit pearls conceived together. They possess the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and are called the 5 elements spirit pearls. Later, these 5 elements spirit beads merged into one and evolved into the Chaos 5 elements celestial lord. Hun Dunzi said with disdain, It's just a fancy name, but it's nothing. He died a long time ago. Xiao Shu chuckled. Indeed, his strength wasn't very good, and he was quickly killed. He then transformed back into 5 spirit beads, each of which was scattered. This was one of them. Hun Dunzi said, They're all rubbish when put together, and even rubbish when they're made public. He looked disdainful, completely different from how he looked when he wanted to steal the spirit beads. This guy has been eating fine bran and no longer looks down on coarse grains. He is picky and difficult to serve. Lin Moyu said, after refining the formation, Xiao Shu, you can directly open the spacetime channel from the formation and leave here. 00. Xiao Shu hummed, no problem. I don't want to confront the Great Master right now, Lin Moyu chose. The Great Lord of the North Pole thought that he had nowhere to go after freezing billions of miles of the void, so he told himself that this method was useless to him. As the little tree's strength recovered, it became easier and easier to build a spacetime channel. Except for some special areas, there was almost no place the little tree could not go. The roots of the small tree once covered most of the chaos, which shows how powerful the small tree was at that time. Now it is still far from its former peak. More than 10 days later, the formation was refined and completed. Lin Moyu said, Xiao Shu, get started. The small tree was already prepared, with its roots digging into the void, quickly establishing a spacetime channel that reached the void billions of miles away. Lin Moyu used the Hidden Spirit Pearl to cover himself and entered the spacetime channel. The core of the formation returned to silence. A statue was missing, and its owner had changed, but there were no other changes. Outside the formation, the Great Lord of the North Pole had no idea that Lin Moyu had left and was still guarding. 100 days later, the activated formation suddenly began to shrink and turned into a small dot again. The Great Arctic's expression changed. He actually left. He couldn't believe that Lin Moyu had disappeared right under his nose without him noticing at all. I don't know when Lin Moyu left. Maybe he left a long time ago, and I am like Xiao Tian waiting here. The Great Lord of the North Pole was enraged, his eyes glowing blue. Don't let me catch you, or I will kill you. He had no idea that when he said this, his heart had changed from before, becoming impatient and... The Hidden Spirit Pearl concealed Lin Moyu and his group, and Xiaoping traveled through the void at an astonishing speed. He narrowed his eyes and said in a teasing tone, I'm afraid the Great Arctic Lord will be furious to death. Lin Moyu said, I guess he really wants to kill me now. Xiaoping said, when I become stronger, he won't be able to catch up with me. Lin Moyu said, if you can recover to your peak, your strength should be no weaker than his. Xiaoping said with a bit of pride, of course. The golden-winged rock back then was not afraid of any great venerable. The cultivation system had not yet taken shape, and some top creatures were no weaker than the heavenly venerable. Now that the cultivation system has taken shape and the world has powerful rules, the number of great venerables has been limited to 9. It seems that the world has become weaker and cannot accommodate more powerful people. In fact, in Lin Moyu's view, the world has not become weaker, but on the contrary, it has become stronger. The reason why there are restrictions on the top strong ones is because the existence of Tao is 133. It occupies too many resources, which restricts the number of great masters. In addition to the Great Lord, there are also quasi-great lords in the world. There are no restrictions on the quasi-great lords in the world. Thinking about the limit on the number of great venerables, Lin Moyu suddenly realized something that he had overlooked. According to his own thinking, if the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was not dead, he would have to give up his position as the Great Lord in order to deceive the Tao. Moreover, in his plan, the position of the Great Venerable was reserved for himself. And since he no longer holds the title of Grand Venerable, it's possible that he has already broken through to the Grand Venerable level. Nothing can be built without destruction. Lin Moyu realized that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters had already thought of all the ways out for himself long before he made the plan. He must have discovered something in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, which prompted him to make this series of plans. Therefore, Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder whether becoming a great master was the right path. On the surface, this path seems to be the only one, but the story of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters tells him that the path to becoming a great lord is not the only one. Without destruction, there is no construction. Lin Moyu pondered these 4 words over and over again, and he found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. If you want to destroy something before you can build it, you must first destroy it before you can build it, and the prerequisite for destruction is that you must have it. In other words, first become the Great Venerable, then give up the position of the Great Venerable, destroy and then establish. This is the path taken by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and so far, it seems that he has succeeded. And his foundation far exceeds that of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Perhaps he can stand on his own feet and directly surpass the Great Lord on the basis of the Great Lord. What's more, he has storage space and the energy of the beginning of heaven, which is his unique advantage. With these, you can completely walk a path that belongs only to you. Just like before in the big world and the origin continent, I was always like this, walking a path that no one else had walked. The world is restricted by 9 great masters. Besides him occupying most of the resources, there must be other reasons. Only after I become a great venerable can this secret be solved. This is the secret of the rules of heaven and earth, and one needs to reach a certain level of realm to know it. It took Xiaoping decades to fly here, but less than 10 years to fly back, which was several times faster. They entered the battlefield silently, passed through the base of the upper domain army, and entered the cross-domain formation without being discovered by anyone. Xiaoping asked, "Master, are we going to the upper realm?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, let's go to the lower domain." Xiaoping was a little puzzled. "Isn't the positive domain simpler?" Lin Moyu said, "Because it is simple, I left it to the end." Xiaoping didn't ask any more questions. Since Lin Moyu had already made the decision, he instinctively chose to believe Lin Yu. Lin Moyu had a feeling that once all the formations were refined, some uncomfortable things might happen. These formations seemed to belong to him, and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters had told him so, but was it really so? Even if he refined the formation, Lin Moyu was not 100% sure that he could see through every plan of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. What if the Great Lord Tianzai's formation skills are higher than he thought, and there is some backup plan hidden in the core of the formation? This is not impossible. Ever since I discovered the abnormality of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, I have to be more cautious in all my actions. The sudden release of the cross-domain formation made the strong men in the upper domain feel strange, but they could not find the reason. A few days later, Lin Moyu had returned to the central region. He flew out of Linbei City and entered Wangbei Realm, then removed the hidden spirit pearl. He wanted to teleport from Wanbei Realm back to the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters, and then go to the lower domain from the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters. This is the only way to go to the lower domain, and you must go through the headquarters. A familiar breath from the chaos came towards him, and Lin Moyu immediately discovered that the chaos had changed. If you are in chaos every day, you may not feel much of this subtle change. If you leave chaos for a while and then suddenly return to chaos, you will feel the change. Not only Lin Moyu, Xiaoshu and others also felt the difference. Xiaoshu said, "That thing has a greater impact." Lin Moyu said, "Just now I saw those people in Wanbei Realm, and they all seemed to have fighting spirit in their eyes." Xiaoshu said, "Yes, they have lost their absolute composure. Something from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, no one knows what it is, but its first impact is that it wipes out the absolute calmness of all living beings, affects their Tao hearts, and makes them impulsive and impatient. Moreover, this influence is silent, subtle, and imperceptible, and cannot be avoided no matter how high the level of cultivation is." Lin Moyu was previously very little affected because his soul was pure enough. Now, outside the soul world, there is an extra layer of armor evolved from the energy of the primordial sky, which makes it unaffected. No matter how high the level of things in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is, they cannot be higher than the chi of the beginning of heaven. Lin Moyu can still remain absolutely calm and judge everything. After entering Wanbei Realm, although Wanbei Realm was under martial law, he could still use the teleportation array to return to the headquarters due to his identity as the Grand Elder of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Arriving at the Central Territory Divine Alliance headquarters, Lin Moyu sent a message to Mu Tianzi, telling him that he had something to talk to him about. Mu Tianzi came over soon. "Elder Lin, what's going on with God?" His attitude was better than before. The last time he saw Lin Moyu and Boyang Dazuan talking like this, he realized that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. He had never seen anyone dare to speak to the Great Master like this. Lin Moyu was the only one who dared not to be rude. Lin Moyu asked, "Has anything unusual happened in the Chaos Ancient Wasteland recently?" Mu Tianzi is usually in charge of all affairs of the Central Region Divine Alliance, big and small. If there is anything unusual, he will definitely know. Mu Tianzi pondered for a moment. The North, South, and East Poles have already taken action. The West Poles are merely defending themselves and appear to have no intention of attacking. Other than that, there is nothing unusual in the chaos. There are indeed some anomalies in the ancient wasteland. Some creatures from the ancient wasteland have entered the wasteland mark for unknown reasons and clashed with some creatures in the wasteland mark. This kind of thing rarely happens normally. Lin Moyu knew that the creatures of the ancient wilderness were more affected than those of the chaos. Did the old man in green robe tell you that chaos is about to fall into chaos? Lin Moyu continued to ask. Mu Tianzi said, "I have said that the chaos in the chaos realm has become a mess." Lin Moyu shook his head. "This isn't chaos." Mu Tianzi's expression changed slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you saying it will get even more chaotic?" Lin Moyu said, "Well, Alliance leader, you can observe carefully to see if the practitioners in our human race have become better." Lin Moyu's question made Mu Tianzi fall silent. He recalled what had happened during this period, everyone he had come into contact with, their words and emotions, and the various things that had happened within the Central Domain Divine Alliance. After a moment, Mu Tianzi whispered, "There have been more arguments within the Divine Alliance recently. Many people have different opinions. In the past, they would just argue a few words, but now they will fight if they disagree. I didn't think much of it before, but now I think there are some issues." Lin Moyu said, "Then the creatures of the ancient wasteland will cross the wasteland scar and enter the primal chaos. Then it will no longer be a battle between the polar regions, but a struggle between the ancient lotus and the primal chaos." Mu Tianzi was obviously a little surprised. The existence of the desolate mark was not only the boundary between the polar regions, but also the boundary between chaos and the ancient desolate. Creatures in the ancient wasteland generally do not cross the wasteland mark. Instead, Cultivators and creatures in the chaos often cross the wasteland mark and enter the ancient wasteland to seek opportunities. The ancient wilderness is very large, even larger than the chaos. There are all kinds of creatures in the ancient wilderness, and their number is also far greater than that of the chaos. These creatures have no rulers and are independent of each other. Most of them have no intelligence, and coupled with the barrier of desolate scars, their existence does not pose a threat to chaos. But if they rush towards chaos together, chaos will be in trouble. A war is inevitable, and it may last for many years. Mu Tianzi attached great importance to this matter. He knew what it would mean to the entire chaos if this was true. He whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you know why this happened?" Lin Moyu said, "The reason is very simple, but I can't elaborate. The other great masters all know it. If you want to know, you can ask them." Mu Tianzi frowned slightly. "Master never mentioned it." Lin Moyu said, "Perhaps the Great Venerable has other ideas, or perhaps what I said isn't necessarily accurate. The impact is inevitable, and I think you can make some preparations to perhaps reduce some of the damage." Lin Moyu believed that he knew what to do and did not need to give any advice. After all, this was an old fellow who had lived for countless years and had become very experienced. Mu Tianzi said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for reminding me. I will make the arrangements." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I have something else to trouble you, Alliance Leader. I need to go to the lower realm and want to know some of the situation there." Mu Tianzi seemed to have been prepared. He took out a jade token and said, "Here are all the information about the upper and lower realms. Master mentioned before that fellow Taoist Lin might go to the upper and lower realms. Let's prepare the information first." Lin Moyu took the jade token and examined it. The information on the upper domain was very detailed, but the information on the lower domain was much less, and even a little vague. Mu Tianzi said, "The lower realm is quite mysterious. I have never been there and know very little about it. If fellow Taoist Lin goes there, it is best to be careful." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. "Aren't the upper, middle, and lower realms allies?" Mu Tianzi said, "It's true that they are allies, but we don't interact that often. The people in the upper domain are easier to talk to, so we interact more often. The lower domain doesn't welcome outsiders. Someone went there once, but they returned quickly. And the environment in the lower realms is not friendly to most people." Mu Tianzi said it very tactfully. In the information he provided, there was a sentence saying that the road to the lower realm was dangerous and the environment was extreme, making it difficult to practice. The treasures contained evil power that could not be used. This sentence alone is enough to discourage most practitioners. The reason why we go to the lower realm is simply to seek opportunities and find treasures that are not available elsewhere, either for cultivation or for profit. When neither is available, why bother going to the lower domain? It's just that this road is dangerous, and Lin Moyu hasn't figured it out yet, but he understands everything else. Lin Moyu said, "Then Lin will go first." Mu Tianzi said, "This old man is sending fellow Taoist Lin off." He led Lin Moyu to a large formation at the headquarters of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. There were 2 space passages inside the formation, one leading to the upper domain and the other leading to the lower domain. Mu Tianzi personally opened the passage to the lower realm for Lin Moyu and watched Lin Moyu go in. He looked a little serious. He had taken what Lin Moyu said seriously. After all, Lin Moyu wouldn't speak nonsense as he is. He really needs to be prepared so that he can respond in time if the ancient creatures really come in. There is no desolate mark between the middle domain and the lower domain, only a layer of space barrier. If there were no spatial barrier, the middle domain and the lower domain could be considered as one. According to Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, the concept of the polar region did not exist at that time. Chaos is chaos, ancient wilderness is ancient wilderness, chaos is a whole. There was no trace of wilderness at that time, so naturally there would be no distinction between extreme regions. Huanyan only appeared later. At that time, Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi had already died and did not know about this. When the space channel passed through the barrier, Lin Moyu clearly felt that this space barrier seemed to have traces of human intervention. Could it be that someone has divided the three realms into upper, middle, and lower? Lin Moyu pondered in his heart, but who has the ability to do this? I'm afraid the Great Master can't do it. Hun Dunzi whispered, I sense a familiar presence on the space barrier. Fat Tree, did you sense it? Xiao Shu hummed, it's the skin of the sky-covering beast. Then they explained to Lin Moyu what the sky-covering beast was. At that time, there was a giant beast named the sky-covering beast, whose shape could change at will, round, square, or flat. He possesses the power of space, and once it is spread out, its scope is immeasurable. At that time, he had fully expanded and single-handedly enveloped three powerful men of the same level. He used the power of space to create countless layers of space, trapping them. In that era when there were many strong people, 857 Sky-Covering Beast was definitely the top strong one. Even Xiao Shu did not dare to say that he could defeat him. When Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi fell, the Sky-Covering Beast was still alive. But now it seems that the Sky-Covering Beast is finally dead. Not only is it dead, but its skin has also been made into a space barrier to separate the middle domain and the lower domain. The conversation between the two was somewhat sad, but Lin Moyu was thinking about another question. At that time, powerful beings died one after another, and the Tao only appeared much later. Almost every powerful person has a true body, so what is the true body of Tao? He had asked this question before. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi only knew the existence of Tao, but were not clear about its essence. When the Tao appeared, it killed a large number of strong men with the force of thunder. The two of them were killed before they could even see the Tao's appearance. Even someone as strong as Xiao Shu didn't know what method the Tao used and why it could kill him so easily. It is for this reason that they have a deep awe for the Tao. Hun Dunzi sighed, even the sky-covering beast has been killed. That guy is truly terrifying. Xiao Shu remained silent. He didn't want to comment too much. When talking about the Tao, Xiao Shu chose to escape. Soon they reached the end and Lin Moyu flew out of the space channel. When he saw the situation in the lower domain clearly, he was a little surprised and said, "It's actually like this. The sky is blood red, the earth is red, and in the distance there is a waterfall falling from the sky, with black and red blood flowing in the waterfall. The air was filled with the smell of blood, so strong that it went straight into the soul, and even sealing the five senses was useless. Lin Moyu's soul world is protected by the chi of the beginning of heaven and isolated by the power of time and space by the small tree. Its defense can even surpass that of a great master. However, this smell is still difficult to completely block out. After all, it is impossible for him to completely isolate his soul from the outside world, otherwise he will lose all perception of the outside world. What's more, he also wants to see the main road here. The information says that the road in the lower domain is dangerous. Only when you enter here in person can you understand what it means to be dangerous. The avenue in the lower realm is filled with countless impurities and murderous intent. All kinds of complicated and distracting thoughts are condensed in the avenue and do not disperse. There are only two situations when practicing here. One is to lose your mind and become a walking corpse who only knows how to kill. The other is to defeat the bloodthirsty thoughts in the Tao, then the Tao heart will become stable and the combat power will be even greater than that of the same realm. This is also the reason why the people in the lower domain are extremely powerful. These two possibilities apply to the creatures in the lower realm. To outsiders, the avenue here is no different from poison. Due to the long-term influence of this avenue, various materials in the lower domain will also encounter similar situations because they cannot be used by the creatures in other tree domains. Among the 4 poles and 3 domains, the most special one should be the lower domain. Xiao Shu said, "The blood of the heaven-covering beast flows here." Lin Moyu asked, "You mean the lower realm evolved from the sky-blocking beast?" Xiao Shu carefully sensed it for a moment, then shook his head, "Not entirely. There's more than just the blood of the sky-covering beast here." Hun Dunzi interrupted, "You don't quite understand this, so let me explain it." Xiao Shu did not refute and let Hun Dun explain. The heaven-covering beast also has an inner world within its body. It drags others into its inner world and creates countless layers of space within it to trap and kill them. After killing those guys, their flesh and blood will remain in the inner world and can be used by the heaven-covering beast. The more people the heaven-covering beast devours, the stronger it will become. However, correspondingly, countless impurities will appear in its blood, but these impurities will not have any effect on the heaven-covering beast itself. Now that the sky-covering beast is dead, its hide has become a spatial barrier, and the flesh, blood, and will of the other creatures within its inner world have burst forth along with its blood. If I'm not mistaken, this lower realm is actually the inner world of the heaven-blocking beast back then. Chaos Child has an inner world and has a better understanding of the rules and regulations of the inner world, so his analysis will be more accurate. The lower realm is within the inner world of the heaven-covering beast. This sounds quite reasonable. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, if the lower realm is the inner world of the heaven-covering beast, and the spatial barrier is the beast's skin, then what about the middle realm and the upper realm? Hun Dunzi said, the central region is just an ordinary chaotic space, nothing special about it. It's located at the center of the former chaos, so it gathers all the great ways of chaos, and is neutral and peaceful. As for the upper domain, you'll have to go and see it to find out. Judging from the people there, they probably have nothing to do with Shu Tianxing. Lin Moyu said, go and take a look when the time comes. This place is home to the will of the heaven-covering beast itself, as well as the wills and flesh of all the creatures it devoured. These creatures must have been filled with resentment before they died, so it's no wonder they've become like this. From the information, the lower realm is also primarily populated by humans. The humans who can successfully cultivate here must have a firmer heart than creatures of the same realm and other extreme realms. The formation arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is in the center of the lower domain. In such a complex environment, how can the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters absorb power? What kind of power is it absorbing? Lin Moyu was a little curious, as every large formation absorbed a certain kind of power. The power in the lower realm is very chaotic, and I don't know what kind of power the Great Lord of Natural Disasters wants to absorb here. Hun Dunzi said, it should be the power of space. There is a sacred mountain of space in the body of the heaven-covering beast. This is the body of the space beast. The sacred mountain of space is the source of the power of the ancient chaos space. The great avenue of space comes from here. In ancient times, some living beings once stood on the Great Tao. Some great Taos were even formed after the death of those living beings. The true form of the heaven-covering beast is the divine mountain of space, the source of the power of space. The small tree also possesses the power of space, but the two are slightly different. The spatial power of the small tree is mainly focused on penetrating space, while the spatial power of the sky-covering beast is more comprehensive. In addition to penetrating space, it can also create independent space, expand space, compress space, and so on. In terms of space, he can do everything that the small tree can do, but the small tree may not be able to do what he can do. Let's go over there. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. There was a flickering soul flame in the distance. Someone was coming, and it was a quasi-great master. The hidden spirit pearl was activated, and Lin Moyu disappeared into the void and went thousands of miles away. Only 10 breaths after Lin Moyu retreated, a man in black arrived. He was dressed in black and had black hair, exuding a powerful aura, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. After arriving, he scanned the surroundings but found nothing. He couldn't help but frown. Gone? Then he waved his hand, and time went back, and what had happened here before was quickly repeated. Lin Moyu was surprised. She didn't expect him to do this. She really hadn't thought of erasing the mark of time. As time goes back, my appearance is revealed. Fortunately, I didn't do anything. I just stood there for a while, and then disappeared with the help of the hidden spirit pearl. Even going back in time couldn't affect the hidden spirit pearl, as he could no longer find any trace of it. The human race who has reached the chaos realm seems to be from the central region. He talked to himself, his tone slightly better than before. After all, the relationship between the central region and the lower region is good. On the surface, they are allies. It is not surprising that people from the central region come to the lower region. After knowing that Lin Moyu was a human from the central region, he obviously relaxed a little and turned to leave. Lin Moyu whispered, "The security in the lower realm is a bit tight." I had just been there for a while when the Quasi-Grand Master came over immediately. The Quasi-Grand Master was not an ordinary person, so how could he come here as he pleased? Lin Moyu felt that something must have happened in the lower realm, otherwise it would not be like this. Buzz! Ripples suddenly appeared in the space. Circles of ripples visible to the naked eye came from afar, quickly passed by, and flew towards more places. Lin Moyu frowned. "What's going on?" Xiao Shu said, "This is the spatial power of the heaven-covering beast. Something must have happened at the Space God Mountain, but we don't know what it is. Xiaoping, let's go." Lin Moyu pointed in the direction and flew quickly. Zhao, the lower realm is not as large as the middle realm. It is the smallest of the 4 extreme regions and 3 regions. Moreover, the direction he came to the lower realm is not the edge of the area. At Xiaoping's speed, it will take at most 2 months to reach the center. Along the way, we encountered space ripples one after another. Space ripples erupt every once in a while, and the time is not fixed. The interval can be as short as a few minutes or as long as several days, and each time it is stronger. On the way, Lin Moyu saw many giant beasts, some flying and some running, all heading in the same direction as them. The giant beast in the lower realm has a very strange appearance, and it is hard to describe what it looks like. But without exception, they were all black and red, as if they had been bathed in blood. The behemoths here are more powerful than those in other areas. The closer they got to the center, the more giant beasts there were. After a month, Xiaoping had flown half the distance. Violent energy fluctuations erupted from the front, and blood shot out like arrows. Space simultaneously twisted, and blood flew into the distance within the distorted space, transforming into a torrential rain. It was a huge creature, and every drop of its blood rushed towards him like a river. The hidden spirit pearl is only invisible, it does not disappear and can still be touched by blood. At the moment of contact, the hidden spirit pearl will make the blood disappear along with it. If you observe carefully, you may have a chance to discover the hidden spirit pearl. The hidden spirit pearl is not absolutely perfect, but there is a way to fill this loophole. For example, now, Xiao Shu uses the power of time and space to allow Lin Moyu and Xiaoping to enter another level of time and space. In this way, the blood will flow through them and ignore them. Countless blood turned into thousands of galactic waterfalls that washed over the sky and earth. When the blood fell on the earth, it was quickly absorbed by the earth and disappeared. The smell of blood in the space became stronger and more disgusting. Soon Lin Moyu saw the 2 sides of the battle, a group of huge, strange-looking creatures from the lower realms, fighting against human cultivators from the 10 lower realms. The human cultivator from the lower realm is a woman with a cultivation base at the perfection level. The combat power she displays far exceeds that of an ordinary perfection-level cultivator, and is even close to being a top perfection powerhouse. The creatures in the lower realm are extremely powerful, and this is displayed to the fullest here. Facing the siege of several giant beasts, she did not retreat at all. A sharp sword in her hand cut through the void, slashing out countless sword energy, creating countless wounds on these ministers. The wound was hundreds of meters deep and extremely huge, but for a giant beast with a body size of 100,000 meters, a wound of 100 meters deep was only a superficial injury. Blood spurted out of the wound, and her sword possessed a strange power that prevented the wound from healing. Lin Moyu took a few glances and was about to leave. In his eyes, a battle of this magnitude was just worth watching. Slash the sky with one sword. A fierce shout was heard, and a terrifying virtual sword appeared between heaven and earth, falling down as if to split the sky and split the earth. Before the sword arrived, the ground had already cracked, and the giant beasts that besieged her were smashed to pieces by the impact of the sword energy. Is this person related to my sister, or is the inheritance in the lower realm related to my sister? This sword obviously came from Lin Mohan, and it was much more authentic than the sword used by Jiao Zunzun, as if it had been passed down from Lin Mohan. The sword displayed by Jiao Zunzun at that time seemed very powerful, but in fact it was because Jiao Zunzun himself was very powerful. Of course, Master Jiao also understood some of the true meaning of sword, but compared with the woman in front of him, it seemed that he was still a little behind. It felt like Master Jiao had learned it secretly, while the woman from the lower realm in front of him had the complete inheritance. It is not impossible that Lin Mohan once left behind a legacy in the lower domain. I wanted to leave at this point, but now Lin Moyu, Kpi, has become interested. The shattered bodies of the giant beasts fell from the sky, and their blood turned into a rainstorm and sprinkled in the sky. The woman bathed in the blood, and her body was emitting a bloody glow. All the blood that fell on her was absorbed and refined. At the same time, red gas was coming out of her body. The red gas was the impurities extracted from the blood. She only absorbed the essence and not the impurities. There was too much blood on the earth, and it could not be absorbed, so it gathered into a sea. The woman threw the sword in her hand into the sea of blood, refine. With a low shout, the sea of blood began to boil and churn as the blood was absorbed by the sword. The woman's soul power rushed into the sword and resonated with it. For a moment, blood rushed back into the sky and covered the entire area. Amidst the overwhelming blood and energy, a blood-red sword appeared faintly. The sword continued to vibrate with a low hum, and the sword intent became stronger and stronger. She forges a sword with blood. Although this method is rapid, it is still foreign. It seems that my sister's inheritance is not complete. He knew what kind of person Lin Mohan was. Given Lin Mohan's personality, how could he possibly look down on external forces? Lin Mohan, like himself, does not like to rely on external forces to pursue his own strength. Especially since Lin Mohan achieved enlightenment through swordsmanship, her pursuit of the sword was pure and incomparable. If she saw this, she would probably kill this woman immediately to avoid tainting her own swordsmanship. Lin Moyu did not try to stop her. This was obviously not the first time. This woman was very skilled in refining the blood sword, so it was pointless for him to try to stop her. Thinking of what the old man in green robe had said before, no one would protect him anymore. This is what he thought at the time. When was he being protected by someone? But later I found out that I had always been protected by someone. First it was the system, then it was Lin Mohan. Although Lin Mohan didn't do much, she would definitely appear at the critical moment. It seemed like a coincidence, but it was not a coincidence. Now that he knew Lin Mohan's special identity, he was absolutely certain that Lin Mohan becoming his sister was not accidental, but inevitable. But this is not important. What is important is that they are siblings, they were and will be in the future. The woman finally refined the sea of blood, and the sword intent gradually converged. The essence of the sea of blood was lost, and all that remained was dregs. The woman put away her sword and was about to leave when she heard Lin Moyu's voice. "Your method is wrong." "Who?" the woman shouted, looking around with her hair standing on end. The enormous soul power stirred the void, and the remaining blood on the earth rolled back. But she searched for a long time but found nothing, and there was no one around. Suddenly, the same voice rang in my ears again. "Don't be nervous, I have no ill will towards you." Lin Moyu removed the hidden spirit pearl and revealed his true form. He was not far away from the woman, less than a kilometer apart, almost face to face. The tip of the sword pointed at Lin Moyu. "Are you from the Central Region?" Lin Moyu said, "Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, Lin Moyu is honored." It is not advisable to strike a smiling person. Lin Moyu was polite, so the woman could not get angry. Besides, Lin Moyu was the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, and his status was noble enough. She looked at Lin Moyu, saw the ID card on Lin Moyu's waist, confirmed that Lin Moyu was not talking nonsense, and bowed slightly. "Lower Domain Yokue, please accept my greeting." Lin Moyu said, "I didn't mean to spy on fellow Taoist Yokue just now. It's just that there are some problems with the way fellow Taoist Yokue is concentrating his sword energy." Yokue frowned. "Do you know swords?" Lin Moyu shook his head. Lin Moyu didn't know much about swords. Yukue stared at Lin Moyu. Since you don't understand swordsmanship, why did I say there was something wrong with what I did? Lin Moyu said, although I don't know much about swords, I know a lot about the great sword master. Yukue was a bit disdainful. You're only at the Chaos Realm. I don't know how you became the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, but you said you knew the great sword master very well. That's a bit funny. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I am just telling you the truth. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. If I am not mistaken, your inheritance must be missing. This method of concentrating sword intent is something you came up with on your own, not something in the inheritance. Yukue frowned. Lin Moyu was right. It was indeed like that. Seeing her expression, Lin Moyu knew he was right. He continued, I have some connection with the great sword master, so I'm willing to say a few more words. If you, Taoist you, don't want to listen, I won't say any more and we'll say goodbye. As Lin Moyu was about to leave, Yukue was startled and instinctively called out, Wait a minute, Elder Lin. I would like to ask Elder Lin for some guidance. Regardless of whether Lin Moyu was right or wrong, she didn't seem to suffer any loss. Yukue instinctively had something to think about and wanted to hear what Lin Moyu had to say. Lin Moyu paused. Actually, Great Sword Master has a unique characteristic. She doesn't rely on external things, she only cares about herself, and this applies to everything. It was indeed for Lin Mohan's sake that Lin Moyu was willing to say a few more words. He didn't want Lin Mohan's inheritance to be insulted and distorted. Unfortunately, Yukue didn't appreciate it. Although she kept asking for her advice, her expression and tone were always full of disbelief and disdain. After all, she was perfect, while he was only at the peak of the Chaos Realm. In this world where strength is respected, a slight difference in realm can lead to a huge difference in status. The identity of the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance does not seem to be of much use here. Lin Moyu showed no interest. After saying this, he put his two fingers together and lightly moved forward. Suddenly, a shadow of a sharp sword appeared in the void, and the sword slashed into the earth. It was the same sword that Yukue had used to cut through the sky before. Lin Moyu's sword that cut through the sky did not use much force, and its power was far less than Yokue's, but the sword intent in it moved Yukue. The sword struck the earth, and the earth seemed to be motionless. After a few breaths, a crack appeared on the ground. The crack was long and thin, extending downwards and forwards continuously, with no one knowing how deep or long it was. A long and deep sword mark appeared on the ground, with no end in sight. Not only that, a crack appeared in the sky, and the entire sky seemed to be cut in half. Yukue stood there in a daze, thinking back to his previous sword attack that cut through the sky. Although it was extremely powerful, he lost in a pure contest of sword intent. It was as if Lin Moyu was the authentic product and he was just a knockoff. The difference lies in sword intent. Lin Moyu's sword intent is several times more concentrated than his own, but he said he didn't understand sword. If he doesn't know how to use a sword, then what is he? Fellow Taoist Lin. Yukue suddenly woke up, only to find that Lin Moyu had disappeared. She looked everywhere but found no trace of Lin Moyu, as if he had never appeared. Helplessly, she could only think of what Lin Moyu had just said, that she should not rely on external things but only on herself. Could it be that our approach is really wrong? Yukue sighed lightly and turned to leave. Coincidentally, the direction she left was exactly the same as Lin Moyu's. The matter of Yukue was just an episode for Lin Moyu, and he had already forgotten it after leaving. Another month passed and Xiaoping arrived at his destination. In the distance, Lin Moyu saw a high mountain. This mountain is suspended in the void, constantly twisting and deforming in mid-air, sometimes high and sometimes low. Waves of strong spatial fluctuations emanated from the mountain. He encountered many spatial ripples along the way, all of which came from this mountain. Hun Dunzi said, "This is the divine mountain of space, the true form of Jia Tianzang." Lin Moyu saw the formation set up by the great lord of natural disasters above the space god mountain. Just as he was about to go over, his soul suddenly sent a warning that there was danger ahead. At the same time, Xiao Shu shouted, "Wait a minute, there's a problem with the space ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound, and the space mountain shook. A circle of space ripples surged out, and the space in front of him changed drastically in an instant. Countless auras emerged, and soul flames danced wildly before his eyes. There was nothing in the area of millions of miles around the Space Divine Mountain, but suddenly a large group of people appeared. There are giant beasts from the lower realm, and there are also cultivators from the lower realm. There are countless behemoths in the lower realm, and they are frantically attacking the practitioners in the lower realm. The human cultivators in the lower realm formed a formation to fight back and block the attacks of the giant beasts. The attacks of the giant beasts were extremely fierce, coming in waves, and their numbers were endless. It was not easy for the practitioners in the lower realm to resist them. Many of these behemoths have reached the top level of combat power, second only to the Great Lord and Quasi-Great Lord. As for the cultivators in the lower realm, the strongest were only at the perfection level. They relied on their combat power, which surpassed that of cultivators at the same level, to block the waves of attacks from the giant beasts, but the situation was not optimistic. Lin Moyu watched the battle and did not take action immediately. He saw that although the practitioners in the lower realm were under great pressure, their fighting strength was not bad and they would not have any problems in the short term. However, these giant beasts attacked frantically, like crazy. Their eyes. Lin Moyu discovered that there was a blue light in the eyes of these giant beasts, but under the blue light, the eyes did not have much spirit. He immediately realized that these giant beasts were not crazy, but were affected by external factors. What affects them is naturally the thing that came from the ancient wilderness. The lower realm is filled with impurities left behind by the sky-covering beasts. These giant beasts without intelligence also have impurities in their bodies. Impurities are dregs, resentment, and the chaotic wills of different powerful people. It was precisely because of these chaotic wills that the behemoths in the lower realm were the first to be affected, becoming warlike and bloodthirsty, completely losing their usual composure. For some unknown reason, they gathered together and launched a fierce attack on the Space God Mountain. The number of this wave is already astonishing, the next wave is on the way, and there will be many more after that, endlessly. Xiaoping was surprised, but why are these people from the lower realm getting more excited as they fight? Asterisk. Facing so many giant beasts, they should have been under tremendous pressure, but for some reason, there was excitement in the eyes of these people from the lower realm. This is no longer a reason for bellicosity, there must be something else. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu finally understood what was going on. He was a little amused and said, "These guys are just practicing." That's right, these powerful and accomplished people in the lower realm are indeed practicing on the giant beasts. The people of the lower realm are good at fighting, and are good at using fighting to support fighting, and they can achieve breakthroughs in their understanding of armor. Every battle is an opportunity for them. Boom! The divine mountain of space shook again, and ripples in space appeared again. The void transformed, and Lin Moyu found that the surrounding environment had changed and he had come to another space. The land of the lower realm disappeared, the sky became void, and the scene before my eyes turned into a chaotic void. The war is still going on, and it is even bigger. He saw more giant beasts, and battles were breaking out in all directions, far more than the one he had seen. The space mountain was also much smaller than what he had seen. The black and red land did not disappear. There was a lot of it in the distance, and each piece of land was an independent space. Lin Moyu then realized that the space he was in now was the real lower realm. The lower realm that he had seen and heard before was nothing more than an independent space formed after the ripples of the sacred mountain of space were created. It was real, but it was not all. As he approached the sacred mountain of space, ripples appeared in space, and he finally saw the real lower realm. Judging from the battle between the people of the lower realm and these giant beasts, its scale is no less than the battle between the extreme realms. There are at least thousands of battlefields here, each operating independently and not affecting each other. There were tens of millions of cultivators from the lower realms who took action, and more than 100,000 of them had reached the perfect stage. Thanks to the hidden spirit pearl, no one discovered his existence. What's in the space mountain? He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something in the space mountain. After carefully sensing the formation, he discovered that the formation was inside the Space Divine Mountain. He approached the Space God Mountain silently and asked Xiao Shu, "Is there any way to get in?" Xiao Shu was also thinking, something seems to be wrong with the Space Divine Mountain. Let me give it a try. He wasn't sure, so he just had to give it a try. Lin Moyu did not disturb the little tree. The little tree was looking for the coordinates. After half a day, the little tree suddenly took action and quickly built a spacetime channel. Master, Shutter. Lin Moyu rushed into the spacetime channel at the same time as Xiao Shu spoke. He has complete trust in the little tree, and no matter what the situation is on the other side of the time and space channel, he will rush in without hesitation. This spacetime channel is longer than expected. Although he is very close to the Space God Mountain, the spacetime channel lasts for a while. Xiao Shu Dao, the Space Divine Mountain we saw is not consistent with its actual location. It's actually been hidden in another independent space, and it's the superposition of several spaces. It also keeps changing its position, so it's not easy to find it. The Divine Mountain of Space is the true body of the heaven-covering beast. This is the reason why the heaven-covering beast is the only one in the chaos in the way of space. For the sky-covering beast, manipulating space is as easy as eating and drinking. As soon as the mind moves, countless spaces appear and disappear. The enemies trapped by him will be trapped in the endless space and die in despair. While Xiao Shu was explaining, he continued to manipulate the spacetime channel, concentrating on doing the extremely delicate work. In fact, this is the case. He keeps changing the end point of the spacetime channel and closely tracks the space mountain. After spending half a day in the spacetime channel, they finally arrived at their destination. After passing through the spacetime channel, I saw another magical spacecraft. This sacred space mountain is 100 times smaller than the one we just saw, but it is also 100 times more exquisite. There are countless mirrors on the space mountain, each of which shows the situation on a battlefield. Hun Dunzi couldn't believe it. What is this? Xiao Shu said, "This is the true form of the Space Divine Mountain. What we saw before was just what it wanted us to see." Hun Dunzi was extremely shocked. "So, what I just saw was a fake?" Xiao Shu shook his head. "It's not a fake, it's just a projection, but it's also real. If I weren't equally adept at spatial power, and if the master hadn't asked to come in, I wouldn't have been able to find this place." Lin Moyu asked, "If this is the main body of the Space God Mountain, what is inside the Space God Mountain that those giant beasts are rushing into?" Xiao Shu said, "It should be the inner world of the Space God Mountain. There are infinite independent spaces in there, and each space is different." Hun Dunzi murmured, "It seems a bit complicated." Xiao Shu said, "It's actually not complicated at all. With this real divine space mountain in front of us as its foundation, it has evolved into countless independent spaces. Then, it packages these countless independent spaces and wraps them in a projection of the divine space mountain, making people think that it is the divine space mountain. Then the Shedian beast evolved an inner world outside that spatial sacred mountain, and then divided the inner world into countless independent spaces. That's pretty much what happened." Hun Dunzi shouted, "Isn't this a nesting doll? Is it interesting for him to do this?" Lin Moyu said, "Of course it's interesting. If you want to hurt his body, you must break the inner world and the infinite space within it, and then break the projection of the Space God Mountain and its internal space." Xiao Shu nodded. "This way, his safety will be greatly increased." Hun Dunzi said with a hint of disdain, "He still died in the end." Xiao Shu said, "That's two different things. Even if it were you or me, we would do the same." Hun Dunzi didn't say anything else. Xiao Shu was right. No matter what the final result was, they would do the same if it were them. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he came to the front of the Space God Mountain. The main body of the Space God Mountain is not very big, far from the towering insect-like monument we just saw. Although it is still not small, at least you can see the end. It has countless mirrors, like a huge and perfect gem, and the mirrors are all showing the scenes of the battlefields on all sides. Lin Moyu can see every side of the battlefield through these mirrors. These battlefields are all in their own independent spaces, and these independent spaces all come from the Space Divine Mountain. Even if you fall, will you still protect yourself the same way as before? Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He sensed that the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster was not here. When he was in the outside world before, he could sense the specific location of the formation, which was inside the Space Divine Mountain. But now this induction has deviated. It is not here, but in an independent space created by the Space God Mountain. All independent spaces can be found in the mirror. Lin Moyu began to look for them. There were too many spaces here, and it was dizzying. Even for him, it would take some time. After searching for half a day, he finally found the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters in a mirror without any fighting. Lin Moyu asked, "How do I enter this independent space?" The little tree said, "I can try to find it, but it may not be accurate. If I find it wrong, it will be difficult to find it again. Master can also refine the divine mountain of space so that he can control every space." Lin Moyu nodded, and the soul flame came to his palm, ready to be refined. Suddenly, the soul flame flickered and went out automatically, and then a warning sounded frantically in the soul. "Danger! Danger!" Lin Moyu retracted his hand. The warnings in his soul helped him avoid risks time and time again. Such warnings would never be wrong. But why did the Space Divine Mountain in front of him make the soul so crazy and worn, and even the soul flame was automatically extinguished? Lin Moyu didn't understand. His soul was telling him not to refine the divine mountain of space. Why exactly? Lin Moyu pondered over it, but couldn't figure it out. He asked, "Is Zhatian really dead?" Xiao Shu said, "He should be dead, otherwise the Space God Mountain would not be here. If the sky-covering beast wasn't dead, how could its true form be here? But if the heaven-covering beast dies, where will the danger come from? Did I miss something?" Lin Moyu said to Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi, "Tell me all the information about the heaven-covering beast. Everything. Don't leave anything out." The two seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter and immediately told Lin Moyu all the information they knew. According to what they said, Lin Moyu combined what he knew and sorted out the information over and over again. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous signal. His expression also became dangerous, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Lin Moyu rarely showed this expression, which meant that he had discovered something very interesting and at the same time dangerous and exciting. He pondered over and over, putting together all the information he knew, over and over again, until he finally got an answer. This answer, as always, is not completely certain, but it is more than 90% certain. Lin Moyu rarely says that he is absolutely sure. After all, the world will always leave a glimmer of hope, and nothing is absolute. 90% certainty, that's for sure. I finally know who you are. He uttered a word unconsciously. The word was not heavy, but it was very powerful. Hun Dunzi couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know who is who?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "Go back and tell Xiao Shu, find a way to find the formation of the Great Disaster Lord." At the same time, he took out the cause-seeking ring and helped the little tree plant the fruit, ensuring that the little tree would definitely be able to find it. The fruit planting went smoothly, and the backlash from the cause-seeking loop was not strong, so Lin Moyu easily overcame it. With the help of the seeking ring, Xiao Shu's search for the formation became smoother, and he had locked onto that space in less than half an hour. Only the heaven-defying seeking ring can accurately locate the location of the formation among tens of thousands of independent spaces. The tree roots pierce through space and build a space-time channel. This time's time travel was not long, and we arrived at our destination in the blink of an eye. This space was not big. A tiny dot was floating in the void. Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance as the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. Draw the Chaos Rune, activate the formation, and then enter the core area. In the core area, the statue of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters turned around and said in a deep voice, "You are here, so I am leaving now." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Senior, you are truly a man of great skill and courage." The statue stopped, and the voice of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters rang out, "What did you say?" Lin Moyu said, "I was surprised to learn that you were able to find a suitable independent space in the Space God Mountain. I admire you." The Great Lord of Natural Disasters whispered, "This is also a helpless move. You don't have to admire me. The fact that you can find this place shows that your understanding of space and formations is not inferior to mine." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are the one who sets the questions, and I am just the one who solves them. The difficulty level is completely different." The Great Lord of Natural Disasters asked, "Is there anything else?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No more. Farewell, Senior. All the best." The statue turned around, the space-time channel opened, and he left quickly. After he left, Lin Moyu sneered, "He's really brave." Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant, but they didn't ask. Lin Moyu began to refine the formation. This formation was located within the Space God Mountain, very close to the mountain itself, and could continuously absorb the power of the Space God Mountain. The power of space belongs to the third level, which is one level lower than the previous several large formations, but Lin Moyu knows that the power of the Space Mountain is extraordinary. Lin Moyu guessed that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters also knew about it, so he set up a large formation here. In other words, he had carefully selected the location of this formation. The refining process went smoothly and was completed in just a few days. Lin Moyu put away the formation and let the little tree build a new spacetime channel to leave the Space Mountain. He left in a hurry and didn't want to stay here. As soon as they left the Space God Mountain, a series of powerful attacks came towards them. The little tree reacted extremely quickly. The impact was just an aftermath, and the little tree directly avoided it with the power of time and space. Lin Moyu had already activated the hidden spirit pearl, and no one noticed his appearance. Sharp swords flashed in the air, emitting sword intent. These sword intents are very similar to Lin Mohan's sword intents, and they all come from Lin Mohan's inheritance. The battle in the lower domain is still going on, and the scale of the battlefield has expanded. Lin Moyu looked for a while and found that most of the practitioners here, as long as they used swords, all inherited Lin Mohan's sword intent. Unfortunately, they all took the wrong path, and the sword intent was contaminated, becoming neither right nor wrong. The human race in the lower realm stopped the giant beasts from entering the Space Mountain. Xiao Shu had said before that even if these giant beasts entered the Space Mountain, they would eventually be trapped and killed in independent spaces. But now Lin Moyu already knows that what Xiao Shu said is not correct. Once these giant beasts enter the Space Mountain, it will not be a good thing. The Great Lord of the Lower Realm and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters were in the same group, so he followed the Great Lord of Natural Disasters' orders and guarded the Divine Mountain of Space to prevent these giant beasts from approaching. This conclusion has not been confirmed. If you want to confirm it, it is actually not difficult. You just need to ask the Great Master in the lower domain. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also a little curious why Lin Mohan's inheritance was here. As far as he knew, his elder sister was not someone who would easily leave behind inheritance. As soon as he thought about it, a large number of undead servants rushed out, ready to take action. The Divine Mountain of Space cuts this area into tens of thousands of independent spaces. The practitioners in the lower domain rush around in each independent space to block the beasts. However, the number of giant beasts far exceeds that of cultivators in the lower realm. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. Giant beasts broke into several independent spaces, but there were no cultivators from the lower realm guarding them. They were approaching the Kongshin Sacred Mountain. The first group of people Lin Moyu blocked were these giant beasts. The undead servants rushed into these independent spaces and killed the giant beasts. Some behemoths are very powerful. Even if the undead servants cannot kill them, they can still stop them and prevent them from escaping and entering the space mountain. Lin Moyu was like the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, constantly sending undead servants to various independent spaces to reinforce and kill the behemoths. It seemed as if the giant beasts in the lower realm could never be slain, and they kept appearing in large numbers. It is indeed difficult to kill all the behemoths. After their death, their blood will merge into the earth and will soon transform into new behemoths, and their strength will not even decrease. This is related to the heaven-covering beast. The lower realm is actually the inner world of the heaven-covering beast. Lin Moyu has no good solution for this. Bang! Suddenly, several independent spaces were shattered, and the practitioners and giant beasts inside rushed out at the same time. They fought so hard that their independent space was shattered. Both sides were top-notch masters, and they fought again as soon as they left the independent space, and the fight was very fierce. Wave after wave of power swept through the void, and the sword intent rolled in the air, while Lin Moyu watched from the side. There were 10 giant beasts, but only 3 cultivators from the lower realm. Their fighting power was not much different, and under the crushing weight of numbers, the cultivators from the lower realm were quickly suppressed. However, Lin Moyu did not take action immediately. This situation was definitely not the first time it happened, and the Lower Domain Alliance must have a way to deal with it. Sure enough, the sword intent of one of the practitioners exploded, making a roaring sound that spread far away. In just a few breaths, someone came through the air. One sword cuts the Tao. The fierce sword intent fell from the sky and instantly killed the 2 top beasts. The person who came was also a top-level perfect master, but he was obviously stronger. 947 was only 1 step away from being a quasi-great master. He also possesses Lin Mohan's inheritance and uses Lin Mohan's sword intent, but it is not pure enough. Upon his arrival, he immediately issued an order, "Leave this to me, and go support other battlefields." "Yes, sir." The 3 of them received the order and dispersed on the spot to support other battlefields. This man was fighting against 8 people at once without any fear. He attacked with great ferocity, striking one sword after another, and in just a few minutes he killed all 8 giant beasts. After killing the giant beast, he was about to leave when he heard Lin Moyu's voice, "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." He turned around and saw Lin Moyu. He frowned slightly. This was near the Space God Mountain, the core area of the lower realm. How could an outsider come in, and he didn't even know about it? He quickly saw the ID card on Lin Moyu's waist, the ID card of the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, and he recognized it. "Are you the Grand Elder of the Central Domain Divine Alliance? I don't remember there being a Grand Elder like you in the Central Domain Divine Alliance." He was quite polite. After all, his status was there, so he had to give him face. The higher the level of cultivation, the more important one is to save face. Lin Moyu bowed slightly and said, "I am the newly appointed Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. I am Lin Moyu. I wonder what your name is." He returned the greeting. "The lower realm is cold and desolate. Why did Elder Lin come here?" He got straight to the point without any nonsense. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm here on someone's behalf. I hope fellow Taoist Yu Lang won't mind. As for who entrusted me, fellow Taoist Yu Lang can ask the Great Venerable of the lower realm, he knows." The fruit planting went smoothly, and the backlash from the cost-seeking loop was not strong, so Lin Moyu easily overcame it. With the help of the seeking ring, Xiaoshu's search for the formation became smoother, and he had locked onto that space in less than half an hour. Only the heaven-defying seeking ring can accurately locate the location of the formation among tens of thousands of independent spaces. The tree roots pierce through space and build a spacetime channel. This time's time travel was not long, and we arrived at our destination in the blink of an eye. This space was not big. A tiny dot was floating in the void. Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance as the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. Draw the Chaos Rune, activate the formation, and then enter the core area. In the core area, The statue of the great Lord of Natural Disasters turned around and said in a deep voice, "You are here, so I am leaving now." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Senior, you are truly a man of great skill and courage." The statue stopped, and the voice of the great Lord of Natural Disasters rang out, "What did you say?" Lin Moyu said, "I was surprised to learn that you were able to find a suitable independent space in the Space God Mountain. I admire you." The great Lord of Natural Disasters whispered, "This is also a helpless move. You don't have to admire me. The fact that you can find this place shows that your understanding of space and formations is not inferior to mine." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are the one who sets the questions, and I am just the one who solves them. The difficulty level is completely different." The great Lord of Natural Disasters asked, "Is there anything else?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No more. Farewell, Senior. All the best." The statue turned around, the space-time channel opened, and he left quickly. After he left, Lin Moyu sneered, "He's really brave." Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant, but they didn't ask. Lin Moyu began to refine the formation. This formation was located within the Space God Mountain, very close to the mountain itself, and could continuously absorb the power of the Space God Mountain. The power of space belongs to the third level, which is one level lower than the previous several large formations, but Lin Moyu knows that the power of the Space Mountain is extraordinary. Lin Moyu guessed that the great Lord of Natural Disasters also knew about it, so he set up a large formation here. In other words, he had carefully selected the location of this formation. The refining process went smoothly and was completed in just a few days. Lin Moyu put away the formation and let the little tree build a new spacetime channel to leave the Space Mountain. He left in a hurry and didn't want to stay here. As soon as they left the Space God Mountain, a series of powerful attacks came towards them. The little tree reacted extremely quickly. The impact was just an aftermath, and the little tree directly avoided it with the power of time and space. Lin Moyu had already activated the hidden spirit pearl, and no one noticed his appearance. Sharp swords flashed in the air, emitting sword intent. These sword intents are very similar to Lin Mohan's sword intents, and they all come from Lin Mohan's inheritance. The battle in the lower domain is still going on, and the scale of the battlefield has expanded. Lin Moyu looked for a while and found that most of the practitioners here, as long as they used swords, all inherited Lin Mohan's sword intent. Unfortunately, they all took the wrong path, and the sword intent was contaminated, becoming neither right nor wrong. The human race in the lower realm stopped the giant beasts from entering the Space Mountain. Xiao Shu had said before that even if these giant beasts entered the Space Mountain, they would eventually be trapped and killed in independent spaces. But now Lin Moyu already knows that what Xiao Shu said is not correct. Once these giant beasts enter the Space Mountain, it will not be a good thing. The Great Lord of the Lower Realm and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters were in the same group, so he followed the Great Lord of Natural Disasters' orders and guarded the Divine Mountain of Space to prevent these giant beasts from approaching. This conclusion has not been confirmed. If you want to confirm it, it is actually not difficult. You just need to ask the Great Master in the lower domain. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also a little curious why Lin Mohan's inheritance was here. As far as he knew, his elder sister was not someone who would easily leave behind inheritance. As soon as he thought about it, a large number of undead servants rushed out, ready to take action. The Divine Mountain of Space cuts this area into tens of thousands of independent spaces. The practitioners in the lower domain rush around in each independent space to block the beasts. However, the number of giant beasts far exceeds that of cultivators in the lower realm. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. Giant beasts broke into several independent spaces, but there were no cultivators from the lower realm guarding them. They were approaching the Kongshin Sacred Mountain. The first group of people Lin Moyu blocked were these giant beasts. The undead servants rushed into these independent spaces and killed the giant beasts. Some behemoths are very powerful. Even if the undead servants cannot kill them, they can still stop them and prevent them from escaping and entering the Space Mountain. Lin Moyu was like the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, constantly sending undead servants to various independent spaces to reinforce and kill the behemoths. It seemed as if the giant beasts in the lower realm could never be slain, and they kept appearing in large numbers. It is indeed difficult to kill all the behemoths. After their death, their blood will merge into the earth and will soon transform into new behemoths, and their strength will not even decrease. This is related to the heaven-covering beast. The lower realm is actually the inner world of the heaven-covering beast. Lin Moyu has no good solution for this. Bang! Suddenly, several independent spaces were shattered, and the practitioners and giant beasts inside rushed out at the same time. They fought so hard that their independent space was shattered. Both sides were top-notch masters, and they fought again as soon as they left the independent space, and the fight was very fierce. Wave after wave of power swept through the void, and the sword intent rolled in the air, while Lin Moyu watched from the side. There were 10 giant beasts, but only 3 cultivators from the lower realm. Their fighting power was not much different, and under the crushing weight of numbers, the cultivators from the lower realm were quickly suppressed. However, Lin Moyu did not take action immediately. This situation was definitely not the first time it happened, and the Lower Domain Alliance must have a way to deal with it. Sure enough, the sword intent of one of the practitioners exploded, making a roaring sound that spread far away. In just a few breaths, someone came through the air. One sword cuts the Tao. The fierce sword intent fell from the sky and instantly killed the 2 top beasts. The person who came was also a top-level perfect master, but he was obviously stronger. 947 was only 1 step away from being a quasi-great master. He also possesses Lin Mohan's inheritance and uses Lin Mohan's sword intent, but it is not pure enough. Upon his arrival, he immediately issued an order, "Leave this to me, and go support other battlefields." "Yes, sir." The 3 of them received the order and dispersed on the spot to support other battlefields. This man was fighting against 8 people at once without any fear. He attacked with great ferocity, striking one sword after another, and in just a few minutes he killed all 8 giant beasts. After killing the giant beast, he was about to leave when he heard Lin Moyu's voice, "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." He turned around and saw Lin Moyu. He frowned slightly. This was near the Space God Mountain, the core area of the lower realm. How could an outsider come in, and he didn't even know about it? He quickly saw the ID card on Lin Moyu's waist, the ID card of the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance, and he recognized it. "Are you the Grand Elder of the Central Domain Divine Alliance? I don't remember there being a Grand Elder like you in the Central Domain Divine Alliance." He was quite polite. After all, his status was there, so he had to give him face. The higher the level of cultivation, the more important one is to save face. Lin Moyu bowed slightly and said, "I am the newly appointed Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. I am Lin Moyu. I wonder what your name is." He returned the greeting. "The lower realm is cold and desolate. Why did Elder Lin come here?" He got straight to the point without any nonsense. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm here on someone's behalf. I hope fellow Taoist Yu Lang won't mind. As for who entrusted me, fellow Taoist Yu Lang can ask the Great Venerable of the lower realm, he knows." Lin Moyu was naturally good at such things as waving a big banner. He directly brought up the Great Venerable of the lower realm, even though he had never seen the Great Venerable of the lower realm. Because he knew that the Great Venerable from the lower realm was in the same group as the Great Venerable Natural Disaster, he naturally knew why he came. Sure enough, Yu Lang's expression changed significantly. He didn't completely believe Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu's tone of voice was so natural, as if it were true. The second thing is Lin Moyu's identity. The Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance has a high status and position, so he generally doesn't speak nonsense. And they didn't stipulate that people from the Central Region Divine Alliance couldn't come here. At this moment, Lin Moyu moved his mind, and a group of undead servants flew out and rushed into one of the independent spaces where the giant beast had already rushed in, but no cultivator from the lower realm failed to stop it. Yu Lang's eyes flickered slightly, and his attitude changed rapidly. So those puppets belong to Elder Lin. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your help. Lin Moyu said, it's a piece of cake. You've been blocking the giant beasts and preventing them from getting close to the Space God Mountain. It's been difficult enough. Yu Lang said, this is our mission. It was not difficult before, but for some reason this time, these guys have gone crazy. Lin Moyu said, something happened in the ancient wilderness, affecting the primal chaos. These unintelligent beasts bore the brunt of the impact and were the most affected. Yu Lang said, so that's what happened. No problem, when the Great Master arrives, these guys won't have a chance. Lin Moyu's heart moved. It seemed that the Great Venerable of the lower realm was not here, and it would take time for him to return. This meant that the place he went to must be very far away. Ancient Wilderness. Only if you go to Ancient Wilderness, you will not be able to return immediately. Moreover, Yu Lang said that it was their mission to stop these giant beasts, which was similar to his own guess. Lin Moyu said, fellow Taoist Yu Lang, your inheritance comes from the Great Sword Master, but it seems to me that I have gone astray. Yu Lang's expression changed. Why do you say that, Elder Lin? Lin Moyu said, I have some connection with the Great Sword Master, so I know her sword intent very well. Her sword intent is pure and sharp, without any external influence. Your sword intent is not like that. If I'm not mistaken, your inheritance is not complete. Yu Lang sighed. Once due to an accident, a traitor appeared in the clan, causing part of our inheritance to be lost. This method may not be right, but it is also a helpless move. Lin Moyu got the answer. Wait until I meet her and ask her to pass on another inheritance to you. Yu Lang was a little skeptical. Does Taoist fellow really know the Great Sword Master? Lin Moyu casually pointed his finger. One sword breaks the sky. The pure and sharp sword intent cut through the void. Although the power was not strong, Yu Lang immediately saw the purity of this sword intent, which was exactly what he wanted to pursue. He immediately believed Lin Moyu's words. Fellow Taoist Lin is truly an expert. I'll leave this to you, fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu said, as it should be, her inheritance should not be lost. Lin's ability is limited, and I can only help to block the fish that slip through the net. The bulk of the trouble still needs to be cleaned up by fellow Taoists themselves. Yu Lang said, we are already very grateful to fellow Taoist Lin for his help. Fellow Taoist Lin just needs to do his best. If a few of them occasionally pass by, it won't be a big deal. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. The sound of swords rang out again in the distance, and Yu Lang immediately said, they're calling for help over there. I'll go over there first. Yu Lang turned into a swordlight and went to support his tribe. Lin Moyu had already obtained the answer he wanted. He continued to control the undead servants to help stop the giant beast. This was supposed to be a difficult and protracted battle, but with Lin Moyu's intervention, the pressure on the lower domain Divine Alliance was reduced. Soon they stabilized their position and more troops came to support them. Lin Moyu seized the opportunity to recall the undead servants, activate the hidden spirit pearl, and retreat after completing his mission. He quickly moved away, and after just 2 days he had left the core area of the lower domain and could no longer sense the aura of the divine mountain of space. Only at this moment did Lin Moyu's mind gradually relax. He still clenched his fists, feeling a little excited inside. He had gained a lot this time, not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of figuring out some things. From the information he got from Yu Lang, he learned that people from the lower domain Divine Alliance were guarding here, and their master's mission was to prevent the giant beasts from entering the space divine mountain. The lower realm is the inner world of the heaven-covering beast, which contains the flesh and blood wills of countless powerful creatures and is stained with chaos. The human race that came here withstood the chaotic will and used it to hone their Tao hearts, becoming even stronger. However, those creatures could not hold on and turned into giant beasts with strange appearances. These giant beasts have a common instinct, which is to enter the sacred mountain of space. But normally, this instinct is not strong, and they only rush towards the sacred mountain occasionally. This time, something that came from the depths of the ancient wilderness affected the giant beasts, causing them to riot collectively, which threw the human race and the lower realm into disarray. As for why they wanted to attack the sacred mountain, it should be related to the formation of the great lord of natural disasters. After Lin Moyu relaxed, Hun Dunzi couldn't help but ask, "Master, can you speak now?" Lin Moyu said, "Okay, but you are not allowed to be surprised. Some of the things I have just speculated about are not known to me, and you do not need to ask why." Hun Dunzi said, "Don't worry, Master. We are very obedient." Lin Moyu said, "I've deduced that the one you're most afraid of is the sky-blocking beast." Ah! Hun Dunzi let out a scream, and Xiao Shu couldn't help but let out a cry. The two looked at Lin Moyu, not in disbelief, but in disbelief. They wanted to ask why he said that, but Lin Moyu had already told them not to ask why. Lin Moyu said, "My speculation is somewhat based on facts. First, the heaven-covering beast is very powerful. When you disintegrated, it was still alive. And according to you, the heaven-covering beast is very difficult to kill. At least I can't imagine who can kill it. Secondly, the main body of the Space God Mountain is not damaged at all. If he was killed, the main body of the Space God Mountain would not be in that state. His flesh and blood and inner world became the lower realm, his body's spatial sacred mountain became the core of the lower realm, and his skin became the barrier between the lower realm and the middle realm. It looks like his body was dismembered, but the dismembered guy's body showed no signs of damage, not even signs of being attacked. This is very abnormal. From this, we can infer that the heaven-covering beast is not actually dead, but where did it go? To be more precise, where did its soul go? You all know it appeared much later, but you died quickly and never actually saw it. Is there a possibility that the heaven-blocking beast used its spatial power to kill you? Don't rush to refute. I have seen from the land of the lower domain that the sky-covering beast has the ability to devour living beings, not just flesh and blood souls. There may be some secret techniques. According to my own speculation, the heaven-covering beast later obtained the flower, which allowed its soul to separate from its original body and become a new individual. So he became Tao, and his essence underwent a series of changes. This was the price he had to pay. However, some unexpected events must have occurred during this process. His transformation was incomplete, which is why the lower realm appeared. This is also the reason why he has been unable to control the entire chaos for countless years. This is his chance. He wants to correct his problems. He must obtain the Divine Space Mountain, which is his true form. But due to certain rules, it's not easy for him to obtain the Space Divine Mountain. He also has his limitations. Perhaps these limitations are the problems left over from the accident that year. Lin Moyu shared his speculation. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi listened carefully, and their eyes gradually became strange. They had to admit that Lin Moyu's speculation was quite logical. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it myself. Lin Moyu was rarely stubborn this time. To be so stubborn, he deduced it countless times, constantly reviewed it, and looked for doubts, and finally came up with this answer. With over 90% certainty, he was certain that his speculation was correct. For this purpose, Lin Moyu asked Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi to list all the powerful people at that time, and even asked them to rank them according to their own understanding. Xiao Shu ranked himself around 30th place and Hun Dunzi outside the 50th place. Hun Dunzi ranked himself 40th and Xiao Shu ranked 25th. The two people's rankings are slightly different, but the deviation is not large. The two have one thing in common in their rankings: the top three are the same. They ranked the strongest at that time, named Hun Tian Huang Long, a divine dragon that gathered the power of chaos and ancient wilderness. He could also be regarded as the ancestor of all the divine dragons that came later, the only ancestor. He has almost no weaknesses, and is undoubtedly ranked third in both defense and physical attack. Only his soul was slightly inferior, but this difference was only relative to his physical body, and it was still better than the second-ranked heaven-shaking beast. The sky-covering beast ranked second, which was recognized by Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi. Before they made the ranking, Lin Moyu already knew that the sky-covering beast was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. He is no longer just good at the power of space, but is proficient in the power of space and can manipulate space at will. No living being that is devoured by him can survive. Like Hun Dunzi, he has an inner world. It is said that he has cultivated countless powerful people in his inner world, which is far superior to Hun Dunzi's inner world. The third-ranked Eternal Wild Ox is a monster that has evolved its defense to the peak. Its attack power is not too amazing, but its defense is so strong that it is simply outrageous. He once fought with Hun Tian Huanglong. He stood still and let Hun Tian Huanglong beat him for a long time, but he remained unharmed. He was once devoured by the heaven-covering beast, but after a while, the heaven-covering beast released him, and he also became rich and unharmed. If it weren't for his lack of attack power, his ranking would have moved up. According to the two people's description, the Eternal Wild Ox and the Chaos Wild Ox are somewhat similar, and it is very likely that he is the ancestor of the Chaos Wild Ox. When Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi died, these three guys were still alive. When they regained their memories, they discovered that their era had ended, and the Tao ruled everything. All the powerful people of that time fell, and almost no one was spared. After obtaining the rare flower, the soul of the Zhatian beast separated from its body and became Tao. Perhaps the Hun Tian Huanglong has been killed by it. As for the Eternal Wild Ox, although it is said to have unparalleled defense, all creatures have weaknesses. The only question is whether their weaknesses can be found. In Lin Moyu's opinion, as long as one has enough patience, killing the Eternal Wild Ox is not impossible. The little tree asked, "Master, if it is really as you speculate, what should we do next?" Lin Moyu said, he definitely has some limitations and cannot access his true body, but if he wants to go further, he must have a true body. The timing wasn't right before, but now something has arrived from the deepest part of the ancient wasteland. The entire Chaos Ancient Wasteland is about to be thrown into chaos again. This is his chance, so he shouldn't give up this time. He should be biding his time, waiting until the most chaotic moment to strike. As for the great lord of natural disasters, he's probably also waiting for that time. Lin Moyu deliberately said in the core of the formation that the great disaster master was very skilled and courageous. At that time, the great lord of natural disasters did not understand the meaning of the words. Lin Moyu roughly guessed from his reaction that the great lord of natural disasters actually knew that the Space Divine Mountain was the essence of Tao. Then he set up a large formation here and continuously absorbed the power of the Tao. If this is not bold, what is it? Xiaoshu was shocked. Isn't the great lord of natural disasters courting death by doing this? Lin Moyu laughed and said, how could he possibly be courting death? He must be certain of what he's doing. He's well aware of the Tao's current state and knows he can't do anything about it, so he dares to do this. In terms of cunningness, among the people Lin Moyu has ever met, the great lord of natural disasters is undoubtedly the third. Said, those creatures in ancient times were powerful, but they were far inferior in terms of cunning. He must have a backup plan, but no one knows it. In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, he must have obtained something there that gave him the confidence. All his plans may seem uncertain, but he has actually calculated everything. We and the Tao are all included in his plan and have become his tools. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly as he finally connected everything and understood everything clearly. He is a chess piece, but he began to look at the entire chess game and saw the appearance of the chess player, and was not far from counterattack. Hun Dunzi asked, are you going to fight for that thing that came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? Lin Moyu smiled, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, radiating confidence. My path is different from theirs. No matter what comes from the deepest part of the ancient wasteland, they can fight for it, preferably to the death. I don't rely on external things. I only look within and focus my strength on myself. Only then can I truly break through myself. Otherwise, even if you transcend this world and become the strongest, it doesn't matter. In the end, you still can't escape the fate of being destroyed by the heavens. After learning that there are powerful people in the world, there are life-forbidden zones, and seeing the system in the life-forbidden zones, Lin Moyu's thoughts changed. In the past, his goal was to surpass the Tao, but now surpassing the Tao is nothing. He wants to surpass the strongest person he once was, and he wants to travel in the forbidden zone of life. That's the goal. Rising tide lifts all boats, and Lin Moyu has ambitious plans for his future. He has already envisioned his future path and is now waiting for the right time. Among the 9 realms in the storage space, the 5 strongest realms have almost reached perfection, and the other realms are also growing rapidly. The 16 members of the Silver Light Clan who have reached the perfect level are now working hard to cultivate their own realms. In the former Tinshu land, several realm seeds have begun to evolve and become the prototype of a realm, which will soon grow into a real realm. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. What he needs is time. The thing that came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness has not yet really surfaced. Its influence on the ancient wilderness is already significant, and its influence on chaos has just begun. According to the current development speed, there is still a lot of time. After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu made a decision, EBE. He did not plan to go to the upper domain, and he did not plan to refine the last great formation. Once refined, the initiative may change hands. If the great Lord Tianzai has a backup plan and launches the formation in advance, he will be in a passive position. He needs strength. Only when he has enough strength can he cope with various changes. Return to the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters from the lower domain space channel and head to the upper domain. There are several ways to the ancient wilderness. In addition to the 4 poles of east, south, west, and north, you can also enter the ancient wilderness from the upper domain. He went to the upper domain not to refine the last great formation, but just to pass through to the ancient wilderness. The atmosphere in the 4 corners of the world was somewhat tense, but the upper realm was relatively peaceful. The identity of the Grand Elder of the Central Domain Divine Alliance gave Lin Moyu many conveniences. He had some privileges, such as being able to travel to the upper domain or lower domain at will without asking for permission from others. Unlike the space barrier between the lower and middle domains, there is nothing blocking the upper and middle domains. In a sense, the upper domain and the middle domain can be regarded as a whole, but they are simply distinguished by the different natures of the avenue attributes. Because of this, the relationship between the upper domain and the middle domain has always been very good, and there has been a lot of exchanges. People from the Central Domain Divine Alliance often go to the upper domain, and people from the upper domain Divine Alliance also often come to the Central Domain. Lin Moyu entered the upper domain, left the space channel, and quickly found the nearest teleportation array to leave. After one teleportation, he activated the hidden spirit pearl and completely disappeared in the void. In this way, no one can know where he is going. For some reason, ever since he figured out that the great Lord of Natural Disasters had other plans, Lin Moyu always felt like he was being watched. Especially in the Central Region, when he teleported to the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters several times, Kuan Tianzi was waiting there. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, so when he could avoid the teleportation array, he decisively chose to help Xiaoping. Xiaoping was happy to serve. Now Xiaoping's bloodline had awakened to 99% and only the last bit was missing. His speed was only faster than the teleportation array. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the upper domain. Compared with the middle domain, the avenue of the positive domain was purer. If you practice here, as long as you have excellent talent, you can directly reach the top without any bottlenecks. The pure and powerful power of the Tao will actively help practitioners pave the way. In the upper domain, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast, far exceeding that of other places. This also caused some problems. The cultivators in the upper realm generally had insufficient cultivation of their Tao hearts, and their combat power was very weak among those in the same realm. Comparing with the cultivators in the lower domain, it is normal that 3 people from the upper domain cannot beat 1 person from the lower domain in the same realm. Therefore, although there are many powerful cultivators in the upper domain, their battle experience is not much more than that of other extreme domains. The avenue in the upper realm is too pure, so pure that even Lin Moyu is a little uncomfortable with it. When the water is too pure, there will be no fish. When the water is too pure, there will be no big fish that can leap over the dragon gate. The upper domain is much larger than the middle domain. It took Xiaopeng half a year to fly to the edge of the upper domain. Lin Moyu saw the desolate scar beyond the edge, which was no different from other places. As long as he passed through the desolate scar, he could enter the ancient wilderness. It's going to be a long journey, little tree. It's up to you. The little tree was already prepared. The void around it twisted, and countless tree roots emerged in the void. Master, don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Moyu nodded, took out the boat, got in with Xiaopeng, and handed the control to Xiaoshu. In the wilderness, one needs to rely on the cracks in time and space to move forward, and Xiaopeng's speed cannot be fully utilized there. Moreover, it is not safe in the wilderness now, and Xiaopeng is actually not as good as the Dui boat. Xiaoshu controlled the boat into the wasteland, looking for a crack in time and space. The small tree has recovered a lot now compared to before, and its efficiency in finding space-time rifts is much better than before. Some of the space-time cracks are not peaceful, and there are small insects in them, but these small insects cannot affect the boat of salvation, nor can they affect the small tree that controls the power of space-time. The Dewey boat shuttled through the cracks in time and space again and again, heading towards the ancient wilderness. With the hidden spirit pearl, no living creature noticed Lin Moyu and his group along the way. Influenced by that thing, a large number of ancient creatures rushed into the wasteland and clashed with the creatures in the wasteland. The wasteland became extremely unstable, with battles happening anytime and anywhere. Lin Moyu witnessed many battles along the way. These creatures, who have little intelligence, will use all their strength to fight once they start. There is no such thing as holding back in their concept. The wasteland is full of broken voids. The broken space is quickly repaired under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, but sometimes it is broken too badly and is broken repeatedly. It takes a lot of time to repair it. Many space-time cracks were broken, but at the same time, many new space-time cracks were created. Lin Moyu saw insects flying out of the space-time crack. Once these insects left the space-time crack, they would soon die. They were weak but very dangerous. Thinking back to when I first entered the chaos, everything in the chaos was a secret to me. Now that he has glimpsed most of the secrets, there are fewer and fewer secrets in the chaos. Looking back, I suddenly realized that I had reached an extremely high level without realizing it. Now that he could have an equal conversation with the Great Venerable, he could completely ignore the respect given to even the top-level perfectionists. Status sometimes has nothing to do with realm. Strength is what is eternal and unchanging. Another war broke out in front. This time it was a melee. A cultivator from the upper realm, several creatures from the ancient wilderness, and several indigenous people in the wilderness were fighting in a group. Requesting flowers. They were all only at the great perfection stage of the primal chaos realm. Lin Moyu had no interest in even taking a look at this childish battle, and he went straight into the space-time rift not far away. 3 years later, the Dewey boat flew out of the wasteland and officially entered the ancient wasteland. Rules completely different from chaos came upon him. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the difference. He put away the boat and let Xiaopeng take over again. During these 3 years, Xiaopeng's bloodline has been activated a little more, and he is only a step away from full awakening. The ancient wilderness is too big, much larger than the chaos. At Xiaopeng's current speed, it will take more than 100 years to reach its depths. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. While he was on his way, he carefully felt the changes in the ancient wilderness. No one knew where that thing had gone, but it had a profound impact on Guhuang. Compared with the ancient wilderness before, the avenue of lies at this time is full of impetuousness. That thing not only affects the souls of living beings, but also affects the Tao. Even those with a firm heart for the Tao will change subtly once the path of their practice is affected. The most frightening thing is that very few people are aware of this change. Only those who stand on the great Tao and have an extremely firm heart of Tao, such as the Great Venerable and Quasi-Great Venerable, can be free from the influence. It's just possible that the impact still exists, and as that thing continues to exert its force, it will eventually be unavoidable. Lin Moyu felt it carefully and said, "Perhaps they and I are the only ones who are truly unaffected." They were referring to the Tao and the great lord of natural disasters, and he himself was spared because of the existence of the Qi of the beginning of heaven. In the ancient wilderness, there was also an endless war. The creatures in the ancient wilderness became extremely violent and conflicts continued. If it weren't for the hidden spirit pearl along the way, Moyu probably wouldn't know how many unnecessary battles he would have to go through. Xiaoping silently passed through the void and headed towards the depths of the ancient wilderness. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Under the cover of the hidden spirit pearl, Xiaoping's whole body was shining with golden light, and he kept letting out long roars. Fortunately, he had the hidden spirit pearl, otherwise it would have shaken the ancient wilderness. Xiaoping's speed continues to increase. There is no fastest, only faster, as if there is no end. Xiaoping after fully awakening is completely different from Xiaoping after awakening to 99%. The speed difference is more than 10 times. The bloodline of the golden-winged Daping has finally been fully restored. Lin Moyu whispered, and suddenly he felt a huge will sweeping over from afar, and the Tao descended upon the corpse. Back then, the golden-winged Daping was known as the fastest, and only the space-time boat could surpass it. The space-time boat has many limitations and is generally not as good as the golden-winged rock. Xiaoping's bloodline has fully awakened, and he once again displays the majestic presence of the golden-winged Daping. Not only has his speed but his combat power has also been greatly improved. Give Xiaoping another 100 years, and when he is fully adapted to the bloodline, he will be fully confident that he can challenge the Great Master alone, or even confront the Great Master head-on. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi were both a little excited, but their excitement didn't last for long before a huge will came crashing down. The Tao came, and he felt the changes from the depths of the Tao and sensed Xiaoping's awakening bloodline. "Everyone, hold your breath." Lin Moyu let out a low cry and simultaneously pushed the hidden spirit pearl to its limit. This is not chaos, this is the ancient wilderness, and it is far away from chaos. The power of Tao is not very strong here. Even if he can discover 160, he can't do anything to Xiao. What's more, they also have the hidden spirit pearl. As long as they are careful, they can completely avoid the detection of the Tao. Several people restrained their breath. Xiaoping stopped the blood circulation, and his speed dropped rapidly. The little tree did not use the power of time and space. He did not want to do too much when facing the Tao, as that would be counterproductive. Tao is most likely the heaven-covering beast. He is extremely sensitive to changes in space and can detect any slight change. Responding to all changes with constancy is actually the best method. A huge will descended, and the void within a radius of billions of miles seemed to have become a cage, and this will swept back and forth here. The hidden spirit pearl worked, and no matter how Tao probed, it found nothing. After a moment, the will of Tao returned in vain. Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he left. He was also very nervous. If he was discovered, he would surely die. Fortunately, they managed to conceal it, and the Tao left, so they were safe. The awakening of the bloodline caused quite a stir, but as long as they were careful afterwards, there would be no problem. Before he could relax, Lin Moyu said, "Don't relax. Continue to gather your strength and watch." Besides, Xiaoping was slightly stunned, and suddenly another huge will descended. This will is not weaker than the Tao at all, and in some aspects, it is even stronger. The new huge will, like the Tao, turned into a cage in the billions of miles of void, sweeping back and forth. After a while, he still found nothing and left. Xiaoping said happily, "Who is this?" Lin Moyu said, "Who else could it be? The great lord of natural disasters." Xiaoshu sighed, "Master's speculation has come true. The great lord of natural disasters really has a backup plan and has set up a game within a game." Although he was a little surprised, he was mentally prepared because Lin Moyu had reminded him before. Lin Moyu asked, "Xiaoshu, can you trace the direction of the second will?" Xiao Shu said, the exact location is unknown, but the general direction is from the ancient wilderness, which is very far away. Lin Moyu nodded, that's enough. The great lord of natural disasters is indeed hiding in the ancient wilderness, and he has also reached the same level as Tao. Tao and the great lord of natural disasters, one is in the chaos and the other is in the ancient wasteland, they are at the same level. He surpassed the great venerable, but not completely, and was still a few points away from being the strongest. The key point is that the arrival of this will confirm his own speculation. The time and place where Xiaoping finally awakened his bloodline was in the ancient wilderness, which was actually planned by Lin Moyu. He had long known that the moment Xiaoping awakened, the Tao would surely descend. He was confident that he could deceive the Tao, and at the same time he wanted to see if any other will would descend. If there is, it can only be the great lord of natural disasters, no one else, and my own speculation can be confirmed. Lin Moyu's thoughts turned, and his soul awakened the Hongming gem. Wake up, I have something to ask. Ha Hongming gem dozed off. Master, this is not good, there will be retribution. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're just a rock, why are you sleeping? Let me ask you something. If someone surpasses the great venerable, but isn't the strongest, what is that called? Hongming gem said, I don't have that realm. Master, you can just give it a name. You can call it half-step supreme power or breakthrough failure. It's just a name. As long as you understand it, it's fine. It's really casual, but what Hongming Gem said is right, realm is just a name, it's okay as long as you understand it. Lin Moyu asked, then tell me, what would happen if someone failed to break through to the strongest? The Hongming Gem has seen many worlds and many powerful people, so it should be able to answer his own questions. Hongming Gem thought for a moment and said, there are only two possible outcomes if a breakthrough fails. One is death, immediate demise, without even the chance to reincarnate. The other kind of situation is more complicated. He can survive and gain power second only to the strongest, but he will also be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. Because he failed to transcend the rules of heaven and earth, Master, you can understand it this way, he is stuck within the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth have become a cage that will impose various restrictions on him. His actions will become difficult. For example, he won't be able to attack with all his strength, he won't be able to kill people at will, he won't be able to show up easily, etc. Because the degree of failure varies, the restrictions also vary. There are many such people, and it's hard to tell. There are very few strongest people, and there can only be one strongest person in a world. However, there are many people who fail to break through, and each of them has his own reasons for failure. I am one of them. Then, lucky enough to survive, they are subject to various restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu asked, for those who fail to break through, do they still have a chance to break through again? Hongming Gem said, of course there is. There is always a way out. There is always a glimmer of hope. I have seen people fail to break through, but after countless years of silence, they got a chance that defied all odds and succeeded. But those who succeed after failure can only become the weakest among the strongest, and ultimately be defeated in the battle with other strongest beings. The arrogance of Hongming Gem was on full display. He even looked down on the strongest. Lin Moyu did not comment on this. This guy had the capital to be arrogant. Being able to stay in the forbidden zone of life, this is his ability. Lin Moyu continued, there can only be one supreme being in a world. Now, there are two people in this world who have failed to break through. What do you think will happen to them next? Hongming Gem said, Master, wait a moment, let me see 2.1. As he spoke, he stretched out his little hand and rubbed his eyes. The soul gem and realm gem on the scourge scepter suddenly lit up. The two gems emitted a strange power that seeped into the void. Reality. The power of the soul gem permeates the virtual side of heaven and earth, while the power of the realm gem permeates the real side of heaven and earth. With the combination of the two gems, the situation of the entire world was quickly grasped by the Hongming Gem. He didn't have the specific details, just a general idea. This ability seemed incredible to Lin Moyu. He had to guess for a long time, but the Hongming gem could easily master it. However, this has nothing to do with his speculation. He wants to speculate on a specific person, and the Hongming gem only gives a general idea. After a moment, Hongming gem said, "In this world, 3 guys failed to break through." 3? Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, a strange look in his eyes. How can there be 3? Hongming gem gave a look that said, "Don't ask me. How do I know there will be 3? Anyway, there are 3, there can't be any mistake." Lin Moyu asked, "Can I know their specific situation?" The Hongming gem shook its head. "No, my ability is limited here. Unless the master can become the strongest, I can unleash my full power. Although he is a spirit, he cannot exert the full power of the Scepter of Calamity without someone to drive him." Hongming gem continued, "Although I cannot know their specific situation, I can sense that among these 3 guys, 2 are very ancient, and 1 is not that ancient. These 2 are old, and dying. But it seems like the great catastrophe of heaven and earth is about to begin again. I wonder which of these 3 guys can survive it and whether they can break through and become the strongest. If they can't make it through, those 2 ancient guys will die. The other one might still live for a while, but not too long, and won't survive the next catastrophe." Listening to his words, Lin Moyu's thoughts were churning. There are 3 guys, 2 of them are very ancient, 1 of them is the Tao. What about the other guy? He is as old as Tao, that is, he is a contemporary of Tao. At that time, Tao was able to break through because he was able to seize the rare flower. How the other one broke through seems to be a mystery. As for the other guy who is not that old, there is no doubt that he is the great lord of natural disaster. Lin Moyu asked, "Will they die of old age?" Hongming gem affirmed, "Yes, it's because they failed to break through. They are trapped by the rules of heaven and earth and are restricted by them. One of the restrictions is time. After their failed breakthrough, they can only survive for 1 great tribulation. Those 2 ancient creatures must have achieved a breakthrough during the last great tribulation, so this great tribulation is their last chance. The other guy's breakthrough was a little later, but this catastrophe was his last chance. He won't survive until the next major disruption." The Hongming gem transmitted a new message. Lin Moyu calmly asked, "What is the catastrophe?" Hongming gem said, "Every heaven and earth will have a great catastrophe. This is a fixed number. A part of the world is born because of the catastrophe and will also be destroyed by the catastrophe. Can you tell me more details?" Lin Moyu asked, as if he had discovered more secrets about heaven and earth. "This secret is too advanced, beyond the ancient chaos, and perhaps only the Hongming gem can know it." The Hongming gem said proudly, "Since the master has asked sincerely, then I will tell the master. After any world is born, it will first experience a great catastrophe that belongs to the world itself. This catastrophe determines whether the world will become a world of life or a world of death. This catastrophe is called the first catastrophe, also known as the life and death of the world. If it becomes a dead world, then there's nothing to say. There's no future for it. During the next catastrophe, the world will be destroyed. It will either completely crumble or become just wreckage, becoming a treasure hunt for the strongest. When the world itself survived its first great catastrophe, it became a living world, nurturing all kinds of living beings, using them to carry the great Tao. As these beings grew stronger, the world would gradually become complete. Then came the second great calamity, which was called the origin calamity of heaven and earth, and some also called it the severance of all living things. During the catastrophe, countless lives will die. After their death, they will evolve into great ways, making the world completely perfect. These great ways are the origin of the world and the foundation of future lives. In this catastrophe, not a single living being will survive. There will be almost no survivors. However, there will be a glimmer of hope. Those living beings will have a chance during the catastrophe to break through the heavens and become the strongest. But obviously, the creatures of this world didn't seize this opportunity. 2 of them failed to break through. They were lucky not to die and still have a chance, which is the next catastrophe. If you succeed, you will be the strongest. If you still fail, you can only wait for death. There are many such beings. Based on past experience, if they fail, they won't just sit there and wait for death. They'll do something crazy. Several worlds have been destroyed in this way. This situation is not difficult to imagine. If you can't even survive yourself, how can you care about others? Of course you have to go crazy once and try to find another way out. Lin Moyu asked, so, what we are facing now is the third great catastrophe of heaven and earth. How many great catastrophes will heaven and earth experience in total? Hong Ming Gem said, every world is different. Each catastrophe is a damage to the world. Some worlds will only experience 3 catastrophes. If no powerful person appears, the world will naturally weaken and eventually collapse. Some worlds are naturally powerful and can withstand multiple catastrophes. I've seen the strongest world that has endured 9 catastrophes. Because it was so powerful, no supreme being emerged during the 9 catastrophes, and it ultimately collapsed. Lin Moyu asked, what about our world? Hong Ming Gem said, this world is not strong. It can withstand 4 catastrophes at most. But it also depends on the situation. If those 2 guys fail to break through and eventually go crazy, the world may collapse in this catastrophe. They are very likely to do so. I have seen it many times, Master, you must be prepared. It was rare for the Hong Ming Gem to show some concern, so Lin Moyu pretended to be flattered. Thank you. I wanted to ask, I think I saw some footage where someone used a scourge scepter to hit someone, causing the 5 gemstones to separate. Did you know about this? This has always been Lin Moyu's question. The Hong Ming Gem said that it had been wandering in the forbidden zone of life, but the memory given by the great lord of natural disasters showed that he was holding a complete natural disaster scepter to smash the Tao. These 2 things seem to be somewhat contradictory. Hong Ming Gem said, I know, I took the initiative to separate. Why? Lin Moyu was a little confused as to why he took the initiative to separate the 5 precious 737 stones from the scepter of calamity. The Hong Ming Gem explained, it's like this. When I came to this world from the forbidden zone of life, the second catastrophe of this world had just ended. The great Tao of heaven and earth was just beginning to take shape and was still very weak. In order to adapt to this world, I tried my best to suppress my strength. But no matter how hard I tried, it was too strong. I tried for a long, long time, but could not succeed. I could only take the initiative to sleep and use time to hone myself. Then someone got me, and a guy used me to hit someone. I was awakened, and all my previous efforts were in vain. I was a little angry at the time. I was still too strong, and the world began to reject me. So I can only take the initiative to break up, separate things, and wait for the day when we can reunite again. This is what happened. The Calamity Scepter was not broken up by the Tao, but was actively decomposed by the Hong Ming Gem. The previous doubts were finally solved. With the level of the Calamity Scepter, the Tao should not be able to do anything to it, so how could it disperse it? Lin Moyu asked, aren't you afraid of being completely lost? The Hong Ming Gem was full of confidence and said firmly, no, there is a cause and effect between us. No matter how long we are apart, we will eventually be reunited. This is a fixed destiny and cannot be changed. Lin Moyu believed him. So, if you wanted to, you could have killed that guy. Hong Ming Gem answered with certainty, no, immortality. The Hong Ming Gem explains why it cannot be killed by being smashed. It is true that he is very strong. There is nothing in the world that he cannot smash, including souls and bodies. Even if it was a very powerful person, if he dared to stand in front of him and let him hit him, he would be killed. But the strongest will escape, and he cannot kill the strongest without a master. The guys who fail to break through are similar. They are restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, but they can also integrate into the rules of heaven and earth, so they cannot be killed without a master. The great lord of natural disasters is naturally not his master, at most he is just a user, the difference between them is huge. Lin Moyu asked, did you hurt him at that time? Han Ming Jem said, he was indeed injured. It was because he underestimated the enemy, but the injury should not be too serious. Lin Moyu was surprised. From what I know, he was seriously injured. The Han Ming Jem denied Lin Moyu's words. No, he wasn't seriously injured. He was most likely faking it. I sensed there was another guy lurking behind him, perhaps looking for an opportunity to kill him. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that Dao was not seriously injured, at least not as seriously as the Great Lord of Natural Disasters thought. When the Great Lord of Natural Disasters saw that the Dao was seriously injured, it was actually an act. Behind the Dao, there was a yellow bird. Huan Ke wanted to kill Dao, and Dao wanted to kill him back, so Tianxia gave the Great Venerable Natural Disaster an illusion. But they didn't expect that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters had a backup plan. Although the Great Lord of Natural Disasters seemed to be killed by the Tao, he did not fall. Instead, he walked out of that attack and completed a breakthrough. Everything finally became clear. None of these guys were easy to get along with, and they were all very calculating. Who is that guy who is always hiding behind? During the catastrophe of the origin of heaven and earth, who else took the same step as the heaven-covering beast and survived? No matter who they are, none of the three can survive until the fourth catastrophe, so this catastrophe is their chance. Lin Moyu asked, when the great catastrophe of heaven and earth comes, will all living things in heaven and earth die? Han Ming Jem said, that depends on whether there is a supreme being born in the world. If there is a supreme being, it can dispel the catastrophe and allow the spirit to survive. If there are no strongest people, then basically everyone will die. There won't be many survivors. Based on past experience, most of the strongest people only appear in the late stage of a catastrophe. By then, most living things have died, and there are not many left alive. The Han Ming Jem had seen so many things that he was used to it. The birth and death of living beings were nothing to him. Lin Moyu couldn't do that yet. If I send people to my own world during a catastrophe, can they avoid it? Han Ming Jem said, of course, this is a good method. Lin Moyu was slightly delighted. This method was feasible and he had a way out. Whether to use a retreat is one thing, and whether you have one is another. You can choose not to use it, but you cannot not have it. Small matters are not a problem, but if you encounter such a matter of life and death, especially one that concerns the life and death of your relatives and friends, you must leave a way out. Lin Moyu is not afraid of death, but he does not want his relatives and friends to die, especially his wives. Therefore, before the catastrophe really breaks out, he must send his wives into the storage space to ensure their safety. But now, my strength seems to be a little lacking. Fortunately, the catastrophe did not break out so soon, and it still needs time to brew. Lin Moyu asked, do you know what lies in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? Han Ming Jem said, that is the origin of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth began to evolve from there. The primordial energy of heaven also came from there. It is also called the beginning of heaven and earth. Any part of the universe has 2 points. The beginning of the universe is one of them, and the other is the point that connects the wall of the universe. The beginning of heaven and earth represents the beginning, while the wall of heaven and earth represents the end. In the beginning of heaven and earth, there will be some residual primordial energy, as well as some leftovers from the evolution of heaven and earth. For example, something came out of the wall of heaven and earth and fell into the beginning of heaven and earth, and the beginning of heaven and earth also has primordial energy. So they would have evolved at the beginning of the universe, but since they hadn't been nurtured by the laws of heaven and earth, they would have turned into all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Over time, the beginning of heaven and earth became chaotic. Only by entering it can you know what is there. Lin Moyu said, as far as I know, the person who failed to break through in the end only gained the opportunity after entering the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. What do you think? Han Ming Jem said, what else can I say? I've seen this happen a lot. Many creatures in the universe venture into the origin of heaven and earth. Many succeed in achieving breakthroughs through opportunities, but the vast majority fail and die there. He was able to gain an opportunity from this. Even though he failed to break through, at least he made half a step forward. This makes him considered outstanding. At the beginning of the world, there were no rules to constrain us. Everything was possible, and death and chance coexisted. He looked at Lin Moyu and said, "Master, do you want to go there too?" Lin Moyu said, "I want to find my opportunity." Hong Ming Gem asked curiously, "Master, are you okay? With your resources, you don't need to go there at all. You just need to practice well and you will naturally be able to break through. The great calamity has not yet arrived. Master still has a lot of time. He can definitely become a great master and fight against them." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, that's not what I want. This isn't enough for me." Hong Ming Gem hesitated, but even the master might be in danger there. Lin Moyu said, "I just want to go in there and die." Ah! Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the Hong Ming Gem seemed unaware of his new talent. Well, he was sleeping soundly at the time, so it's normal that he didn't know. Lin Moyu explained, and Hong Ming Gem frowned, "Master's talent is so amazing." A stream of warmth shot out from the Hong Ming Gem and instantly flowed through Lin Moyu's body. The Hong Ming Gem exclaimed, "Really? My God! Both the Master's body and soul have reached the limit of the Chaos Realm. It seems no one has ever achieved this dual limit of body and soul. If the Master can continue to maintain this, he may be able to reach the ultimate limit of heaven and earth, or even surpass the limit of earth." He was very surprised. Lin Moyu asked, "Hasn't the strongest people done it?" Hong Ming Gem said, "It is already remarkable for someone's body or soul to reach the limit of heaven and earth. Some of the strongest people are like this. Most of the strongest people have strong bodies and souls, but neither has reached the limit of heaven and earth. If the Master can break the limits of heaven and earth, perhaps when the Master becomes the strongest, he can really enter the forbidden zone of life." Master is right. The life forbidden zone isn't completely impossible to enter. As long as you can withstand the strangling force of the life forbidden zone, it's possible to get in. Master, I support you in going to the beginning of heaven and earth, finding a dangerous place inside, and dying happily. Find a dangerous place to die swiftly. This kind of vicious talk was fine for him to say, but what Hong Ming Gem said was also natural. He was even a little excited and intended to encourage it. Come to think of it, this guy has been wandering in the forbidden zone of life for countless years and has seen everything, but he has never seen anyone who can reach the limits of heaven and earth at the level of both body and soul. However, in Lin Moyu's case, not only have they both reached the limits of heaven and earth, they may even have the potential to surpass them. How could he not be interested in such an interesting thing? He was obviously very curious and wanted to see if he could enter the forbidden zone of life and break the restrictions of the forbidden zone of life after both his body and soul surpassed their limits. Thinking of this, Hong Ming Gem was no longer sleepy and didn't even want to doze off. It wished that Lin Moyu would rush into the deepest part of the ancient wilderness in the next second. Lin Moyu probably guessed the little thoughts of Hong Ming Gem and had to pay attention to him. "I also want to die quickly, but not just randomly. I want to die under certain conditions and in an orderly manner, just like in the womb of the Western Pure Land, dying within the scope that I can control. It has always been difficult to achieve this requirement. In the past, Antares could still help him, but now, in the ancient chaos, the only ones who can help him are probably those three guys. Even if it is the great venerable 893, he cannot kill me casually if he wants to, and cannot satisfy my request. Those three guys. Never mind, they're really courting death. The last spacetime channel in the wall of heaven and earth leads to a remnant of heaven and earth with obvious dangers, where maybe it is possible. However, the causal loop there will fail and become difficult to control, so it is not the first choice. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness has become the only option at present. Perhaps there one can find an environment that meets one's needs. Now it is still quite a distance away from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and Xiaoping is flying towards there at the fastest speed. The ancient wilderness is so vast that even a great master would have to spend a lot of time here. The farther away from the chaos, the greater the impact on the great venerable, and the speed will decrease accordingly. Unlike in the chaos, the Great Venerable can travel through space, and it doesn't take much time to travel back and forth between the extreme domains. Chaos is moving away as the power of Tao grows stronger. Lin Moyu discovered that his path to immortality had not changed much. It remained the same, neither stronger nor weaker. It was still the same. In fact, apart from the last time he entered the ruins of the world, the Immortal Avenue has hardly been affected. Lin Moyu was convinced that he had completely integrated the immortal Tao into himself, making it independent of the ancient chaos. There was no other explanation. Along the way, the little tree continued to sense the changes in the surrounding space and make fine adjustments to its direction of advance. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness is also the beginning of this world. It is located in the ancient wilderness, but the ancient wilderness has no specific direction. Although Xiaoshu had never actually entered the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, he had tried to explore it and knew its approximate location. Based on his own feelings, he pointed out the direction for Xiaoping. Along the way, Lin Moyu saw a large number of ancient creatures. These ancient creatures were either moving or fighting, and without exception, they all woke up. The number of creatures in the ancient wilderness is difficult to count. Most of those powerful beings like to sleep on weekdays, but now they have all awakened. According to the Hongmeng gem, the catastrophe is far from breaking out now, and it is in the brewing stage. During this process, many ancient creatures will awaken to meet the calamity. In Xiaoshu's era, almost all powerful beings perished, but there were always a few who escaped. They may be hiding in the ancient wilderness and sleeping, but when a new catastrophe comes, they will wake up. If these guys have intelligence, they will definitely not give up the opportunity to break through and become the strongest. Even if they don't want to, the influence of the catastrophe will change their Tao aspirations and make them want to break through. The Great Calamity is a calamity for all living beings in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness, and it is very difficult to avoid it. The little tree suddenly said, "Master, I saw a bug." Xiaoshu projected what he saw. The insects he was talking about were the kind found in Antarctica. These bugs are very tiny, their bodies are as small as dust, and their breath is extremely weak, even weaker than that of ordinary people. But the strange thing is that they can survive in the ancient wilderness, and the unique and extremely aggressive forces in the ancient wilderness have no effect on them. "Xiaoping, come over here." At Lin Moyu's signal, Xiaoping moved over. Lin Moyu left the Dewey boat and, enveloped by the power of the hidden spirit pearl, observed these tiny insects closely. The tiny bugs did not gather in groups, they were scattered widely, covering a large area. During this time, some ancient creatures ran over them, and a large number of tiny insects died instantly. The next second, nearby companions flew over and devoured the dead insects. After devouring the corpses of their companions, they quickly split up again, and the splitting was completed in the blink of an eye. The number of insects was not affected or changed, and remained the same as before. Based on this, as long as not all of these insects are dead, as long as there is still one alive, they will be able to return to their original state very quickly. These insects came from the insect monument. Grand Venerable Jin didn't give them any combat power, but he gave them special abilities that allow them to survive in the dangerous ancient wilderness. Jin Dazuan sent them here, probably to look for. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and he already knew what Jin Dazuan's purpose was. Jin Dazuan is also looking for opportunities, and may even be looking for the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Even among the creatures of that era, not all knew the location of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Most of them only knew that there was such a place, but they didn't actually know it clearly. Jin Dazuan might be one of them. He was unwilling to be trapped there, nor would he be willing to stay at the realm of Dazuan. He kept looking for ways to escape and even break through to the realm of Dazuan. These insects are his eyes, and he uses the insect monument to explore the ancient wilderness. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he suddenly understood why Jin Dazuan knew some secret things. Grand Master Jin had said that Grand Master Boyang's companion, the female Grand Master named Zixing, was doing something dangerous. He had found it strange at the time, believing such a thing must be very secretive. How did Grandmaster Jean know that? Now he finally understood that Jean Dazuan must have released all kinds of insects into the entire chaotic ancient wilderness. Insects are his spies, so he can know countless secret information. This ability is quite terrifying, and Jean De is not afraid of being known. In Antarctica, his territory, even other great masters dare not provoke him. When he talked about the great lord of natural disasters, he kept calling him Natural Disaster Child, which showed that he was not afraid of the great lord of natural disasters at all. If I can control these insects, is there a way to get some information, find the location of Great Venerable Purple Star, and bring Yi and the others back? Lin Moyu didn't care what the Great Venerable Zixing was doing. As long as he could find them and as long as he had the chance, he would take Ning Yi and the others away. No matter what dangers they may face in the future, their safety must be ensured first. With a wave of his hand, a huge force swept through, and countless insects died in an instant. The next second, the immortal flame transformed into a sea of fire in the void. The tiny bugs soon became resurrected beings. It was not a big problem that they could not speak, as long as they had souls. Lin Moyu's soul power spread out and quickly penetrated into their souls. In an instant, Lin Moyu saw a giant network that spread across the ancient chaos. Countless points of light flickered in the soul world, countless, and each point of light was a bug. There is a place where the light spots are extremely dense, that is Antarctica. Jean Dazuan used his own method to draw a map of the ancient chaos. Of course, this map is not perfect and can only be used as a rough guide. Before Lin Moyu could see clearly, all the light spots suddenly went out, and then Lin Moyu saw Jean Dazuan. Jean Dazuan's face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Fellow Taoist Lin, that's a good trick. Lin Moyu wasn't embarrassed at all. It just happened to be a coincidence. I was a little curious. Such talk is fooling the devil. Jean Dazuan certainly wouldn't believe it, and Lin Moyu also knew that he wouldn't believe it, but he believed that Jean Dazuan wouldn't expose him. As expected, Jean Dazuan didn't continue to dwell on this question. Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you looking for? Lin Moyu did not hide it either. I want to find the location of the Purple Star Great Venerable. Jean Dazuan narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. What does fellow Taoist Lin want from her? Lin Moyu said, these are some private matters that are not convenient to talk about. I wonder if you can tell me, Lin, and I will remember this favor. Jean Dazuan laughed and said, no need. I owe you a favor that I cannot repay all at once. Fellow Taoist Lin is now sleeping in the ancient wasteland. Grandmaster Zixing is also in the ancient wasteland, but he is a little away from Lin Dao and far. Countless points of light reappeared and turned into a map. But this time there is no chaos, only a map of the ancient wilderness. Among them, 2 light spots were particularly bright. One light spot represented where Lin Moyu was, and the other light spot represented where Purple Star Great Venerable was. The 2 light spots were very far apart. Lin Moyu looked at the location of the light spot and determined the location of the Purple Star Great Venerable based on himself and the formation left by the natural disaster Great Venerable. Jean Dazuan continued, the ancient wilderness is too vast. I have explored it for many years but have not been able to fully explore it. Moreover, there are some places in the ancient wilderness that I cannot pass through. Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful if you go find her. She's not easy to talk to. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand, thank you very much, Senior. Jean Dazuan said, I wish you all the best, fellow Taoist Lin. All the light spots disappeared and he was kicked out of the Zerg network. Lin Moyu pondered the scene he had just witnessed. Jean Dazuan hasn't explored the deepest part of the ancient wasteland yet. To be more precise, he probably can't get in with just his insects. Great Venerable Purple Star is not in the deepest part of the ancient wasteland, but he is very far away. It would take a long time to get there, and now is not the time to go. Lin Moyu really wanted to send Ning Yi and the others into his own world, but with his current strength, it was not so easy to snatch them from the hands of Purple Star Great Venerable. Moreover, he didn't know whether Great Venerable Zixing had any means to restrict the actions of Ning Yi and the others. Based on my understanding of Dazun, he will do anything to achieve his goal. Maybe they would talk about friendship, but when it comes to profit, they have to put righteousness aside. So now is not the time to go find the Great Venerable Zixing, he still needs strength. According to the original plan, we will go to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness first. At least the body and soul must reach the Great Venerable level so that we can have confidence. Xiaoping set sail again, heading towards the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. In Antarctica, the Great Venerable Gene on the insect monument narrowed his eyes. Another chaos is coming. I wonder if I have a chance this time. He should be going to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. The little boy Tianzai has been there before and seems to have gained an opportunity. Perhaps I should go there too. After living for countless years, you should take risks, otherwise it won't be very meaningful. He sighed deeply, this world is too boring. If I can't find fun, I might as well die. There was madness in his eyes, and he looked as if he was going to destroy the world. Xiaoping had been flying for decades, and with his speed, he had already flown an unknown distance. They had completely entered the depths of the ancient wilderness and were truly away from chaos. The power of the great Tao in the chaos is already very weak, and the combat power of the chaos realm will be greatly reduced here, perhaps less than half. Even those top-notch masters can only exert 60% to 70% of their combat power at most. The Great Venerable will be affected relatively less, but certainly not as much as during the chaos. The depths of the ancient wilderness is just a general term. This is not the real deepest point. Once you enter the deepest point, I am afraid that the combat power of the Great Venerable will only be about half left. Therefore, those great masters dared not set foot there easily and were extremely wary of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu stayed here for a day, allowing Xiao Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi to adapt. Their combat effectiveness was also affected, and Xiaoping's speed slowed down a lot. Please give me flowers, 0. The effect of the hidden spirit pearl has weakened. The hiding ability is still there, but not as good as before. Similarly, this place is almost in the blind spot of the Tao. He is far away in the chaos, and it is also very difficult for him to explore the situation here. Perhaps only the great Lord of natural disasters who is in the ancient wilderness can detect the situation here, but he is not as fond of exploring the outside world as the Tao, and he is probably afraid of being discovered by the Tao. After adapting for a day, Xiaoping continued his journey. This time they would truly enter the deepest part of the wilderness. After flying for several more years, Xiaoping's speed became slower and slower, until the power of the great Tao completely disappeared. Xiaoping's speed had dropped to the same level as that of an ordinary Chaos Realm Master. The effect of the hidden spirit pearl almost disappeared, leaving only a little bit, and a huge black hole appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The hole seemed like the sky and earth were broken, slowly rotating in the void. It devoured all light, all avenues, and all soul power, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The moment he saw the hole, although his soul did not warn him, Lin Moyu instinctively sensed danger. This is the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and it is also the beginning of this world, the source of everything. Lin Moyu murmured softly, thinking carefully about the possible dangers in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. According to the Hongming Gem, there are residual primordial energy and some original treasures from the wall of heaven and earth. These original treasures and the residual primordial energy merged with each other and evolved into various strange things. These things are not bound by the rules of chaos, causing the deepest part of the ancient wilderness to become extremely chaotic. In addition, there may be some other things that can only be known after entering. Xiao Shu whispered, I have a feeling that once I enter that place, my time and space history will be unusable. Hun Dunzi also whispered, I've only heard that the deepest part of the ancient wasteland is very dangerous, but I didn't expect to be here now. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, Don't worry. The great Lord of natural disasters was able to come out alive and even gain an opportunity. We can do the same. Xiao Shu whispered, I'm a little curious about what opportunity he got and why he dared to try to break through. Lin Moyu shook his head. Who knows, maybe there's an answer inside. Let's go in. As he spoke, he took Xiaopeng into the Dewey boat. He didn't need Xiaopeng here, so he planned to use the Dewey boat to clear the way. If there was any danger, at least the Dewey boat could provide some protection. The Dewey boat slowly flew into the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. The moment it broke through the limit, the Dewey boat suddenly shook violently. In an instant, it was subjected to massive attacks. Attacks came from all directions and landed on the Dewey boat, causing it to shake violently. Without the support of the Great Tao, the Dewey boat can only rely on itself. Fortunately, it is a precious material of origin and is strong enough to withstand the attack. Feeling the situation outside the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu looked solemn. These attacks don't seem strong, about the same as those in the Chaos Realm, but they are extremely aggressive. A powerful person who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm will be in trouble here. Without the protection of the Great Tao, he may not be able to withstand these attacks with his own defense. The Great Venerable was not afraid. He was the representative of perfection. Their bodies and souls were strong to a certain extent, so it was no problem for them to block attacks of this level. If the Chaos Realm insists on entering, it must rely on magic weapons. This 017 magic weapon must reach the level of the Deliverance boat. There are very few such magical weapons, so it is true that the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is a forbidden area of the Chaos Realm. Even if the Great Venerable brought in the Chaos Realm, he would still die inside. As for myself, with the strength of my body and soul, it is no problem for me to block this level of attack. This is not the place I'm looking for. It's too weak and not qualified. In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, the concepts of time and space have all disappeared. Even the small trees cannot feel the changes in space, are unaware of the passage of time, or even whether the Dewey boat is continuing to fly forward or has stopped moving. Lin Moyu also couldn't feel anything. Everything here was in chaos. He had no choice but to ask for help from the Hongming Gem. In response to Lin Moyu's question, Hongming Gem said, "Don't worry, we're still flying forward, and we're heading in the right direction. At our current speed, if we fly for another year or two, we'll be able to pass through the barrier and get inside." Hongming Gem hasn't been sleepy recently. He sat on the scepter of calamity and looked around with a hint of excitement in his expression. He could see the situation outside, and neither Lin Moyu's soul world nor the boat could block his view. Lin Moyu calmed down slightly and looked at his expression. "Haven't you seen the situation inside the beginning of heaven and earth before?" Hongming Gem said, "Of course I haven't seen it. You have to go inside to see what's going on in the origin of heaven and earth. Even I can't see it from the outside." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "How did you get that information if you've never been in there?" Hongming Gem said, "Of course I heard it from others. In many worlds, many people have entered the beginning of heaven and earth. After they came out, they would tell others about it. I just listened. However, the situations at the beginning of each world are different. I only mentioned some relatively common situations. Anyway, just be careful. Fortunately, this world isn't that powerful, and the beginning of heaven and earth isn't too dangerous. Master, as long as you stay alert, don't be too stupid, and don't seek death, you shouldn't be in serious danger." Of course, the Master still has to go and seek death. The Master went in there just to seek death. "Master, you must die well, comfortably, and happily. Let me see what it's like when you die." This guy doesn't sleep anymore, and he starts talking a lot, even a little long-winded. Lin Moyu ignored him and focused all his attention on sensing the situation outside the Dewey boat. He couldn't see the outside world as easily as the Hongming Gem. In his sight and perception, countless attacks came from all directions outside the Dewey boat. There was nothing else. However, Lin Moyu did not give up and continued to try to sense it. As soon as the soul power reaches the outside of the Dewey boat, it will be destroyed by the attack, and the soul will feel a slight tingling. But he did not give up and continued to sense, as he knew very well that this opportunity was rare. This is the entrance to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and the earliest place to come into contact with the origin of this world. If I can adapt to these attacks, it will be of great benefit to my subsequent exploration. Everything has two sides. When facing danger, there are also opportunities. Time and time again, Lin Moyu didn't know how many times he had tried. His soul power was constantly damaged, and he found that his soul power no longer seemed infinite. Here, the small tree's power of time and space is restricted, and the small tree cannot obtain power from the outside world to replenish its consumption. Lin Moyu moved his mind and opened the passage to the storage space, allowing the small tree to explore the storage space and absorb the energy from his own world. In this way, the power of the soul becomes infinite again. After continuous attempts, I finally got some results. Lin Moyu discovered some clues. The seemingly endless and dense attacks actually had some patterns. There are gaps between each attack, but these gaps are so small that they can be ignored. He seized that tiny gap and sent out his soul power. The soul force transmitted back the image outside the attack. Outside the attack was a void with infinite light points. Each light point was a world. There are endless worlds here, and these worlds are not big, not as big as realms. The attacks came from these worlds. With the Dewey boat as the center, at least 100,000 worlds launched attacks. The trace of soul power sent out could not convey much information back, so Lin Moyu could only keep looking for gaps and send out his soul power again and again. Fortunately, his soul power is infinite, and his soul recovers quickly, so he is not afraid of damage at all. If it were someone else, even a great master, he would not be able to withstand such a construction. After repeating it again and again, Lin Moyu finally understood. In addition to the strange worlds in the void, there are also many realm seeds. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness, also called the beginning of heaven and earth, is the source of heaven and earth, and the seeds of the realm come from here. Some realm seeds erupted during evolution and eventually evolved into realms in the chaos. There are still many CI domain seeds that have not erupted and have not evolved into realms. Under the influence of the chi of the beginning of heaven, they have evolved into worlds in the ancient wilderness. In fact, these worlds are the prototypes of realms. They were not nourished by the rules of chaos, and they did not give birth to the great Tao themselves, but there was the power of the ancient wilderness and the energy of the beginning of the sky, so they became things similar to magic weapons. Over countless years, the number of worlds here has increased, spreading throughout the void, and they indiscriminately attack all outsiders. These worlds are the first barrier in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Only great masters and quasi-great masters can pass through here unscathed. It is very dangerous for the top-level masters to come here. The entrance to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is so dangerous. This place is definitely not a good place. These realm seeds. Lin Moyu's attention fell on some realm seeds that had not yet evolved into a world. One realm seed could evolve into a realm. If the realm seeds are brought into one's own world, they should also be able to evolve. Moreover, his own 10 Directions realm is growing stronger. Realm seeds are also excellent nutrients for the growth of realms. A trace of greed surged in Lin Moyu's heart. He wanted to obtain the realm seed. The Hongmeng gem seemed to see through Lin Moyu's thoughts. Master, you are greedy. It's a pity that this is very difficult. However, there is still some time, so you can give it a try. There is only one way to obtain these realm seeds, and that is to leave the Dewey boat and get them yourself. Fortunately, the attacks here are not too strong. As long as I am careful, I can still deal with it. Even if I die, I can be reborn. He couldn't die, the only trouble was that he had to control the boat at the same time. Lin Moyu released the little tree and let it steer the boat. Then he flew out holding the scepter of calamity. In an instant, endless attacks came from all directions. He became the second target of attack besides Duozhou and enjoyed the same treatment. The attack is not strong, but it can still make his skin burst if it hits his body. It's painful even though I can't die. Lin Moyu doesn't like this state. It would be more comfortable to die. He swung the scourge scepter so tightly that no air could penetrate it, and no water could get in, breaking up most of the attacks. The Hongming gem screamed, "Master, what you did is not fair." Lin Moyu asked, "How is that not kind?" Hongming gem cried out, "That's not how I use it." Lin Moyu said, "I'm not strong enough to unleash your full power, so I'll just use it like this for now. Don't you think it's quite practical?" Hongming gem said, "But didn't the master say that he didn't want to rely on external things?" 24 Lin Moyu said, "I mean that on the path of cultivation, one should not rely on external things. Now I am too lazy to bother, you know." The Hongming gem was speechless, but he had no choice. After all, Lin Mo was the master, and sometimes he had to refuse to listen. In the end, he had accepted his fate and simply transformed himself into a little man, flew over to Lin Moyu's head and sat on it, watching Lin Moyu fight. Lin Moyu said, "The view from here is clearer." Hongming gem snorted, "With my ability, I can see clearly everywhere." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then tell me, where is the nearest realm seed?" The attacks here were too intense, and he was constantly waving the scepter of Scourge, which affected his vision. He could only know the approximate location of the realm seed, which was not precise enough. Hongming gem snorted, "I won't tell you, master, you are very capable and can find it yourself." Not fooled? Lin Moyu knew that provoking this guy would not work. If being soft didn't work, then be even softer. He changed his approach. "I know I can find it myself, but it's too inefficient. If I have your help, the efficiency will be much higher. You can't be so stingy, just move your mouth and help me." The Hongming gem was indeed hooked. "Since the master asked so sincerely, then I will tell you, there is one." He pointed in a direction and Lin Moyu flew over without saying a word. Sure enough, after flying a short distance, I saw a realm seed. It was very close, but the endless attacks, chaotic light, and ancient wilderness that affected the soul's perception concealed his existence. When Lin Moyu reached out and took the realm seed, it was a small thing, but it was a rare treasure. Many powerful people have obtained realm seeds. Most of them use them to strengthen their own realms. Some also give realm seeds to their descendants to cultivate their realms for them. The same is true for me. Realm seeds are excellent nutrients for cultivating realms. Although this realm seed is not perfect, it is worth a lot of top-notch materials. Lin Moyu put it away and began to look for the second realm seed. The Hongming gem kept pointing in the direction, and Lin Moyu's collection journey went smoothly, and he collected one realm seed after another. During the remaining time of passing through the entrance, Lin Moyu obtained more than 20 realm seeds. Unfortunately, there is a special force here that keeps pushing him forward, otherwise he would like to stay here for a while longer and harvest more realm seeds. Among the 20 realm virgins, not one is perfect, which shows how rare it was for the great disaster to obtain a perfect seed. When he handed the realm seeds to several great elders of the Silver Rabbit clan, they looked at him with shock and envy. These realm seeds will accelerate the growth of their own realm, and the previously estimated time can be shortened a lot. After passing through the entrance, all attacks stopped, and the endless world behind him disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu asked, "Can I go back to the entrance and try again?" Hongming gem said, "Yes, but the master must find a way to go back first." At this moment, a faint light appeared in the distance, and then Lin Moyu felt as if there was something extra in his body. A tiny mark suddenly appeared in the soul's hand. This mark looked very ancient and was not a rune. It suddenly appeared on the soul, regardless of whether Lin Moyu was willing or not. Even the defense built with the energy of the beginning of heaven did not play any role. This feeling was strange and made Lin Moyu uncomfortable. He felt as if he had lost some control. He told Hongming gem about the mark. "Do you know what this is?" Hongming gem smiled and said, "That is the seal of the origin of heaven and earth. This means that you, the master, have been recognized by the origin of heaven and earth. From now on, you can freely come to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness." He seemed to be gloating. "But if the master wants to go through the place just now again, it will be impossible to obtain the realm seed." The section of road just now was a test for outsiders. As long as you can pass it, you will be recognized by heaven and earth, and you will not need to go through the test again in the future. This is not what Lin Moyu wants, but the world is like this, it is unreasonable. As long as he is a living being in the world, he will be affected by the world, and some things are beyond his control. The Hongming gem continued, this heaven and earth origin seal is only half, allowing entry but not exit. Once the master obtains the other half, he will be able to freely enter and exit the unknown land. But judging by the situation, the other half of the heaven and earth origin seal is difficult to obtain, and some of the guys here are difficult to deal with. Some guys? Just as Lin Moyu had this thought, the Hongming gem shouted, they're coming, be careful. Soul Synchronization 397 sent a warning, and Lin Moyu almost instinctively turned into nothingness and returned to the deliverance boat. The void beside the dewy boat twisted, and the outline of a transparent creature emerged. Then the dewy boat was hit hard and was blasted away. The dewy boat was flying across the void, completely out of control. The opponent's power was very strong, almost surpassing the top perfection. Lin Moyu felt that if it was simply a matter of strength, the other party was on par with him. But the other party obviously possessed other abilities. His figure was invisible, both to the naked eye and to the soul's perception. Only at the moment of attack will an outline emerge. This is a guy who can become invisible. Besides this, it is not known whether the other party has any other abilities. Many of the creatures in the ancient wilderness were born from the fusion of the original treasures of heaven and earth and the energy of the beginning of heaven. They are similar to the creatures born from heaven and earth after the first catastrophe, and possess one or more unique abilities. Lin Moyu did not take any risks and went to attack the dewy boat from the other side. Anyway, the dewy boat is strong enough, and the other party can't do anything to it for a while. The Hongming gem laughed heartily, Master, why are you so scared? Go out and kill him. Lin Moyu asked, how about I use you to hit him? The Hongming gem shouted, sure, as long as the master can hit him. Lin Moyu frowned, can't I hit this guy? Hongming gem said, it's very difficult to say, but it's not difficult either. You can try it. Hongming gem seemed very confident, he believed that Lin Moyu could not hit him. Lin Moyu was not impulsive. Since Hongming gem said so, there must be a reason. He observed the opponent carefully. Except for the moment when the attack exploded, the opponent disappeared without a trace. He seemed to be somewhat similar to the hidden spirit pearl, hiding his figure, but upon observation, this was not the case. The opponent is not invisible, but truly virtual. Not only did it become virtual, it also seemed to utilize the power of time and space. If it were in the chaos, Xiaoshu could also use the power of time and space to restrain the opponent, but it doesn't work here. The power of the small tree is greatly restricted here, less than 1/10 of that in the chaos, and cannot shake time and space. Moreover, the time and space here are very chaotic, unlike in the chaos. Even a small tree in its prime will probably need a long time to adapt. So if I want to attack him, I can only do it at the moment when he launches the attack. This was his instinctive thought, but according to Hongming gem, things shouldn't be that simple. Void, time and space. With my strength, if I don't rely on the Calamity Scepter, I should be able to deal with the opponent. Let's take another look. Lin Moyu decided to observe it for a while. The space here was not small, and the boat could be kicked around like a ball, but it was not a problem for the time being. The attack power is not too strong, about the same as the top perfect strong men, or maybe slightly stronger, so I should be able to work. If possible, it would be best if we could avoid using the Scepter of Calamity. Although it is our own magic weapon, it is an external object after all. Especially the Hongming gem, that despicable look, I really want to beat him up. After observing for a while, I couldn't think of any suitable method. Lin Moyu quickly changed his thinking and began to ponder from the deepest roots of the ancient wilderness. This is the beginning of heaven and earth, the source of this world, but it has different rules from this world, and to a certain extent can be regarded as another world. Different worlds have different avenues and different rules. But they also have something in common, that is the power of body and soul. The two powers of body and soul belong to the practitioner's own power and do not rely on the fundamental power of external objects. These two kinds of power are universal no matter in which world. As long as they are strong enough, even if the great way in the world has restrictions, they will not be too big, at least they will not be like other great ways that cannot be used. Here, regardless of realm, one's body and soul are not restricted at all. So, to deal with this guy, we have to start with these two forces. With this as the foundation, the soul power radiates out, sensing the surrounding void, and sensing the changes in space and time in the moments of the opponent's attacks. Finally, Lin Moyu discovered some clues. The other party did not enter another time and space. He did use the power of time and space, but the two forces did not merge, so the power of time and space was not formed. Moreover, his attack speed was not fast, and was more than 100 times slower than what was seen. The reason why it seemed that he attacked extremely quickly and appeared in just a split second was because he manipulated time while attacking, causing time to temporarily stagnate. This gave people the illusion that he was extremely fast. As soon as they saw him make a move, the Dewey boat had been attacked and they could only see the outline of the opponent. The reason why Hongmeng Jim is so confident is because of this. Because time has stopped, it is difficult to hit the opponent even if it uses the Scepter of Calamity. The ability to stop time, without cultivating the Great Tao or using any magic, is purely a gift. It's quite interesting. Now that he knew the reason, it was easy to deal with. The soul power surged and condensed into shape. Lin Moyu used the soul power to condense an avatar. This clone is very powerful, possessing more than 90% of Lin Moyu's soul experience. If others do this, their souls will be exhausted and weakened. But Lin Moyu was fine. After condensing into a soul clone, he chose to self-destruct. As the purple light flashed, he was reborn and became energetic again. He is the only one in the entire chaos who can use this method of recovering from suicide by borrowing the freshman's power. The soul clone left the Dewey boat, and just as the enemy's attack came again, a silhouette appeared in the void. The soul clone personally felt an indescribable breath, which brought the power of time and paused the time around it. This effect is extremely effective on the body, but it is much less effective on the soul. Especially a soul like Lin Moyu's, which has reached the limit of the Chaos Realm and is only a step away from becoming a great venerable. The time stagnation only affected him for a moment, and he was broken free in an instant. The soul clone punched the silhouette, bombarding the opponent with a powerful soul attack. For a moment, two images appeared in Lin Moyu's soul. One picture shows the soul clone taking action. In front of the soul clone, time flows and is normal. The other picture was the one seen through the Dewey boat, in which only an outline and the appearance of the soul clone just taking action were seen. One is a moving picture, the other is a static picture. The two images intertwined, and Lin Moyu felt a little confused. How interesting! Lin Moyu chuckled. This feeling was very novel and very interesting. In the moving picture, Lin Moyu saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a round creature, soft as a bubble, and seemed like it would burst at any time. The soul clone's fist hit him and knocked him away, but this time his attack did not hit the Dewey boat. As it flew backwards, thousands of eyes suddenly appeared on its huge body. Lin Moyu saw shock in its eyes. The bubble creature seemed surprised that Lin Moyu could attack it. A strange creature. Lin Moyu chuckled, and his soul clone instantly caught up and punched out again. Thousands of eyes of the bubble creature suddenly narrowed, and then disappeared without a trace. Escaped? In addition to the ability to pause time, he also has the ability to dematerialize himself, allowing him to come and go without a trace. His only weakness is that his attack power is not strong enough. The next moment, Duozhou was attacked again. The opponent did not escape. He turned into an ethereal form and traveled through space to attack Duozhou again. Duozhou was blown away again, and the soul clone returned and attacked with punches again. The bubble creatures learned their lesson and instantly became ethereal, catching up with the Dewey boat and continuing to attack. He did not, promise, fight with the Soul Clone, but only targeted Dewey Zhou, as if he had identified Dewey Zhou as his prey. In the void, a drama of chase and escape is unfolding. Although the Soul Clone was very powerful, it couldn't do anything to him for a while. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. This would never end, and it didn't seem like a solution. He also didn't know how long this guy's attack would last. Hongming Gem laughed from time to time. The stagnation of time had no effect on him. He watched the whole process as if he was watching a play. Lin Moyu knew that if he used the Scourge Scepter, his Soul Clone might find the right opportunity to kill him with one strike. But seeing the despicable look of Hongming Gem, he decisively gave up the idea. Try to burn him to death. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the fire of burning the world silently came into the hands of the Soul Clone. Even in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, the fire that burns the world can still burn. A moment later, Lin Moyu seized an opportunity, and the world-burning fire erupted, turning the void into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, bubble creatures emerged with screams. The first time Lin Moyu heard his cry, it was unpleasant and sharp. He not only had thousands of eyes, but also seemed to have thousands of mouths, and the sounds came one after another, like countless needles piercing the soul. Amidst the screams, his weakness was completely exposed. His soul was not strong and could not withstand the burning of the world-burning fire. After refining the remains of heaven and earth, the power of the world-burning fire increased significantly. For those with weak souls, it was simply a powerful weapon. The bubble creatures rolled in the sea of fire. The fire of the burning world had completely devoured them. Death was only a matter of time. Hongming Gem said, "This fire is really powerful." Lin Moyu asked, "The fire, whose origin you don't even know, is naturally powerful." Hongming Gem corrected Lin Moyu, "You are wrong. I have never seen many fires because they are too weak and not worth paying attention to." Lin Moyu didn't debate with him, it didn't matter. Hongming Gem has seen many things, but even he cannot recognize the origin of the burning world fire, which also means how extraordinary the burning world fire is. It can not only refine the world, but also refine the debris of heaven and earth. It is also a powerful weapon against souls. The value of the world-burning fire far exceeds that of magic weapons. Even the Destiny boat cannot compare to it. In Lin Moyu's heart, the fire of the burning world is more powerful than the scepter of natural disaster. Why did that mysterious master give the world-burning fire to himself? What is the identity of the mysterious master in the 280 world? I have seen his shadow, but I am not sure of his identity. He is full of mystery. The bubble creatures were burned to ashes by the burning world fire and completely refined. Their souls were devoured by the burning world fire and became nutrients. After his death, Lin Moyu saw a wisp of primordial energy emanating from his soul, which was then also refined and devoured by the world-burning fire. The remaining Tianchu Qi seems to be different from the Tianchu Qi in the storage space. Although Lin Moyu only took a glance, he still instinctively felt the difference between the two kinds of Tianchu Qi. The difference was not big, perhaps only he could tell the difference. He had noticed before in the wreckage of heaven and earth that the primordial energy left in the wreckage of heaven and earth was actually different from his own. Hongming Gem said, "This is normal. After all, they are different worlds. Even if the origins are the same, they will eventually be different. The creatures here also received the Qi of the beginning heaven, but because they did not receive the help of the chaos rules, they were unable to digest all of it. Those that were not digested would dissipate with the soul after death. However, the master used the world-burning fire to refine the soul, and the remaining Tianchu Qi did not have time to be digested, so it was revealed." Lin Moyu asked, "Do all living beings here possess the Qi of beginning heaven?" Hongming Gem shook his head. "It's hard to say, I don't think so. There are two kinds of living beings, real and virtual. The one just now was a virtual living being. It just evolved from the Qi of the beginning of heaven for some reason and has no physical body. Another type of creature is formed from the fusion of the origin of heaven and earth and the primordial chi. They have physical form. When the origin of heaven and earth flew through the primordial chaos, they absorbed enough of the laws of chaos to have most likely completely digested the primordial chi. So they will be stronger, so people still have to be careful. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "If I really can't beat you, I'll use you to hit you." Hongming Gem said, "Sure, I guarantee you'll hit it right away." The soul clone dissipated, and the fire of burning the world returned. After refining the remaining wisp of the energy of the beginning of heaven, the fire of burning the world became even stronger. Now the burning world fire has refined 3 kinds of heavenly beginning chi, and each time it can make it stronger. Lin Moyu has a feeling that it seems to be evolving, using the heavenly beginning chi to evolve. It is very difficult to evolve the world-burning fire. At the beginning, one has to refine the world, big or small, and can also improve oneself by refining spirits. In the end, it was not enough to just refine the soul, he even had to pick the world, and he no longer looked down on the ordinary world. Later on, the world-burning fire seemed to have to refine the realm first, but now it has begun to refine the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth are not so easy to find, but they can be replaced by the chi of the beginning of heaven. In a sense, the primordial chi of heaven represents heaven and earth, because the primordial chi contains the essence of the entire heaven and earth. At that time, I gave the burning world fire enough primordial energy until it stopped absorbing and refining it, which meant that the primordial energy of my world had been refined enough. The power of the burning world fire increased a lot at that time, and later it became stronger after refining the debris of heaven and earth. At that time, Lin Moyu felt that he could easily kill the Chaos Realm Minor successor with the burning world fire. Burning to death the Chaos Realm Masters, posing a threat to the Perfect Realm Masters. If more of the chi of the beginning of heaven could be refined, perhaps the fire of burning the world could pose a threat to the Great Venerable. Now, some of the creatures in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness contain the remaining energy of the primordial sky, and they can become the nourishment for the fire that burns the world. Did the great Lord of natural disasters also hunt here in the past to obtain the chi of the beginning of heaven? If the great Lord of natural disasters wants to break through the restrictions of the great Lord, the chi of the beginning of heaven is a must that cannot be avoided, and this place is a good hunting ground. Although it is quite difficult, it should be possible for the great Lord of natural disasters. The boat continued to move forward. There was no direction at all. The concept of space had disappeared, and Lin Moyu didn't know where to fly. The small tree is also unable to show the way here, and the ability of space is limited. Hongming Gem also said that he didn't know. After all, it was his first time entering the beginning of heaven and earth, and every beginning of heaven and earth was different, so there was no reference. The effect of the cause-seeking ring is also greatly weakened here, but fortunately it can still be used. Lin Moyu uses the cause-finding loop to plant seeds and fruits in order to find the right path. After several attempts to plant fruit trees, all ended in failure. After trying more than 10 times, I finally succeeded once. The cause and effect are very weak, and Lin Moyu has a feeling that sowing the fruit may not be successful, but there seems to be no better way at the moment. After reluctantly planting the fruit, Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. Hongming Gem said, "Although the master's boat is good, you have to be careful, it may be destroyed here." The Dewey boat is the most powerful magic weapon born from the fusion of the original treasures of heaven and earth and the energy of heaven and earth. It once had intelligence, and its best skill was defense. However, it was destroyed and its intelligence was extinguished. No matter how strong its defense is, it has its limits and is not invincible. Especially here, the defensive effect of the Dewey boat is greatly weakened, and it may be destroyed if you are not careful. Hongming Gem suddenly changed the subject, but if we're lucky and come across some special materials, perhaps this boat can be repaired and even become stronger than before. This broken boat should have the ability to cultivate itself. All it needs is the materials. Lin Moyu's mind fluttered. Can he regain his consciousness? Hongming Gem said, "Of course it can. Nothing is impossible in the world." If a person who has been dead for billions of years can be resurrected, his spiritual intelligence can naturally be restored. It's just very difficult. Master, do you want to know how to recover specifically? He was in such a bad mood again, waiting for Lin Moyu to ask for advice humbly. Lin Moyu didn't care about face. Then please tell me. The Hongmeng gem seemed very happy, since the master asked sincerely. I will tell him generously. As the Hongmeng gem said, anything can happen between heaven and earth, and nothing is absolute. This is due to the rules of heaven and earth, and it is also true even in a larger area. If Duozhou wants to practice, it needs ancient gold, as Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi mentioned before. The deliverance boat is a precious material that is the origin of heaven and earth. A piece of ancient gold was integrated into it during its conception, making it extremely strong. Later, its intelligence was wiped out in the war, and its body was damaged. However, due to the existence of ancient gold, the Dui boat was still intact and had the ability to self-repair. As long as he gets another piece of ancient gold, he can restore the Dui boat to its peak condition. Ancient wasteland gold is rare and extremely rare in the ancient wasteland. Getting it is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. However, now that they are in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, the probability of obtaining ancient wilderness gold is much higher. However, they may face a problem, that is, the ancient wilderness gold may have been nurtured into some kind of living creature. Due to the characteristics of ancient wild gold, the creatures born from it have such strong defense that even a great master would have to spend a lot of effort to break them. Fortunately, Lin Moyu does not have to worry about this. The burning world fire is the nemesis of this kind of creature. As long as its soul is not strong enough, it will be burned to death by the burning world fire. As long as he could see the ancient gold, Lin Moyu would be sure to get it. The real trouble is how to restore the Dui boat's intelligence. Once it regains its intelligence, it will no longer need to be controlled by oneself. However, in order to restore its spiritual intelligence, a material far rarer than ancient gold is needed, the Time Essence Stone. The Time Essence Stone can make time flow backwards within a small range. It does not mean going back to look at the past scenes, but making the time within this certain range truly flow backwards to the past. This kind of reverse flow is permanent. As long as the user's power is strong enough, time can be turned back to the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was very surprised that there was no such heaven-defying thing in the world. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, if the time stone had such power, and if it were refined into a magical treasure and used as a weapon, wouldn't it be invincible? Hongmeng Gem shook its head, impossible. Lin Moyu asked, why? Hongmeng Gem said, all heavens and earths will produce time essence stones during their evolution, but the number varies, ranging from 100 to a few. The time stone has this ability because it records every second and every breath of time throughout the universe. It is precisely because it is so powerful that it has many limitations. For example, it cannot be nurtured into a spirit, cannot be refined into a magical weapon, cannot reverse time for living beings, and cannot make the reversed space exist permanently. So it's more like a recorder. Using it to attack others is impossible. Even if it can change the time of a small area, it can only last for a short while before being corrected by the power of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. So I need to find the time stone and change the time of the deliverance boat, returning it to the time when it gained intelligence. Then I can take the deliverance boat away from this area. Hongmeng Gem said, yes, that's it. Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. What about the Seeking Cause ring? Can this method also be used to restore spiritual intelligence? Hongmeng Gem said, it is theoretically possible, but I don't recommend it, Master. Why? Lin Moyu expressed his incomprehension. If the Xuanin ring could restore its spiritual intelligence, it might be of greater help to him than the Dui boat. Hongmeng Gem said, this thing is too against the will of heaven, and the cause and effect are too great. If you don't believe me, ask those two guys, was this thing destroyed at the beginning of the catastrophe, and died very early? In the rankings of Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, the Ka-seeking ring ranks 5th and 6th respectively, and is extremely powerful. But Xiaoshu also said that such a powerful seeking Ka's ring was destroyed at the beginning of the war. The reason why it ranks high is that it has been besieged by countless powerful people, and many of them have been killed by it. Now, after hearing what Hongmeng Gem said, Lin Moyu realized that there was a problem. The Hongmeng Gem continued, the world needs the Tao of cause and effect. If it doesn't die, the Tao of cause and effect will be difficult to perfect, so it must die. If it regains its spiritual consciousness, then the past karma will affect its master. And considering the master's goal, it won't be of much help to the master. It's not as good as the boat of salvation. Lin Moyu understood that Hongmeng Gem saw things from a higher perspective than he did. You're right, let it go. The seeking Ka's ring does have great causal effects, and it also has many limitations. Now that I am no longer subject to its causal effects, I can just use it as a magic weapon. There is no need to go through too much trouble with it. Even if it is a boat to cross the river, we will find it if we can, but forget it if we can't find it. As long as my strength improves, the role of the Dewey boat will be greatly weakened. Helping him recover is just an idea of mine, not a must. The Dewey boat was flying in the void. The space in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness was very strange. The concept of time disappeared, and even the distance became blurred. Lin Moyu didn't know how far the Dewey boat had flown, how long it had been flying, or how fast it was. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Everything was blurry. Among all of them, only the Hongmeng Gem could perceive clearly, but he didn't like to talk about it. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Moyu suddenly sensed a strange aura. There's something. Lin Moyu felt something in front of him, very far away. Just as he was about to take a look, his expression suddenly changed, and the thing he perceived suddenly appeared in front of him. The distance was too far, and the Dewey boat seemed to be teleported. It suddenly arrived in front of the thing and then crashed into it heavily. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the Dewey boat, enveloped in lightning, was blown away. Lin Moyu saw a high wall, which exploded with endless lightning and turned into a wall of electricity. The electric wall intertwined with endless lightning, and turned into a long whip that suddenly shot out, wrapped around the boat, and forcibly dragged it back. The lightning turned into a cage and the Dewey boat was dragged into it. The next moment, countless lightning bolts fell on the Dewey boat, causing it to vibrate continuously. Lightning covered the Dewey boat, and a large amount of lightning seeped in from the gaps in the Dewey boat and exploded inside the boat. Xiaoping, who was originally dozing off, was hit by the sudden lightning and was blown away with a scream, his skin torn apart. The lightning is very powerful. Xiaoping has no avenue to protect him here, so his defense is drastically weakened and he is unable to withstand the lightning. Lin Moyu waved his hand and put Xiaoping into the storage space. He let the lightning fall on his body without moving. His physical strength is comparable to those of the most powerful and perfect people in the chaos, second only to the Great Venerable and the Quasi-Heavenly Venerable. The top-notch masters have the Great Tao to protect their bodies. Without the Great Tao, their physical bodies are actually not as good as Lin Moyu's. Bathed in the lightning, Lin Moyu didn't even frown. It's still not enough. You can't kill me like this. There was even a hint of disappointment in his tone. If the lightning could be stronger and could kill him instantly, he could use it to strengthen his body and soul. Bathed in the lightning together with him was the Scepter of Calamity. Given the level of the Scepter of Calamity, it did not take the mere lightning seriously at all. Hongmeng Gem said, "This Origin Thunderstone is a bit weak, but this world is not too strong either." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a big difference between the strength of heaven and earth?" Hongmeng Gem said, "Of course, the difference is huge. I have divided the world into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower." "Master, do you want to know?" He acted as if he was asking me something, so Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then please tell me, I really want to know." Hongmeng Gem said seriously, with a hint of arrogance, "I have observed many worlds, too many to count, and divided them into 3 levels. I won't talk about the dead world, that's not even close. I'll just talk about the living world. The world that can withstand 2 great disasters belongs to the lowest level. Those who can withstand 3 to 4 great tribulations are considered to be at a medium level, and those who can withstand 5 to 6 great tribulations are considered to be at a high level. Similarly, the strongest beings born from the lower realms also rank low among the strongest beings. Master will definitely ask how to determine how many catastrophes the world can withstand. I can only tell you that I have seen a lot and can tell at a glance. The ability of a region of heaven and earth to withstand several great calamities is innate and predetermined. Every round of catastrophe is a huge harm to heaven and earth. If a world is inherently weak and can only withstand 2 rounds of catastrophes, then if no strongest 937 is born during this process, the world will go to destruction and will soon collapse. Eventually it became the wreckage of heaven and earth. The first round of heavenly tribulation is a tribulation of life and death for heaven and earth, which determines whether heaven and earth will become a world of life or a world of death. Every heaven and earth must go through this catastrophe without exception. Therefore, for those weak worlds, the chance of giving birth to a master of rope is only 1 round of Daisuke's time. The duration of the catastrophe is not fixed. It can be fast or slow, long or short. According to the Hongmeng gem, it is probably between 100 billion and 500 billion years. In other words, the shortest-lived living world can only exist for about 100 billion years. But at the same time, the rules and restrictions of a weak world are relatively weak, so the possibility of giving birth to fishy things is high. In a powerful world with strict rules and restrictions, the possibility of the birth of a powerful person is relatively low. Lin Moyu thought that Hongmeng Gem could say something interesting, but what he said was not much different from what he thought. The world where he lives is a chaotic ancient wilderness, so it can withstand 3 rounds of catastrophes without any problem. However, it is hard to say about the 4th round of catastrophe, which belongs to the world of Ming and others. Now the 3rd round of catastrophe has begun. If the strongest talent is not born in this round of catastrophe, then there will be few opportunities left for heaven and earth. Lin Moyu said, I understand what you said, but you said before that there was a world that withstood 9 great calamities. What does that mean? The Hongmeng gem said, that world is very special, unique in its own right. There are actually other worlds that can withstand 7 or 8 great tribulations, but there is no need to distinguish between them, as none of them have ever produced a supremely powerful being. It's not a good thing for the world to be too powerful. The rules and restrictions are too strong. No one can break through the rules and restrictions. If the strongest person can't be born, the world is doomed. Hongmeng Gem said with certainty that in all the worlds he had seen, as long as they exceeded a certain limit and could withstand 7 rounds of catastrophes, without exception, the strongest people were born. In the end, after experiencing all the great disasters, these worlds went to destruction and became the ruins of the medical world. Lin Moyu said, it's a shame that these worlds have become ruins. In the end, they can only become an adventure park for the strongest. Wishful thinking. The Hongmeng Gem snorted. A world of that level, even if only ruins remain, would mean certain death for ordinary powerful beings if they entered. Especially the world that survived 9 great calamities. Although it was reduced to rubble in the end, no one could enter that damn place. Anyone who went there would die. I remember there was a powerful being from a higher realm, a person with overflowing self-confidence. He entered that realm and perished within a short while. It was so fast. Lin Moyu was astonished. It really is true that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Hongmeng Gem hummed, of course. The power of the heaven and earth itself has reached an incredible level. Lin Moyu asked, then no one can enter. The Hongmeng Gem pointed at itself and said, I can, but I don't want to go. And the guy I saw in the Master's Life Forbidden Zone should be able to go in too. If one day, the Master can enter the Forbidden Zone of life, Ji can also enter. Now that the world has been completely destroyed, who knows how much debris remains within the Forbidden Zone of life. However, all the passages have been destroyed. If the master can enter the forbidden zone of life, he can treat these debris as his own backyard and visit whenever he wants. It takes a lot of strength to enter the forbidden zone of life alive. I estimate that by then I will have surpassed the strongest, so what is the point of going to such a shattered world? Thinking about this seemed a bit excessive, so Lin Moyu changed the subject. Let's not talk about those things for now. Let's take a look at this lightning wall. He was bathed in the lightning, which did not cause any harm to him, but trapped the boat. Hongmeng Gem said, "This is a piece of Thunder Source Stone. After being nurtured, it has a little bit of intelligence, but it shouldn't be too high. The Thunder Source Stone is also a precious material of the origin of heaven and earth. It flew out from the wall of heaven and earth and landed here. It was fused with the energy of the beginning of heaven. Without the rules of chaos, it was ultimately unable to be fully nurtured. Normally, he stays motionless in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, drifting with the flow. When a living creature passes by him, he will wake up and attack the other party. His attack is not weak. As long as you are still in the chaos realm, you will definitely die if you encounter him here. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness is the forbidden area of the chaos realm, and it is not just talk. Lin Moyu did not condense his soul clone, but flew out of the deliverance boat himself. With the experience of facing the bubble creatures last time, Lin Moyu was no longer so afraid of these guys in the depths of the ancient wilderness. Moreover, these guys are very likely to be his opportunities. He has a premonition that the fire of burning the world will go a step further here and become more powerful again. He flew out of the boat and faced the lightning. Endless thunder blocked his vision and fell densely on his body, trying to blast him into pieces. Unfortunately, his body was strong enough, and although the thunder looked terrifying, it could not cause any harm to him. I still feel a little bit of pain, some tingling, but it doesn't affect me much. In front of him was a wall of thunder, with no visible end, stretching out in the void, as if without boundaries. But none of this mattered. Lin Moyu flew forward in the lightning, came to the lightning wall, and stretched out his hand to press on it. The fire that burned the world suddenly appeared, ignoring the lightning, and fell on the wall of lightning. It spread out in an instant and covered the wall of lightning. The talent of burning world doesn't care what your true form is. It seems to have eyes and quickly finds the true form of the Thunder Source Stone along the Thunder Wall, as well as the spiritual wisdom hidden in the Thunder Source Stone. Once intelligence is generated, it means that there is a soul. 5.8 No matter whether it is smart or stupid, as long as there is a soul, the fire of burning the world will have a target. The world-burning fire penetrated into the core and began to burn the soul. The lightning attacking Lin Moyu suddenly became chaotic. Lin Moyu faintly heard screams, but the sound was covered by the lightning and was not clear. From the changes in the lightning, it can be seen that the fire of burning the world has played its due role. Gradually, the lightning became weaker from chaos until it finally went out. The entire process lasted less than an hour, and a being powerful enough to kill all Chaos Realm beings was burned to death by the world-burning fire. No matter how weak the opponent's soul is, it shows how strong the fire of burning the world is. Lin Moyu saw the Thunder Source Stone, engulfed in flames. A trace of celestial energy within it was unceremoniously devoured and refined by the burning world fire. Finally, Song was left with 10 pieces of untapped Earth Source treasures. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness, the beginning of heaven and earth, is also the true paradise of the fire that burns the world. After devouring the remaining celestial energy in the Thunder Source Stone, the burning world fire became a little stronger. It flew back to Lin Moyu's hand and then disappeared. Lin Moyu felt the joy coming from the world-burning fire, and this emotion made him slightly stunned. The world-burning fire seemed to have had basic intelligence for a long time, but it had never shown much. This time, as if because he was too happy, Tuan showed some emotions. Lin Moyu could probably understand the meaning of the burning world fire. It was telling him that it wanted to eat more and had not eaten enough. This emotion made Lin Moyu feel a little amused and helpless. He felt that he had been thinking about restoring the spiritual intelligence of the Du-Eid boat and Xuanyin ring. Now it seems that it would be the greatest help to give the fire of burning the world intelligence. Throw the Thunder Source Stone into the storage space. If this kind of original material of heaven and earth can be used to nurture a realm, how powerful will your own realm be? It's a pity that this piece of Thunder Source Stone already bears the mark of the ancient chaos, and cannot turn his own world into a living world. If you want to obtain the world of life, you will inevitably have to break the wall of heaven and earth. In the wall of heaven and earth, the pieces of precious materials of heaven and earth with different shapes and properties exude infinite attraction. The lightning disappeared, the void returned to calm, and the boat moved forward again. Hongming Gem laughed and said, "The Thunder Source Stone is not a good thing among the treasures of the origin of heaven and earth, and the creatures evolved from it are not that strong. If you go any deeper, you might encounter something bad." "Master, please be careful." Lin Moyu said, "Didn't we agree before that I came here to seek death? You urged me to go quickly, but now you are trying to persuade me." Changing the subject, Lin Moyu calmly reported, "Did you discover something?" Hongming Gem did not hide anything. "We did discover something. A strange thing entered the beginning of heaven and earth and evolved into some strange things. It's true that the master is seeking death, but if something goes wrong, he might not die physically, but might be trapped to death. Lin Moyu is not worried. With you here, I don't have to worry about these things." Hongming Gem said, "If the master keeps thinking this way, it is not a good thing." Lin Moyu shook his head, "Of course not, but you are my confidence." The Hongming Gem seemed to be very pleased with this. This surly yet somewhat arrogant little fellow smiled for the first time. "That's a good point. I'd love to hear more from the master." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's boring to keep talking about it. What is that strange thing?" The scepter of natural disaster is indeed Lin Moyu's confidence, and Lin Moyu did not say this nonsense. In addition to the scepter of natural disaster, the fire of burning world is also one of the confidences. Especially here, the effect of the fire of burning world may surpass the scepter of natural disaster. The current world burning fire is not very powerful and is far inferior to the scepter of natural disaster, but it is hard to say what it will be like in the future. The world burning fire still has infinite possibilities. If one day I have the ability to enter the forbidden zone of life, the debris of the sky will become the best food for the fire of burning the world. No one can predict how strong the world burning fire will become. Hongming Gem said, "The world is divided into yin and yang, emptiness and reality. Yin corresponds to emptiness and yang corresponds to reality. The same is true for the treasures of the origin of heaven and earth. Master, why not imagine this, if there were a virtual treasure of the origin of heaven and earth, of an extremely yin nature, that came here, absorbed the aura of the primordial heavens, and was not fully nurtured, what would it become? What does it look like? That is the ultimate emptiness, the ultimate yin." Lin Moyu thought about it for a moment, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. If this is the case, then something strange will happen. Anything taken to its extreme becomes outrageous. Some things are outrageous and not scary, they just make people amazed, but some things are outrageous and very scary. Lin Moyu suddenly had a bad feeling, a warning came from his soul, and danger was approaching. There was a whistling sound in my ears, as if a strong wind was coming. The boat was completely unable to withstand the strong wind and was shattered in the wind. Then countless shadows appeared in his sight. Lin Moyu glanced at them and said in surprise, "Demons." He recognized these phantoms, they were all demons from the small world. Those demons had been killed by him long ago, how could they appear here? The sound of dragon roars rang out, and the dragons of the small world also appeared. Lillian and the Dragon King appeared at the same time, leading the armies of the two demon dragon tribes and rushing towards him. There was a cold wind blowing behind him. Lin Moyu looked back and saw Antares, and Antares spewed earth dragon breath with his eyes full of murderous intent. Is it a fantasy? Lin Moyu closed his eyes, and his soul power burst out, transforming into a pair of huge palms that swept across, dispelling all the phantoms. When I opened my eyes again, everything was clear. When the dim light came into his eyes, Lin Moyu discovered that the boat had stopped in front of an ancient castle. He had seen this castle before. He had entered the castle when the mysterious garden appeared in the big world. In the big world, the ancient castle is an extremely mysterious existence, and many things about it remain unexplained and unsolved to this day. After studying it at that time, I could only regard it as a piece of sealed history in the big world. Later, as I learned more, I roughly concluded that the mysterious garden should be the result of the collision between the big world and other worlds. At that time, the big world had swallowed up many other worlds in the Boundary Sea. That was the history of the big world. Later, when I entered the origin continent, I did not look for the root cause again. Unexpectedly, it appears again now. The characters in the previous small world, including Antares, were all illusions. But the castle in front of me looks like. Hongming Gem said, the ultimate emptiness is reality. He is the ultimate emptiness and the beginning of reality. This castle lies deep within the owner's memory. It's a mystery he's never been able to solve. Clearly, he's been through a lot in there. Would you like to go take another look? Perhaps the puzzles that were unsolved before can now be solved. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, I'm not interested in these puzzles. I am who I am, and my path has nothing to do with anyone else. As he spoke, Lin Moyu came outside the Dewey boat and punched the ancient castle. Lin Yu used more than 90% of his strength in this punch. A giant fist emerged from the void and completely enveloped the castle. The giant fist swept across, and most of the castle collapsed instantly. The alarm sounded loudly, and the castle seemed to be activated, with a large number of formations appearing instantly. Then a dark figure flew out from the castle. It was wearing armor and holding a sword, pointing at Lin Moyu, because of the courage. Behind him, a large number of troops flew up and formed up for battle. Then a skull throne slowly rose into the air, with raging flames burning on it. A person sat on the throne, looking at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, you hit me. A heavy voice sounded, and Lin Moyu was shocked. It turned out to be the mysterious master. The ultimate emptiness is the truth. I didn't expect that the illusion here would also outline the mysterious master. Lin Moyu did not take any further action. He looked at the illusion and thought to himself, if you really are that kind of person, this illusion should be shattered. Lin Moyu was refining the mirror fragments at the moment, completely unaware of the Hongming Gem's inner thoughts. He even muttered to himself, this shattered too easily. After all, it's an extremely ethereal and inane object, and it even turned from ethereal to tangible. The extremely inane and extremely virtual object, after countless years of evolution, will eventually turn from virtual to real, and will possess both virtual and real powers at the same time. This mirror will become a powerful weapon. But it broke on its own just because of some tiny flaws, which is a little unbelievable. Lin Moyu was not aware of the shock in Hongming Gem's heart. The information displayed by the mirror had become very vague in his mind and was difficult to remember. Somewhere in the dark, it seemed that an invisible force influenced Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about it, but Hongming Gem felt the existence of that power firsthand. He was so frightened that he dared not reveal anything, and even fabricated some information to hide it from Lin Moyu. How could it be him? He kept repeating these words in his mind, and even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. No matter how shocked it was inside, the Hongming Gem still looked a little arrogant on the surface. When it comes to acting, this old guy who has lived for countless years is also a professional and completely deceived Lin Moyu. He could deceive Lin Moyu, but he couldn't deceive himself. The shock in his heart continued for a long time. Looking at the entire world, he was the only one who knew how terrifying that guy was. That guy was not from this world at all, and his existence was very special. When he was wandering in the forbidden zone of life, he witnessed with his own eyes how strong the other party was. One of Lin Moyu's previous lives was actually that kind of existence. Thinking of this, Hongming Gem suddenly became excited. Lin Moyu's previous life turned out to be that guy, and now Lin Moyu has become his own master and has a second world. Maybe in the future Lin Moyu can also reach that level. No, it's not that level. It should be beyond that level. If living beings enter the restricted area of life, there may really be a chance. But why do I feel like some of my memories have been erased? That's impossible. I must be wrong. Never mind. Maybe I can witness a miracle this time. My mood turned from shock to excitement, and suddenly I heard Lin Wuyu say, "Tell me, how could he be broken like this? This is too bizarre." I used to feel that he was more difficult to deal with than the Great Venerable. Lin Wuyu thought about it over and over again and still found it incredible and really couldn't understand it. The Hongming gem snorted softly, maintaining its arrogant demeanor. What's there to be confused about? Everything in the universe has its destiny. Strength and weakness, perfection and incompleteness are often separated by only a fine line. Some minor problems in the past may eventually become fatal problems. Therefore, the foundation must be solid. Only with an extremely solid foundation can you reach higher places. Otherwise, you will fall at any time. He was like an elder teaching a younger generation. Lin Wuyu naturally understood these principles, but this was not the answer he wanted. Hongming Gem continued, "Let me tell you a story." Lin Wuyu smiled and said, "Okay." Hongming Gem has seen so many things, but he was not very willing to talk about the past. Now that he has taken the initiative to talk about it, I am naturally willing to listen. The Hongming Gem coughed lightly, its voice becoming deeper, as if creating a certain atmosphere. There are countless worlds within the life-forbidden zone, and new worlds are constantly being conceived. Most of these new worlds cannot withstand the first round of catastrophes and fail to become living worlds. There once was a world called Putsong. This world was born strong, and it could easily withstand 6 great calamities. With luck, it might even be able to withstand 7. You know, there are worlds that can withstand 7 great calamities, but the rules of such worlds are too powerful, and no powerful person has ever been born from them. That world is already extremely powerful, yet a supremely powerful being was born within it. At this point, Hongming Gem's tone suddenly changed. This is normal. Powerful beings have also been born in other higher realms. This is not uncommon. But the most outrageous thing happened in that realm. That realm actually gave birth to a powerful being during the first great catastrophe. The first round of catastrophe, that was just the catastrophe of life and death for the world, the catastrophe that determined whether the world would be born or die. Even life hadn't begun to be conceived, yet a powerful being appeared in the broken heaven and earth. Lin Wuyu raised his eyebrows. Outsider? Hongming Gem said, "Yes, it is an outsider." Sometimes, a connection is formed between the heavens and the earth. This connection is very secret and exists for a very short time. Most of the time it only lasts for a moment. Coincidentally, during the first round of catastrophe, Putsong Tiandi formed a connection with another world. This connection is very strange. It lasted for a long time. A living being came from another world. After this creature entered the broken heaven and earth, it absorbed a large amount of the chi of the beginning of heaven and refined the precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth that came from the wall of heaven and earth. More than half of the primordial energy in the broken heaven and earth was obtained by him alone. When the first round of the heaven and earth life and death tribulation was about to end, he became the strongest and refined the heaven and earth in one fell swoop. Lin Wuyu was also shocked when he heard this. How could such a thing happen? Hongming Gem said, "This is the only case of this kind of thing. There is no semicolon, but it also shows that nothing is impossible. There are only things that cannot be imagined, but nothing that cannot be done." Lin Wuyu nodded and continued to ask, "What happened next?" Hongming Gem continued, "This was already outrageous, and then it became even more outrageous. After he refined Putsong Tiandi and became its master, he actually stopped Putsong Tiandi from evolving and nurturing life. He spent half of the Great Tribulation to gather all the power of the Putsong Tiandi into his body. The Putsong Tiandi is a world with 6 extreme chakras. It is hard to imagine how strong this power is. Afterwards, he entered the wall of heaven and earth, transiting through it to travel to other worlds. He refined the debris of one world after another, and his power grew stronger and stronger. During this process, he came into conflict with many powerful individuals and engaged in fierce fights. Without exception, he defeated all of them. Not only did he defeat them, he also attacked those strongest beings from the opposite direction and refined their worlds completely. The voice of Hongming Gem became deeper and deeper. He was telling Lin Moyu a truth. A truly strong person could be completely unreasonable and do whatever he wanted. Fists are the hard truth, and this is true no matter where you are. Lin Moyu said, although his behavior is a bit crazy, he must have his reasons and a purpose. Hongming Jewel said, yes, he must have his own reasons, but no one knows. At that time, all the strongest people avoided him, and some of them even joined forces to kill him. He ended up killing me. He stood alone. The forces of karma dared not approach him. Beneath his feet lay the wreckage of heaven and earth, the lives of countless beings. He continued to refine the debris of heaven and earth, a total of 999, and then seemed to have reached his limit. So he leaped. Lin Moyu could imagine how lonely such a being would feel when he stood at the highest point in the world, alone, lonely and isolated, with no one to walk with him. While refining the world, he was also looking for an opponent. Such an existence seemed to be born for battle. Hongming Gem said, he leaped forward, rushing out of the world without hesitation and entering the forbidden zone of life. Seeing that Hongming Gem didn't continue, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, then what? The Hongming Gem shook its head. There was no more. He only lasted 10 breaths after entering the life-forbidden zone before being shattered to pieces and perished. Lin Moyu frowned. Even a strong man like this can only last 10 breaths? Hongming Gem said, that's why I call that place the life-forbidden zone. No living creature can enter, not even him. No wonder the Hongming Gem reacted so excitedly when I said I saw a person in the forbidden zone of life. It turned out that he had seen that kind of strong man, but he was still in the forbidden zone of life. The path of life and death disappeared. Hongming Gem sighed. He calculated that he could hold on for 10 breaths. If it were any other powerful person, they wouldn't be able to hold on for even a breath. After refining 999 heavens and earths, his strength has reached its limit, but he can still only hold on for 10 breaths. This shows how terrifying the forbidden zone of life is. However, I still had the delusion of entering the forbidden zone of life, which seemed to be really a delusion. There was a hint of hesitation in his heart, but it was wiped out in the next moment. So what if there are delusions? If there are no delusions, what is the difference between a person's life and that of a salted fish? If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed to understand the actions of the strongest man. This was what he pursued. Even if he died, even if he fell, he would still have no regrets. Lin Moyu asked, what's his name? Hongming Gem said, although he is an outsider, he achieved enlightenment in the Patsong world, and others call him Emperor Pada. Lin Moyu asked, at that time, what level did his body and soul reach? Hongming Gem smiled and said, Master has finally hit the nail on the head. His body and soul have both reached the limit of what the heaven and earth can accommodate. Every time he refines a piece of heaven and earth, his body and soul will be strengthened a little bit. So what I want to tell you is that simply reaching the limit of heaven and earth is not enough. If you want to enter the forbidden zone of life, you must break through the limit. If he had been able to hold on a little longer, continue refining the world, and push himself past his limits, he might have been able to survive in the forbidden zone of life. Lin Moyu said, maybe he has something to hide. Hongming Gem nodded and said, I observed the entire process and discovered a problem. Emperor Padian is powerful, but he did not refine the debris of heaven and earth that required 8 chakras. He has refined the highest level of heaven and earth debris, which is the 7 chakra heaven and earth. In the worlds with 7 wheels or more, no powerful person has ever been born. After experiencing one catastrophe after another, they have become the wreckage of heaven and earth. However, these remnants of heaven and earth are extremely dangerous, and ordinary powerful people dare not touch them. As the strongest among the strongest, it was not difficult for Emperor Patsong to refine the debris of heaven and earth, but the highest he had ever refined was the debris of heaven and earth at a higher level. Lin Moyu asked, Didn't you find it, or didn't you try? Hongmeng Gem said, there is only one piece of the nine-wheel heaven and earth debris, and it has been cut off from the heaven and earth wall, so it is indeed not easy to find. But there are still some eight-wheel heaven and earth debris. He tried to refine it, but failed. I remember he entered the remains of an eight-wheeled world, stayed inside for a while, and then left without refining it. I never tried it again. If he had been able to refine the debris of the eight wheels of heaven and earth, perhaps the result would have been different. Lin Moyu said, in the final analysis, he simply failed to break the restrictions placed on the physical body and soul by heaven and earth. To reach the forbidden zone of life, one must break the limits. He should know this truth. Why would he go and die? Hongmeng Gem shook his head. That's unclear. He has no friends in his life. He's always fighting and never talks. No one knows what he's thinking. Lin Moyu asked, didn't he leave any information? You must have paid close attention to him at the time. His expression and eyes must have revealed some emotions. Hongmeng Jewel said, to say I'm paying attention isn't entirely accurate. I have too many things to look at, and he's just one of them. Speaking of his emotions, I did have some. I was watching him for the last 10 breaths before his death, and he was very unwilling. Is it just reluctance? Lin Moyu asked. Hongmeng Gem nodded, that's right, I'm just unwilling to give in. No regrets, no complaints, just unwilling to give in. This is a true strong man. He never complains about the environment, but only has the spirit of fighting. But Lin Moyu felt that he seemed to be missing something. Perhaps that missing thing was the reason why he could not break the limits of his physical body and soul. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Lin Moyu was a little curious. Why do you want to tell me the weight of Emperor Putsong? Hongmeng Gem said, you are my master now, and you want to enter the life forbidden zone, so I told you about Emperor Putsong so that you can be mentally prepared and know when you can enter. Okay, these words are acceptable. Lin Moyu asked, after all these years in the life forbidden zone, apart from Emperor Putsong, is there nothing else worth your attention? Hongmeng Gem said, that's too many. Although Emperor Putsong is unique, there are more than one who are inferior to him. If I were to talk about it, I could go on for years and still not finish. I'm too lazy to talk about it. It's enough for you to just know Emperor Putsong. Lin Moyu sighed, if I could turn back time, I really want to ask him why he was so anxious to enter the forbidden zone of life. Hongmeng Gem said, this is not something the master should worry about. The Emperor Putsong is just an example. The master can refer to it and know what to do. Understood. Lin Moyu stopped worrying about it, as the burning world fire finally refined the mirror. There was a lot of residual Tianchu Qi in the mirror, which gave the burning world fire a good meal and strengthened it a little. The remaining fragments are still excellent materials. The Silver Rabbit Clan's magic is not picky, and they can use both good and bad materials. The boat set out again. Perhaps the result of searching for the cause and effect had taken effect. Moyu felt that his direction was correct. After entering the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, Lin Moyu felt that his soul seemed to be affected by some kind of aura, and some changes had occurred compared to before. He had the illusion that he had returned to the womb. Instead of fear, he felt at ease. The Hongmeng Gem gave the answer. This was because his soul was strong enough to sense the lingering breath from the beginning of the creation of the world in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. This kind of breath is the most original breath of heaven and earth. Creatures like him in heaven and earth should be able to feel it when their souls become strong enough. Many top-level masters and great masters can feel that this aura can make people calm, but in the calmness it also carries a cold, murderous intent. As the boat continued on its journey, it encountered several other creatures, but none of them were as powerful as the mirror. They all became food for the world-burning fire. Lin Moyu also gained a few Earth origin treasures and skills. Lin Moyu felt that the deepest part of the ancient wilderness was a blessed land tailor-made for him. Those creatures that were powerful enough to kill the top perfection and give the great masters a headache were no match for the fire that burned the world. There are no restrictions on your body and soul here. As long as you can hold on and the boat can hold on, the fire of the burning world can burn the other party to death. The fire that burns the world burns all the way, becoming stronger and stronger, and the flames gradually change. A hint of gold appeared in the originally crimson flames. If this continues, the fire of the burning world will undergo another transformation. Since he obtained the world-burning fire, it has undergone several transformations. Every time it transforms, some unusual colors will appear in the fire, which indicates that the transformation is about to come. After the transformation is complete, the color of the flame will return to red, and it will be thicker and more powerful than before the transformation. Flame is just flame after all. When it has a heavy feeling of 600, this kind of flame is enough to make people scared just by looking at it. The fire of burning the world is like this, he is moving in one direction. Lin Moyu didn't know how long he had been flying. He had long lost the concept of time. He just felt that he had been here for quite some time. Occasionally I feel a little impatient, as if I can't stand the loneliness here. Lin Moyu suddenly began to understand the Hongming gem. He had been wandering alone in the forbidden zone of life for countless years. It was much quieter there. Although he could see and hear things in other worlds, he would not be able to bear it for a long time and would go crazy. Impatience came in waves, unstoppable. Lin Moyu felt uncomfortable at first, but later he regarded it as a test of his spiritual heart and gradually began to adapt to it. Until one day, there was a vibration from the boat. This kind of shock has never happened before, and it is the first time. It had long lost its intelligence, so there was only one possibility that could have caused it to undergo this change. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, a gleam in his eyes, and he woke up from the tempering of his Tao heart. Old rough gold. When 3 words were uttered from his mouth, only ancient desolate gold could resonate with the Dewey boat and cause all kinds of abnormalities. The Dewey boat was glowing, and this place had completely left the chaos, and the effect of the hidden spirit pearl had almost disappeared. In the pitch-black void, the Dewey boat became the brightest star. As the boat flashed, a light suddenly lit up in the distance. The two sides were in resonance. They shared the same roots and were like brothers with telepathy, calling out to each other. Finally found it. Lin Moyu was in a good mood. With the ancient gold, the boat could be restored to its original state. Xiao Shu, who was steering the boat, warned, "Master, the ancient gold ahead is unusual. Be careful." Lin Moyu had already sensed it without Xiao Shu saying anything. Dui Zhou wanted Guwan gold, and Guwan gold seemed to want Dui Zhou as well. Boom! With the loud noise, the Dewey boat shook violently. Xiao Shu suddenly said, "Master, the boat is out of control." Before he finished speaking, the Dewey boat had already flown towards the ancient desolate gold. A powerful force emanated from the ancient desolate gold, tying up the Dewey boat like a rope and dragging it over. The other party was obviously in a hurry, and since he was about to go over too, Lin Moyu did not resist. Soon he saw Guwang Jin, a giant with only one hand and one leg standing in the void, staring at the Dewey boat with a look of desire and greed. On the giant's chest, a piece of ancient golden hair was shining, and the light flowed through the giant's body like water, turning into a layer of armor that seemed thin but was actually strong. It seems he wants to use the ancient gold on the deliverance boat to repair himself. Did he fight with someone? It's really interesting that his limbs were broken. Ancient wild gold is extremely strong. It is difficult for an ordinary great master to break the giant's arms and legs. Hongming Gem interrupted, "Master is stupid, he wasn't injured by anyone, he was born like this." Born like this? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Although the other party had no intelligence, it would not lose its hand during the evolution process. Hongming Gem said, "I don't know the specific reason, but he has been like this since the beginning of his evolution. If he wants to recover, he must obtain another piece of ancient gold." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you think the Great Venerable is strong enough to break the ancient gold?" Hongming Gem said, "That depends on the strength of the Great Venerable. The weak ones will naturally not be able to do it, but the stronger ones can always break it as long as they are willing to spend time." At this time, the giant evolved from the ancient wild gold let out a silent roar, and the suction force in his hands suddenly increased. The boat continued to roar and tremble. Lin Moyu saw golden light coming out from inside the Dewey boat, as if something was about to break out. Realizing that something was wrong, the giant evolved from the ancient gold actually tried to forcibly extract the ancient gold from the ferry. Once the Dewey boat lost the ancient gold, it would inevitably disintegrate on the spot. Lin Moyu naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. With a wave of his hand, the boat was stored in the storage space, and Lin Moyu faced the giant. The boat disappeared, the giant roared angrily, Lin Moyu's soul trembled, and the giant's shadow appeared outside the soul world. The giant was supposed to appear in the soul world, but Lin Moyu's soul world was protected by the energy of the beginning of heaven, and he could not invade. The giant outside the soul world was obviously very angry and launched a fierce attack on the soul world, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the Tianchu Qi. I didn't expect that Gu Huangjin is also good at soul attacks. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. This situation was unexpected. Hongming Gem didn't find it strange at all. Ancient desolate gold is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and it ranks among the most precious materials of heaven and earth. Its strong defense is not only against the body, but also against the soul. Similarly, it's not surprising that he has the ability to attack the soul. Lin Moyu chuckled, expressing his understanding. It was indeed not surprising. Lin Moyu could feel that the giant's physical defense was extremely strong and could not be broken by his own ability, but there was no need to break it either. With a wave of his hand, the fire that burned the world rushed out, turning into countless fire dragons that moved in the void, and then exploded with a loud bang, turning into a sea of fire. The giant obviously didn't realize the danger was coming, and when he saw the sea of fire, it was too late. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "Let's see whether your soul is stronger or my world-burning fire is more powerful." Along the way, the fire that burns the world becomes stronger and stronger, and the golden light in the fire becomes stronger. It is a natural nemesis for these creatures evolved in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. The burning world fire quickly spread to the giant, seeping into its interior, but the giant seemed not to feel threatened, or perhaps he simply did not understand what a threat was. 5.0 Lin Moyu knew that he had no way to deal with the ancient gold, and now he could only rely on the fire of burning the world. The world-burning fire soon burned onto the ancient gold. In an instant, the void shook and Lin Moyu faintly heard screams. The giant outside the soul world was crying and holding his head, seeming to be in great pain. The burning world fire perfectly restrains these creatures. No matter how strong your body is, if your soul is burned to ashes, what use is a strong body? Hongming Gem was amazed. This flame is really good. Lin Moyu had previously asked the Hongming Gem where the burning world fire came from, but even the Hongming Gem couldn't tell where the burning world fire came from. He said he had never seen such a thing before in other places. Destroy. The screams continued, and half a day later, the giant evolved from ancient wild gold collapsed on the spot, leaving only a piece of black metal with gold in the void. The small amount of remaining primordial energy was ruthlessly devoured by the world-burning fire. He released the deliverance boat again and sucked the ancient wild gold in at the same time. When the Dewey boat collided with the ancient wasteland gold, the extremely hard ancient wasteland gold turned into liquid and flowed into the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat emitted a more dazzling light, and the previously damaged areas were slowly repairing. At the current rate, it will take days to fully recover. It's finally been repaired, and it can be considered as the fulfillment of a long-cherished wish. I remembered that when I first got the deliverance boat, I had thought that I would repair it when I had the chance in the future, and now I finally did it. Looking up into the distance, I saw the prisoners approaching. It seemed that the light of the Dewey boat attracted their attention, and the visitor had bad intentions. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness is like a giant hunting ground. The deeper you go, the more so it is. Except for a few special creatures, most of them have the instinct to hide themselves. Once someone shows up, they may be targeted by other beings. The Dewey boat was now emitting a strong light, and a powerful aura was emanating in all directions, spreading over an unknown distance and attracting the attention of many people. The same was true of the creature evolved from the ancient wild gold. It didn't seem to be afraid of being targeted by others. It was too strong and ordinary creatures could do nothing to it. The same is true for the thru boat. Once the fusion and repair are completed, it can also have a strong defense level. Lin Moyu could feel the defense of the Deliverance boat growing stronger. Very good. Although it's not as free as in the Chaos, at least it's safer. Ancient wild gold does not need to rely on the Avenue in the Chaos. Its own strength is enough to ensure the basic safety of the thru boat here. As for those curious creatures, Lin Moyu felt that he could harvest another wave. This is a good method. He had thought about it before. It can greatly speed up the efficiency by attracting those incomplete creatures. But the words of Hongmeng Gem made him give up this idea. In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, there are some strange and terrifying existences that are beyond our ability to fight against. If you attract them, you will be in big trouble. Half a day later, several fearless creatures arrived, and what greeted them was a raging sea of fire. They were devoured by the world-burning fire, and their intelligence was quickly wiped out, leaving only pieces of materials of various shapes. Lin Moyu couldn't help but say, how many precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth came here back then? The number seems quite large. Hongmeng Gem said, the wall of heaven and earth has provided a large amount of precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth. When the world was first formed, it was not as big as it is now. The materials that entered here must not be too few. In fact, every world is like this. These living beings have a unified name, called source spirits. Their existence is of no use to the entire universe. They are merely a symbol of the beginning of the universe's evolution. But there is one exception. Lin Moyu asked curiously, what exception? As he spoke, he looked into the distance, and there were more creatures rushing towards him from afar. The fire that burns the world could have another feast, but suddenly, those creatures dispersed and moved away at an astonishing speed. What happened? Lin Moyu was puzzled as to why these guys suddenly jumped. Hongmeng Gem shouted, hurry up, there's a big guy coming. Lin Moyu believed the words of the Hongmeng Gem and got into the thru boat and left immediately. A moment later, Lin Moyu sensed that a terrifying aura had come to the place where he had been before. The aura was so powerful that Lin Moyu had the illusion that he was facing a great master directly. The other party was comparable to a great master, or even more powerful than an ordinary great master. Even if a great master were to encounter such a fellow here, he would probably have no choice but to flee. Lin Moyu asked, what is that? Hongmeng Gem said, this is the exception I told you before. In the beginning of heaven and earth, there were no fully nurtured living beings, so they were called source spirits. But in addition to source spirits, there was another special existence in the beginning of heaven and earth. A very small number of precious materials of the origin of heaven and earth spewed out from the land of heaven and earth and entered this world. Due to some reasons, they flew very slowly and arrived at the beginning of heaven and earth after a long time. When they flew through the chaos, the rules of heaven and earth nurtured them. By the time they entered the beginning of heaven and earth, they were already fully nurtured. Afterwards, they completed their final growth in the beginning of heaven and earth. However, by then, they had already been branded by the beginning of heaven and earth and could not leave. They are born stronger than ordinary source spirits and possess some unique abilities. They can also absorb the power from the beginning of heaven and earth to cultivate, and at the same time obtain a considerable amount of heavenly chi. They are called source spirit kings. In a certain world, there aren't many source spirit kings. There are either none or only a few, but they are all very powerful without exception. Outside the beginning of heaven and earth, the Great Venerable is called the king, but inside the beginning of heaven and earth, they are the kings. Even if the Great Venerable of natural disaster you mentioned comes here, he can only behave himself. Even if he takes that step, it will be useless. As long as you haven't become the strongest, you are no match for the Source Spirit King since the beginning of the universe. Lin Moyu understood that the Source Spirit King was an invincible existence in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Even the current Great Lord of Natural Disasters, or the Tao, can only tie with the Source Spirit King at best, or even be inferior to the Source Spirit King. Only by becoming the truly powerful one can surpass the Source Spirit King and control and refine the entire world. No wonder those Source Spirits just now fled in all directions. Fortunately, I walked quickly, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Whether King Yuanling can destroy the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu believes that he can do it, it's just a matter of whether it will be troublesome. Perhaps I can improve through the help of the Source Spirit King. Suddenly, an incredible idea popped up in my mind. This idea is a bit risky, but it might really work. The problem is that King Yuanling is intelligent and he may not necessarily do things according to his own ideas. If after killing you a few times, the other person doesn't want to kill you anymore but at the same time refuses to let you go, that would be a big trouble. This thought was temporarily suppressed. Unless he really couldn't find a suitable method, he would take such a risk. Lin Moyu told his thoughts to Hongming Gem, but Hongming Gem rejected it outright. He felt that even if Lin Moyu wanted to die, this was not the way to die. If you really want to do this, you might as well go find the Tao. Or he could discuss it with the hidden Great Lord of Natural Disasters. At least it would be safer than looking for the Source Spirit King. One is negotiable, the other is not negotiable at all. The two are completely different. Lin Moyu sighed. It would be best if there was a Source Spirit King who had no reason and only knew how to kill. He knew that his imagination was a bit far-fetched, but after hearing this, Hongming Gem fell silent. After a moment, he whispered, "Perhaps there is a place that can meet the master's requirements." Lin Moyu asked, "Where?" Hongming Gem said, "The Heavens Beginning Vortex is the place where the Heavens Beginning Chi erupted at the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth. After the eruption of the Heavenly Beginning Chi, a vortex will form there. Beyond the vortex is the Forbidden Zone for life. The vortex contains a trace of the power of the Forbidden Zone of life. If the owner enters it, he will definitely die instantly." Lin Moyu said, "It won't take me into the Forbidden Zone of life, will it?" Once he enters the Forbidden Zone of life, there is no way back, and it will be in vain for him to be reborn many times. Hongming Gem said, "It is dangerous, but as long as we can find a suitable Tianchu vortex, it is still worth a try." Hongming Gem hesitated and told Lin Moyu the place. Lin Moyu felt that the Hongming Gem seemed to have undergone some changes. On the surface, it looked no different from before, but if you looked closely, you could find that the Hongming Gem had subtle changes in tone and demeanor. And this change seemed to have happened only after I encountered that mirror. Lin Moyu concluded that something must have happened at that time, but he just couldn't remember anything. In the vague memory, it seemed as if I saw my past life. The voice of Hongming Gem sounded, "Master, what are you thinking about? Do you want to go to that place?" Lin Moyu said, "Although what you said is a bit dangerous, it is still safer than looking for the Source Spirit King. Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can find a suitable Tianchu whirlpool." Hongming Gem said, "Then Master, please use the Seeking Cause ring to plant fruit. It will be more or less useful. The Seeking Cause ring is being suppressed more and more severely, and its effect may be less than 1% of that in the chaos, but it will still be more or less useful." Lin Moyu began to plant fruits and search for the Tianchu vortex. The previous time he planted fruit, he had to go to the central area of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Although the fruit was planted successfully, the results were not ideal. The effect of cause and effect only prevented him from flying away from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and he was unable to actually reach the central area. Now I have a clearer goal in growing fruit, which is to find Tianchulang. The Seeking Cause ring hummed, and after just blowing for a few breaths, it went out. There was no backlash. Lin Moyu's soul power was partially consumed, and the fruit planting failed. Continue. This result is not surprising. It took more than 10 attempts to successfully plant the fruit before. Now the suppression here is even stronger, and the failure rate will inevitably increase again. planting fruits again and again, each failure will consume part of the soul power. What Lin Moyu lacked the most was soul power. The little tree continuously absorbed power from its own storage space to replenish its soul power. The fruit planting continued to fail, the first time, the 20 times, the third time. Lin Moyu was not discouraged. At present, the best way was to follow the principle of finding the cause and planting the result. Although the effect would not be ideal, at least he would not be flying around like a headless fly. He planted fruit 50 times in a row without any success. If it were someone else, their soul power would have been exhausted several times, but Lin Moyu remained calm. Apart from anything else, just the function of replenishing soul power is enough for the small tree to be a strong backing. Finally, after the 56th fruit was planted, a backlash force came from the cause-seeking ring. The backlash force was not strong, and Lin Moyu easily blocked it. The seeking cause ring was suppressed too harshly here, and even the backlash force was less than 1/10 of the usual force. The presence of backlash means successful fruit planting. The backlash force is not strong, which means that the fruit seed is not solid. It may still be effective now, but it is unknown how long it can last. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a certain direction and pointed his finger, that direction. The results of the cause and effect cycle are always silent and traceless. As long as the seeds are planted successfully, they will surely come true. This time it was different. The cause-seeking loop that had been suppressed layer by layer finally revealed its traces, and Lin Moyu felt the flow of cause and effect. This is normal. Everything has its traces, which is consistent with Lin Moyu's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth. The Dewey boat headed in the direction indicated by Lin Moyu. In this place where there was no concept of space and time, no one knew how long it had been flying. During this process, the Dewey boat completed its self-repair and was glowing all over. Both defense and speed have been greatly improved compared to before. Although it is still not as fast as Xiaoping, it is about half of Xiaoping's speed, which is enough. As for the defensive power, after integrating a new piece of ancient gold, the defense of the Dewey boat is even better than before. Even if it is a great master, she would have to spend a lot of effort to damage the Dewey boat. As long as you are in the Dewey boat, your safety can be greatly guaranteed. After flying for a long time, Lin Moyu finally felt some unusual aura. He felt the chi of the beginning of heaven. There was chi of the beginning of heaven in front of him, and there were quite a few of them. But the strange thing is that these days the primordial energy seems to appear and disappear from time to time, and its amount is constantly changing. The Hongmeng gem murmured, "We have finally arrived at the heavenly beginning whirlpool." Lin Moyu closed his eyes and whispered, "I can feel danger ahead." Hongmeng gem said, "The Tianchu whirlpool is naturally dangerous. If you are not careful, the Great Venerable will die." The Hongmeng gem has previously described the heavenly vortex in detail. When the heaven and earth first appeared, they entered a state of rapid expansion, and everything began to change from the beginning of the heaven and earth. A large amount of Tianchu chi gushed out like a volcanic eruption, filling the entire world, and the Tianchu whirlpool was the crater where the Tianchu chi erupted. When the evolution of heaven and earth enters a stable state, the whirlpools of the beginning of heaven will no longer erupt the energy of the beginning of heaven. They will turn into whirlpools and exist forever in the beginning of heaven and earth until heaven and earth collapse. The other side of these vortexes is the forbidden zone of life, which is the channel connecting the heaven and earth and the forbidden zone of life. Every heaven and earth has it, without exception. There was no celestial vortex in Lin Moyu's storage space at the moment, as his own world was still in an erupting state, and the celestial energy was still increasing. Naturally, no vortex had appeared. The directions of rotation of the Tianchu whirlpools are either forward or reverse. Although some Tianchu whirlpools no longer spew out the Tianchu chi, they still spew out powerful force, making it difficult for anyone to get close. However, some of the Tianchu whirlpools rotate in different directions, and all living things that approach it will be sucked in, eventually falling into the forbidden zone of life and dying. This state can be changed and there are no rules to follow. If Lin Moyu is sucked into the life forbidden zone, he will surely die. However, the strength of the Tianchu whirlpools varies. They need to find a Tianchu whirlpool of appropriate strength that Lin Moyu can resist. Even if the direction of the Tianchu whirlpool changes, Lin Moyu can still be safe. In the Tianchu vortex, there is a trace of the power of the life forbidden zone. This power is extremely destructive and can fully meet Lin Moyu's requirements. The question is how to judge whether a Tianchu vortex is suitable. If you choose wrong, you will die. The boat continued to approach, and Lin Moyu saw the Tianchu vortex. There are many Tianchu whirlpools, large and small, distributed in the void. In the whirlpools, the Tianchu chi is floating up and down. As the Tianchu whirlpools rotate, they sometimes appear and sometimes disappear. That's quite a lot. There are at least millions of Tianchu whirlpools in the void, like stars in the sky, and they are divided into several groups and crowded together. Hongmeng Jewel said, "This is the most common type. Some worlds only have one Tianchu vortex. That vortex will become so huge that even the strongest dare not approach it. Master, be careful here. You can ignore the larger ones. They are too dangerous. Don't get close to them. Just find some smaller ones and try them little by little." It sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. As the Dewey boat approached, suddenly an invisible suction force fell on the Dewey boat. He was locked by a Tianchu vortex and flew towards the Tianchu vortex. The Hongmeng gem immediately shouted loudly, "Run away, don't get sucked in." The Hongmeng gem screamed urgently. Once it was sucked in, the Dewey boat would definitely be destroyed. The same would be true for Lin Moyu. There was no possibility of escape. By then, the Hongmeng gem will be lost in the forbidden zone of life again, and it is unknown how many years it will take before it can re-enter the world. Lin Moyu moved his mind and injected all his soul power into the Dewey boat, maneuvering the Dewey boat to resist the suction and fly in the opposite direction. He saw a Tianchu whirlpool right in front of him. It was not very big among the many Tianchu whirlpools. It suddenly changed its direction of rotation, from pushing to sucking. The ferry boat was right in the direction of its suction. Fortunately, the suction force was not too strong, and Lin Moyu quickly broke free by driving the boat with all his strength. Hongmeng Gem breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the moment the Tianchu vortex changes direction, both the suction and thrust will explode. As long as we can survive the major explosion, the power of the Tianchu whirlpool will remain stable for a certain period of time. Master, you have to be careful of the power that erupts when the Tianchu whirlpool transforms. It might suck us in, or it might push us far away and allow us to be captured by another Tianchu whirlpool. This time it's because the distance is far enough. If it were closer, we might not be able to break free. He was very serious and spoke very seriously. I understand. Lin Moyu's eyes swept through the Tianchu vortex. The Tianchu vortex, like a sky full of stars, was like the mouths of giant beasts that devoured people. If you don't check for a moment, you will be in danger. Whether it is thrust or suction, you must be on guard and not let your guard down. The Dewey boat changed its direction and approached, trying to keep as much distance from each Tianchu whirlpool as possible. Gradually, Lin Moyu flew into it. While carefully maneuvering the boat, he also observed these Tianchu whirlpools, looking for one that suited him. The intensity of the vortexes at the beginning of the world varies greatly, and the difference in strength can be as much as 10,000 times. As the Hongmeng Gem said, he ignored the powerful Tianchu whirlpools and only looked for the weak Tianchu whirlpools. The Dewey boat slowed down and moved forward surrounded by the Tianchu whirlpool. Gradually, Lin Moyu discovered some patterns. Whether the Tianchu vortex is pushing or sucking, its power is only in a straight line. The vortex has different directions, and its power does not turn or spread, but is very concentrated. In this way, the invisible force becomes traceable. Lin Moyu sketched out the network of power interwoven by these whirlpools in his mind. This is an extremely complex net, and the boat passes through the meshes of the net. Shortly after entering the Tianchu vortex group, Lin Moyu did not find a vortex that suited him. Even the weakest one among the thousands of vortexes was not something he could withstand. The Dewey boat could only continue to move forward, flying very slowly, and there was no way to rush in such a place. A question arose in Lin Moyu's mind: is the heavenly beginning vortex the core of the beginning of heaven and earth? Hongming Gem shook his head. No, it can only be regarded as the periphery of the core. The core of the beginning of heaven and earth cannot be entered by ordinary people. Even the strongest people need to go there with some effort. And there's nothing there. The strongest go there to refine the heaven and earth and become the progress of heaven and earth. So there's no need to go there now. Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. I'll go again when I have the chance. Hongming Gem said, when the master becomes the most powerful, he will refine this world and add it to the world he owns. Then he will have 2 worlds, and his power will become very strong. Lin Moyu asked, did all the powerful people you met before only have 1 world? Hongming Gem said, yes, there is only 1 world. Even an existence like Emperor Patsong, after obtaining 1 world, he cannot obtain a 2nd world. He can only continuously refine other worlds to strengthen his own world. However, the power of the world has its limits. Generally, after refining a few, one's own world will reach its limit. The excess debris of the world is used to strengthen oneself. Those strongest beings place greater emphasis on their own strength. They don't really care whether the world is strong enough, and they don't rely on it. Without relying on external things, Lin Moyu found that these powerful people had the same ideas as himself, and it seemed that he was on the right path. I flew for a while and passed through the dense net. The journey was relatively safe. It's a pity that there is no suitable one in this group of whirlpools of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu can only continue searching. There are still whirlpools of heaven and earth ahead, and he believes that he can always find the right one. Lin Moyu locked onto the next group of whirlpools of heaven and earth, and the boat flew over. When it was about to get close, the Dewey boat suddenly stopped, and Lin Moyu looked ahead with a serious look. The vortex of heaven and earth in front has undergone some changes. The scale of the vortex of heaven and earth in front of him is smaller than the previous one. It is very likely that there is a vortex suitable for him inside. But these whirlpools of heaven and earth can actually change direction. Previously, the direction of the vortex of heaven and earth was fixed, and the only change was suction or push. As long as I calculated the path of the force, I could easily pass through it. And the whirlpools of heaven and earth in front of us were constantly changing directions. At the same time, they will change their rotation direction at any time, pushing and sucking at the same time, making it difficult to understand. Lin Moyu observed quietly, imprinting all the vortexes of heaven and earth within his sight into his mind, forming a 3-dimensional image. Then find the pattern based on the changes in the angles of these vortices. As long as you can find the pattern, you can pass through the gaps and not touch these whirlpools of heaven and earth. Then it doesn't matter whether it sucks or pushes. Lin Moyu multitasked, locking onto thousands of heaven and earth vortexes at the same time, observing the direction in which they were rotating. Gradually, Lin Moyu found some patterns. A big network was outlined in his mind, and he found the right path. This kind of thing is not difficult for Lin Moyu. The real difficulty lies in looking beyond the sight. When he entered the big net, he could no longer stop and had to keep moving forward. There were many whirlpools inside the whirlpool group that were invisible. Only by entering them could he see them. Their direction changes are currently unknown. These changes are dangerous. Only by going inside to observe them and performing real-time calculations can we figure out the appropriate path. This process is very unsafe and I am not completely sure. If that doesn't work, Lin Moyu can't consider it. There are other groups of vortexes in the sky and earth, and maybe there will be some that don't change direction. While Lin Moyu was observing the vortex of heaven and earth, the Hongming Gem was also observing. It did not calculate any path, but directly saw the inside of these whirlpools of heaven and earth. I saw a vortex of heaven and earth, which may be suitable for the master to use. The Hongming Gem suddenly said. Lin Moyu was originally planning to change places, but couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" Hongming Gem said, "I'm not completely sure, maybe 80% chance." 80%, it's worth the risk. Lin Moyu said, "In that case, let's go take a look." The boat slowly flew into the vortexes of heaven and earth, and Lin Moyu carefully maneuvered it through the gaps in the net. Tens of thousands of Tianchu whirlpools constantly changed their directions. Their power was linear, either sucking or pushing, colliding from time to time, and interweaving into a large net that was also constantly changing. Lin Moyu calculated the gaps between them, and the boat passed through the gaps. He ignored the direction of the vortex's force and did not make contact with it. This is the best and safest method Lin Moyu can think of. The only problem is that once the Dewey boat comes in, it can no longer stop. Once it stops, it may touch the power of the Tianchu vortex. If the boat deviates from its direction, it is possible that a single trigger will affect the entire network, causing it to become chaotic, and it will be difficult to stabilize it again. He gradually went deeper and saw the vortexes inside the vortex group. These vortexes seemed to be smaller in scale. Lin Moyu frantically calculated and simulated in his mind and figured out the power paths of those vortexes. He didn't even have time to check whether the vortex was suitable for him, as he left that matter to the Hongming Gem. If it were in the past, Hongming Gem would definitely refuse, but now Hongming Gem seems to be much more obedient and takes the initiative to help Lin Moyu observe the vortex of heaven and earth. The whirlpools of heaven and earth that appeared in sight were constantly being drawn into the big net. The speed of the Dewey boat slowed down again, and it passed through at a slow and steady speed. The Hongming Gem suddenly pointed at a vortex. "That's it." Lin Moyu saw the Tianchu vortex he was pointing to. It was a very small Tianchu vortex with a diameter of only 10 meters. Among all the Tianchu vortexes, it was the smallest. The largest Tianchu whirlpool I had seen before had a diameter of more than 100,000 miles, which is a difference of several days. The larger the Tianchu vortex is, the stronger its power will be. Even the strongest people are unwilling to touch the 100,000-mile Tianchu vortex. With his current strength, once he entered its range, he would surely die, and he would have no chance of escaping. Lin Moyu felt that he could withstand the suction and thrust of the Tianchu vortex in front of him, which was only 10 meters in diameter. As long as one can remain stable in the vortex and touch the power from the forbidden zone of life, he will die instantly. The Dewey boat passed through the gaps in the large net formed by countless whirlpools and arrived at the edge of the Tianchu whirlpool pointed by the Hongming Gem. Putting away the boat, Lin Moyu stood at the edge of the whirlpool, flying slowly along its changing direction, sensing the Tianchu whirlpool beside him. The power in the vortex was not strong. He even reached his hand into the power range of the vortex to feel it for himself. At this time, the vortex was in a suction state, and he could completely fight against it. Then correspondingly, when the power of the vortex begins to push outward, you can also resist it. This problem has been solved, and another problem remains. When you are dying and torn to pieces, there will be a moment of loss of control. This time is less than 1/10 of a second, which seems very short, but for the Tianchu vortex, it is already very long. In this 1/10 of a second, if the vortex of the nascent universe changes its direction of force, it may push you away and break you into pieces, interrupting your rebirth and wasting all your previous efforts. It is also possible that one's own body parts will be sucked into the forbidden zone of life, and that would be the end of it all, a clean death. This was a problem he had to solve, otherwise he would never be able to get in. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu finally came up with a solution. He wanted to set up a formation in the Tianchu vortex. The formation would be the same as the Tianchu vortex, with both suction and push capabilities, and it would be synchronized with the Tianchu vortex. When the vortex at the beginning of the sky is in a suction state, the formation is also in a suction state, and the two forces will be neutralized, and vice versa. The formation will cover himself, so that the influence of the Tianchu vortex on himself will be reduced, or even negligible. Another problem is that when the Tianchu vortex converts its power, there will be an explosive process of suction or thrust. At this time, its power is surging, and the formation also requires this, and it must also ensure that it is not sucked in or pushed away. The transformation and explosion of the Tianchu vortex are completely irregular and there is no pattern at all. Lin Moyu can make corresponding changes in the formation, but the rhythm will be slower. Even the slightest difference could lead to one's downfall. Lin Moyu came up with a simpler solution to this problem. He used the scepter of natural disaster as the center of the formation, and asked the Hongming gem to use the balance gem to completely balance the formation and the Tianchu vortex. In this way, no matter how your Tianchu vortex changes, the formation can maintain balance with it. After simulating it several times in his mind, Moyu was sure that his method was feasible. The Hongming gem was also very cooperative and willing to serve as the center of the formation. Lin Moyu was drawing runes. Ordinary chaos runes were much less effective here. Lin Moyu adjusted the rune structure so that the runes could utilize some of the power from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. The time is too short, and the rune effect can only be said to be average, but it can still meet the needs. Thus, a strange formation was formed, and Lin Moyu pushed the formation into the Tianchu vortex beside him to try it out first. The formation operated normally in the Tianchu vortex and quickly synchronized with Tianchu human. Lin Moyu felt the formation operating in the vortex. The two sides seemed to be in harmony, as if they were one whole. Until the power of the Tianchu vortex changed, and the vortex changed from suction to push. The power conversion of the formation was a little slow, and it was pushed out of the vortex by a powerful force, and immediately touched the power of other vortices. The formation was sucked into another vortex. The suction force of that vortex was so strong that the formation was instantly torn to pieces. Just as I thought. Lin Moyu witnessed the whole process without feeling surprised at all. He continued to draw runes and rearrange the formation. The formation was fine-tuned, and the scepter of calamity became the center of the formation, pushing the formation into the vortex around it again. Under the control of the Hongming gem, the balance gem sparkles, balancing the law and the vortex. The two sides seemed to have become one. If you didn't use your eyes, you couldn't see the formation just by perception. The effect was better than expected. Lin Moyu was now 99% sure that he could commit suicide in there. The voice of the Hongming gem came from the formation, "Master, please come in and die." Lin Moyu chuckled and flew in, passing through the formation and entering the depths of the vortex. He could feel the power of the formation coming from behind and falling on him, as if a big hand was holding him tightly, giving him a sense of security. The power of the vortex disappeared, and I could no longer feel either suction or thrust. The power of the formation and the vortex cancel each other out with oneself as the center. Entering this vortex is like entering a back garden, without any hindrance. Quickly go deeper into the vortex until you reach the end. At this moment, he was only one step away from the forbidden zone of life. If he continued forward, he would enter the forbidden zone of life. Here, there is a thin layer of mist. This is the power from the forbidden zone of life. It has some special properties and can kill all living things. The mist blocked his view, making it impossible for him to peek into the forbidden zone of life. "Here we go," Lin Moyu whispered as he flew into the falling mist. Lin Moyu was shattered into pieces the moment he entered the mist, and this scene marked the official beginning of his suicidal behavior. The moment of death, Lin Moyu lost control of his body. The formation offset the power of the vortex, preventing Lin Moyu's body from being dismembered accidentally. In the flash of purple light, the broken body was reunited and Moyu began to be reborn. The regeneration process takes about 1 second, but half a second later, the half-reorganized Lin Moyu collapses again. The life forbidden zone does not allow any living creature to exist. When the rebirth was halfway through, Lin Moyu was already regarded as a living creature and was directly wiped out. This is the rule of the life forbidden zone, which applies more strictly to spirits than to objects. The treasures of the origin of heaven and earth may be able to stay in the forbidden zone of life for a few more breaths, but things like the Hongming gem can exist safely and stay as long as they want. But even someone as powerful as Emperor Patsam could only hold on for 10 breaths. With Lin Moyu 920's current strength, he couldn't even hold out for a breath, let alone a fraction of a second. He died and came back to life, then died again halfway through, over and over again. Hongming Gem saw this and marveled at it. This kind of ability is unheard of. He had seen countless worlds and had never seen such ability. There are many abilities to resurrect from the dead, and there are always a few freaks in almost every world who have the ability to resurrect. Some of these powerful beings can be reborn with a drop of blood, and it doesn't matter if their physical bodies are destroyed. But without exception, as long as their souls are destroyed, they will die. Even if they could be resurrected, their strength would either be greatly reduced, or they could only be resurrected once or twice. How could someone like Lin Moyu, whose body collapsed, soul was destroyed, and even ground into slag, still be able to be resurrected and reborn? The Hongming Gem also did not feel the change of time, which means that Lin Moyu's soul rebirth group was obtained from another timeline. This ability to be reborn and resurrected is incredible in the eyes of the Hongming Gem. What he couldn't understand the most was that after reaching a certain number of rebirths, he could actually increase his own strength, and both his body and soul were enhanced. The Hongming Gem no longer knew what words to use to express its power. In his opinion, this ability was more than just heaven-defying, and it could not be described as abnormal. In short, he could not think of any words to describe it. Hongming Gem's face looked strange, and he muttered to himself, "Why do I remember someone having this ability? I can't think of it. It's strange. There are things I can't remember." In fact, he knew very well that there were indeed many things he could not remember. For example, why was he in the Forbidden Zone of Life, and why did he know that his name was Hongming Gem? These were the things he was confused about, but he didn't want to think about them. He had thought about them before, but it was useless. Thinking too much would only add to his troubles. Now Lin Moyu's self-destruction subtly touched some of his memories, giving him a sense of déjà vu. I thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out where I had seen it, so I finally gave up. Soon, Lin Moyu's rebirth reached 500 times, and his body and soul ushered in the first round of enhancement. It only increased by 1% at a time, and there was no noticeable difference. He died the same way as before. Under the power of the Life Forbidden Zone, Lin Moyu was unable to concentrate his body at all. Even his consciousness was in a scattered state for a long time, and he could only let his rebirth continue. The Hongming Gem keenly sensed Lin Moyu's changes. He has really become stronger, although only a little bit. But if it continues, I can't imagine what will happen. But after dying so many times, doesn't the owner have any psychological trauma? Many people become very afraid of death after dying once. Looking at the owner's appearance, it seems that death is like drinking water and eating. 500 rebirths were just the beginning. Every 100 times, Lin Moyu's body and soul would be strengthened by 1%, and this would be an increase based on the previous one, just like compound interest. The more time passed, the more amazing the increase would be. After Lin Moyu was promoted to the Great Perfection of Chaos Realm, the number of new birth reserves also increased. At this moment, Lin Moyu's new birth reserve has reached 100,000 times, so he has a lot to play with. Death continues, alternating with rebirth. The purple light continues to flash, full of vitality, forming a sharp contrast with the dead silence of the Forbidden Zone of Life. The number of deaths increased, and every 100 times Lin Moyu became stronger, both his body and soul becoming stronger. After dying over 1,000 times in a row, Lin Moyu's physical and spiritual strength had increased by over 10%. A strange look appeared on Hongming Gem's face. Why is this happening? He couldn't understand it. Lin Moyu's physical and spiritual power had already reached the limit. If he had to give it a realm, it would be the limit of the Chaos Realm. Logically speaking, as long as he strengthened a little more, he would be able to break through the Chaos Realm and both his body and soul would become Great Venerable. Then, he would reach the limit of the Great Venerable Realm and step into the realm of the strongest. This was Hongming Gem's previous judgment. He believed he would not be wrong. He had seen so many worlds and countless powerful people, and he had never been wrong. But what happened now overturned his cognition and clearly told him that he had made a mistake. After watching for a while, Hongmeng Jem suddenly realized something and shouted excitedly, "So that's how it is. I wasn't wrong before, no, it's just that the environment is different now, so this happened." He was very happy because he was not wrong. It was the environment that was wrong, not himself. And Lin Moyu's current situation gave him a brand new answer. All the questions that had no answers before were now answered. Lin Moyu's body and soul have indeed reached the limit of the chaos realm and the ancient chaos. One step further and he will become a great venerable. By then, Lin Moyu will be able to use his own level of chaos realm and the power of his body and soul to fight against De Long. Even if he couldn't defeat the great master, at least he could hold out for a while and not be defeated instantly. But that was in the chaotic ancient wilderness. It's not like that now. Now Lin Moyu is at the beginning of heaven and earth, the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and still in the vortex of the beginning of heaven. What is in the Tianchu vortex? It is the destructive force from the forbidden zone of life. This is the intersection of heaven and earth and the forbidden zone of life. The rules of heaven and earth don't apply here. Lin Moyu's body and soul have reached the limits of heaven and earth, not the limits of the forbidden zone of life. Therefore, here, Lin Moyu's body and soul can continue to strengthen and can adapt to the rules of the life-restricted area. Hongmeng Jem understood why those invaders died as soon as they entered the 1.5 life-restricted zone. Because the strongest people adapt to the rules of heaven and earth, what their bodies and souls reach are also the limitations of heaven and earth, and are not even the limits. However, the restricted zone of life has another set of survival rules. Just like the whales in the sea, no matter how strong they are, they can be the kings of the sea, but once they leave the sea, they will still die. Of course, this metaphor is too simple. In fact, it is much more complicated, but Hongmeng Jem can only think of a similar metaphor at the moment. Lin Moyu's body and soul are adapting to the forbidden zone of life. Perhaps after returning to the world, he will find that he has not become much stronger. That is because the world has limitations. But this also laid the foundation for Lin Moyu to rush into the life-restricted area in the future. Hongmeng Jem murmured, "Perhaps, the life-forbidden zone can no longer be called the life-forbidden zone." Using the destructive power of the life-forbidden zone to constantly regenerate, during the regeneration process, Lin Moyu also seemed to be gradually absorbing the power of the life-forbidden zone. The power of the body and soul gradually increased, but most of this increase was only effective in the life-forbidden zone, and it could also play a role in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. If it returned to the chaos, it would be suppressed by the rules of chaos. But it doesn't matter. What Lin Moyu wants is not to adapt to the life-restricted zone, but to break through from the root. Adapting to the life-forbidden zone was just an unexpected gain, and it would be useful when he was about to enter the life-forbidden zone. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu is laying an unprecedented foundation, truly unprecedented. After dying 3,000 times and his body and soul increasing by 30%, Lin Moyu's death rate began to slow down, and he regained consciousness in the process of rebirth. Although he only gained consciousness for a moment, it was enough for Lin Moyu to sense the changes in himself. Every time he died, he would gain a moment of time, which allowed him to sense some changes. Strange, why haven't we made a breakthrough yet? After perceiving it again and again, Lin Moyu discovered that his body and soul had both increased by about 30%, but there was no breakthrough. But now, his questions could not be answered. The perception in an instant is already the limit. As for asking questions out loud or even controlling the body, it is still a long way off. Even a single thought needs to be reborn several times before it can be complete. Hongmeng Jem didn't know what was going on in Lin Moyu's heart. He stared at Lin Moyu intently. It's already 30% done. This time it's really reached the limit. It's time to break through. Only a breakthrough can continue. Even if the upper limit of the life-forbidden zone exceeds the rules of heaven and earth, it should have reached its limit at this moment. Lin Moyu's body and soul have no longer been strengthened in the hundreds of deaths and rebirths he has undergone. Amidst Lin Moyu's broken body and bloody flesh, it seemed as if an invisible force was brewing, waiting for a major explosion. Hong Meng Jem had a sharp eye and saw very accurately that Lin Moyu's body and soul were indeed accumulating strength, preparing for a strong attack. Break the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, break through the chaotic realm and enter the level of Great Master. The rules of heaven and earth are strict and powerful. It is not easy to break them, but as long as Lin Moyu persists, the rules will eventually be broken. There are no rules that cannot be broken. This is the conclusion that Hong Meng Jem has come to after countless years of observing the world. Everything is possible, both within and without the heavens. However, Lin Moyu was unaware of his changes. He only regained a slight sense of perception, and there was no change after that. The rebirth continued again and again. The power that had been accumulating since the 3,000th death of Lin Moyu completely erupted at the moment the 5,000th rebirth was completed. The enormous power exploded like the explosion of stars and the creation of the world, shattering the body and turning the soul into powder, every particle of it glowing. The Tianchu vortex was filled with an indescribable terrifying force. Even the power of the life-forbidden zone was forced to retreat. It's not that the power of the life-forbidden zone is too weak, but because Lin Moyu has adapted to this trace of the power of the life-forbidden zone. When he broke through, the power of this life-restricted zone was naturally pushed away. Lin Moyu completed his rebirth in the purple light. The power of the life-restricted area hit him but failed to cause him fatal damage. Lin Moyu's body and soul both burst out with astonishing power. At this moment, it was as if a supreme god had descended. In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, near the core area, in the vortex of Tianchu, a powerful man whose body and soul both reached the realm of Great Venerable was born. This kind of thing has never happened before. Lin Moyu's aura quickly spread from the Tianchu vortex and was sensed by countless living beings. But no living creature came over. The Tianchu vortex made them feel fear instinctively, and the aura emitted by Lin Moyu at this moment not only contained the rules of heaven and earth, but also contained the aura of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. At the same time, in the deepest part of Lin Moyu's power, there is actually a trace of power belonging to the forbidden zone of life. Hong Meng Jem was amazed. It's actually possible to do this. The power of the life-forbidden zone can actually be integrated. If I were to enter the primal chaos world now, I might actually be able to fight the Great Venerable. Lin Moyu completed his breakthrough, and a surge of power flowed through his body. He couldn't help but express it, and he casually punched out. Boom! The Tianchu vortex collapsed on the spot. Lin Moyu smashed the Tianchu vortex with one punch. The vortex was originally connected to the life-forbidden zone. With this punch, the connection between the vortex and the life-forbidden zone was also interrupted, and even the formation he had set up was not spared. The Hong Meng Gem flew over on the Calamity Scepter. "Master, are you okay?" Of course he knew that Lin Moyu was fine, he just asked out of concern. Lin Moyu checked himself and felt an immense joy in his heart. The day had finally come. He shook his head and said, "It's okay, let's find another Tianchu whirlpool." This smallest Tianchu vortex was destroyed, but this was not Lin Moyu's limit. He had to continue looking for new Tianchu vortexes and continue to seek death. He had only died 5,000 times, and he had only completed less than 2/10 of his goal of tens of thousands of times. The Hong Meng Gem has been searched for a long time, and this time Lin Moyu also joined the search. After both his body and soul entered the Great Venerable level, Lin Moyu no longer needed to be so cautious. As long as the vortex is not too big, he can easily resist both the thrust and the suction. The difference between a breakthrough and no breakthrough is huge. In Lin Moyu's perception, it is more than 10 times. The tenfold difference in power is enough for him to ignore all those in the chaos realm. No matter whether you are a perfect strong man or not, he can blow you to pieces with one punch. Even if it was a top-notch, powerful warrior, it would only take a few more punches. Soon, the Hongming gem locked onto a Tianchu vortex, and Lin Moyu found one almost at the same time. They were actually looking for the same 717. This is a Tianchu vortex with a diameter of about 100 meters. Its diameter is 10 times larger than the previous one, and its volume is far more than 10 times larger. The power inside the vortex is even stronger, especially in the core, where the power of the life forbidden zone is even more intense. Lin Moyu flew directly over. This time he didn't need to be as careful as before. He was promoted in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. His body and soul have adapted to this place. Lin Moyu feels like a fish in water. The power of the Tianchu vortex fell on him, and as long as it was not too strong, he could handle it with ease. They arrived at the selected Tianchu vortex smoothly. After sensing it for a moment, Lin Moyu began to set up the formation. The formation is used to protect oneself in a state of being crushed to pieces and to enhance safety. When the formation was completed, the Hongming gem consciously flew into it with the scepter of calamity and turned into an eye. The formation entered the Tianchu vortex and quickly stabilized. The balance gem sparkled, making the formation and the power of the Tianchu vortex completely consistent, as if they were one. Lin Moyu then flew into the vortex and came to the bottom, where he saw the destructive power from the forbidden zone of life. The power of the life forbidden zone appeared in the vortex in the form of mist, which was more dense than the previous vortex and contained much stronger destructive power. The second round of suicide begins. I hope I won't be disappointed. Lin Moyu felt neither happy nor sad at the moment. He flew into the mist and turned into dust in less than a tenth of a breath. The Hongming gem has seen many powerful people rush into the forbidden zone of life and die in the forbidden zone of life. The strongest among them was Emperor Putsong, who persisted for 10 breaths. Most of the strongest people can only hold on for a breath. There is no less than one breath, and no more than one breath. That was the strongest person. If it was a great venerable at this level, he couldn't even hold on for 1/100th of a breath. Lin Moyu could hold on for 1/10th of a breath, which was already an outlier and stronger than the great venerable. Moreover, Lin Moyu is still in the chaos realm. His body and soul have just reached the great venerable level, and is far from reaching its peak state. There was a hint of solemnity in Hongming gem's eyes. If the mirror I saw earlier wasn't mistaken, and it really was that being, then perhaps it's really possible to enter the forbidden zone of life and reach an unimaginable realm. Strange, why can't I remember the identity of that existence? He is clearly in my memory. This memory was so clear that the Hongming gem knew how terrifying the other party was the moment it saw the other party. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of any information about the other party. Not only could he not think of anything, but even when he wanted to tell Lin Moyu some information, he found that he could not say a single word. Hongming gem really couldn't understand what was happening to him. After thinking about it, he finally told Lin Moyu the story of Emperor Putsong. He felt that perhaps this mystery could only be solved when Lin Moyu surpassed Emperor Putsong and could proudly roam in the forbidden zone of life. There are not many unknown things about the Hongming gem. Now that he has discovered something, he really wants to solve this mystery. Now, Lin Moyu is constantly dying and being reborn in the power of the life forbidden zone. His strength is gradually increasing, and he is beginning to adapt to the life forbidden zone. Everything is developing in a good direction. I'm really looking forward to being able to fully adapt to the power of the life forbidden zone and break the limits of the rules of heaven and earth. As Lin Moyu's death count continued to increase, he steadily advanced in the level of the Great Venerable. The Hongming gem suddenly turned its head and looked into the distance. What he saw was not chaos, nor ancient desolation, but the entire world. Strange, the speed of this is increasing. He saw the changes in heaven and earth, and the progress of the catastrophe seemed to be accelerating. Every round of catastrophe has a process, and this process is almost unaffected by external forces. This is due to the rules of heaven and earth. Unless one is the strongest, no one has the ability to interfere with Daju. But now, the course of the catastrophe suddenly changed. After careful observation, the Hongming gem finally set its sights on Lin Moyu, who was still a pile of broken corpse and bloody flesh. It was the change in the master's power that accelerated the progress of the catastrophe. Why is this happening? The master is only a great venerable. How can a great venerable possibly influence a great destiny? This doesn't make sense. Let's take a look. There was a gleam in the eyes of the Hongming gem, and the boundary gems began to sparkle, outlining a series of pictures. The images show everything that has happened in this world, and the Aoyu gems have recorded it all. At the same time, the elemental gems also began to glow, and the power of time flowed out and fell on the boundary gems. The boundary gem became brighter, and the image revealed became clearer. Elemental gems control all elements between heaven and earth, including time and space. They are invisible and intangible virtual elements. The power of the Scourge Scepter is far more than just being used to smash people. Lin Moyu only used the most superficial power and never used the Scourge Scepter's true ability. The elemental gems and the boundary gems work together to clearly outline the process of this great catastrophe of heaven and earth. Hongming Gem watched carefully. Except for the sudden appearance of the catastrophe, Yiping has no problems. But why do I feel like there's something wrong? What exactly is the problem? As he pondered, he raised his little hand, and the realm gems and elemental gems sparkled again, and pictures began to flow backwards. Time continued to flow forward, faster and faster, and the second major disruption of this world appeared on the screen. At that time, the ancient chaos completed the gestation of life, and then, according to the rules of heaven and earth, the second round of catastrophe broke out. Countless lives died in this catastrophe, and in the end, a powerful person might be born. The Hongming Gem did not want to watch the process of the catastrophe, but locked the time of the second round of Daju's outbreak. His eyes sparkled, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. I've found the problem. The gap between the second and third great calamities was only 30 billion years. In all the worlds he had seen, one by one, the interval between each great catastrophe was about 100 billion years. The longest interval can reach 300 to 500 billion years, and the shortest interval will not be less than 90 billion years. In this world, the interval between catastrophes is only 30 billion years, which is very unusual. The interval between catastrophes is so short, there must be something wrong. The Hongming Gem did not give up searching for the answer to the question. It quickly locked onto the time when this catastrophe occurred. He wanted to check what was happening in the world at the same time. After searching around, I found that at that time, everything was normal in the world. Moreover, he sensed that there was no sign of chaos in the rules of heaven and earth. There would be some signs before the catastrophe broke out, and the rules of heaven and earth would undergo some changes. But at that time, everything was normal, but Een suddenly appeared. A catastrophe wouldn't happen prematurely without a reason. There must be a trigger. What exactly is this trigger? The Hongming Gem instinctively cast its gaze upon the pile of minced meat. Could it be the master? He immediately checked what Lin Moyu was doing at the time. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was the most special existence in the world. If there is anyone who can cause changes in heaven and earth and bring about the catastrophe early, it must be Lin Moyu. The time was accurately locked on Lin Moyu, and a ball of minced meat appeared in the picture. It was an extremely familiar scene. At that time, Lin Moyu was seeking death in the Western Pure Land. He couldn't see what was happening in the storage space and could only analyze and judge based on the changes on the surface. It must be the master who caused this. Last time he committed suicide, the catastrophe came early. This time, he committed suicide and accelerated the process of the catastrophe. Is it the master's world that has an impact on this world? Zhao Hao Zhao. It seems that this is the case. In this case, the master is the one who is destined to face the calamity. As long as the master can successfully overcome the calamity, then the possibility of the master becoming a powerful person will be very high. But it is very difficult for the person who is destined to suffer the disaster to survive. The master must make some preparations in advance. The Hongming Gem has seen many people who have been doomed, and their end is very miserable. Death may be the best of all outcomes. If it were in the past, he might not have bothered to say it. Although he kept calling Lin Muyu master, he actually didn't care much about Lin Muyu's life or death. Lin Muyu was dead, and for him, the worst that could happen was that he would have a new master. As long as he didn't end up in the forbidden zone of life, it didn't matter. But now it's different. Ever since that mirror appeared, an unsolved mystery has emerged, and the Hongming Gem has begun to pay close attention to Lin Muyu. He hoped that Lin Muyu could live well, become stronger and stronger, and finally step into the forbidden zone of life and take him to explore the three. In the mouth of Hongming Gem, Lin Muyu became the one who was destined to suffer the calamity. He had seen many people who were destined to suffer the calamity and knew what would happen. After Lin Muyu completes his suicidal act this time, he will tell Lin Muyu about it, and he believes that Lin Muyu can find a way to deal with it. Lin Muyu's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Under the power of the life forbidden zone, he can survive longer and longer. Lin Muyu once again began to adapt to the power of the life forbidden zone. Different Tianchu whirlpools contain different life forbidden zone powers. Just like walking up a flight of stairs, Lin Muyu now took the second step. As for how many steps are left to actually reach the summit, no one knows. This time there is no need for a breakthrough, only continuous strengthening, and the rebirth of silent language continues. He began to control his own will and explore himself, and the changes in his body and soul were all under his control. After dying thousands of times, Lin Muyu was finally able to communicate with his soul. He sighed, sounding a little bored, yet a little excited at the same time. Hongming Gem heard the voice of the soul and immediately asked, "Master, how do you feel?" Lin Muyu responded in the interval between the new life, "Not bad, but if this continues, I will adapt to this place after dying about 10,000 times, and I will need to find a new Tianchu whirlpool." Hongming Gem said, "I will search for the master first." 123 The first one was a vortex with a diameter of 10 meters, the second one was 100 meters, and this time it was increased tenfold. The Hongming Gem directly searched for the Tianchu vortex with a diameter of 1 kilometer. This would be Lin Muyu's third step. The level of Great Venerable has a very wide range from entry level to the peak level. Lin Muyu is still a long way from the top. He needs to find another whirlpool and then fight to the death. Lin Muyu was a little surprised. He found that the attitude of Hongming Gem had undergone some subtle changes again, and seemed to be better than before. He vaguely felt that something must have happened to the Hongming Gem, otherwise it would not be like this. How could a proud being who had lived for countless years easily change his attitude towards people and things? Lin Muyu gradually adapted to the power of this vortex, and gradually, he survived longer and longer. When his survival time exceeds 1 second, this life-restricted zone loses its effect. There are requirements for the death time of the new life, which cannot exceed 1 second each time. Once it exceeds 1 second, the new life will be interrupted and will not be considered continuous. After reaching 20,000 rebirths, Lin Muyu could already survive for more than 1 second in this fog formed by the power of the life-forbidden zone. The rebirth has been interrupted, and Lin Muyu can use the power of life to heal himself and prolong his survival time without using the great Tao of immortality. Lin Muyu can even wrap himself in the world-burning fire to further increase his survival time. As long as I think of him, I won't die here. He has already adapted to this level of damage to a certain extent. Of course, Lin Muyu would not simply think that he could enter the life-restricted zone. The power sucked in by the Tianchu vortex is just a tiny bit for the life-forbidden zone, and that tiny bit of power turns into mist in the vortex. If I dare to enter the forbidden zone of life like this, I will die instantly. Lin Muyu was very self-aware. He felt his own strength, which had increased several times after entering the Great Venerable level. Now it is entirely possible that he would have a clash with a great master, and even some of the great masters might not be his match. As for the realm, it is still the Chaos Realm. Lin Muyu felt like he was truly an outlier. A Chaos Realm Master, yet possessing combat power comparable to that of a great venerable. This was probably something no one had ever achieved before. Leaving the vortex, retracting the formation, have I reached the right vortex? Now is not his limit. He can look for a stronger vortex to further strengthen himself. I finally came here. How could I stop here? Hongmeng Gem said, there is no suitable Tianchu whirlpool here anymore. Master, you need to find another place. Lin Moyu nodded and flew out of the vortex. There are many vortex groups, and each vortex group contains a large number of Tianchu whirlpools. If this one is not suitable, change it. His strength increased significantly, and he no longer needed to be as cautious as before. Lin Moyu flew out of the vortex group with confidence, sneering at all the powerful opponents along the way. He flew towards another vortex group. Along the way, Hongmeng Gem suddenly said, Master, I discovered something. He looked serious, and Lin Moyu smiled and said, Tell me, what's the big deal? Hongmeng Gem said, When the master was committing suicide just now, I found that the process of the Great Interruption was accelerated. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. Is it related to me? Hongmeng Gem said, Yes, after I discovered this, I went back to the time of heaven and earth to observe the situation when the catastrophe was just born, and asked a question. This round of catastrophe happened only 30 billion years after the last one. 3 billion years is a long time, even for a great master. It is an extremely long period of time. But if placed in the entire world, it can only be considered acceptable. Lin Moyu said, You said that the intervals between each great catastrophe of heaven and earth range from 100 billion years to 500 billion years. Isn't 300 years too short? Hongmeng Gem said, Indeed, it is too short. The shortest catastrophe interval I have seen is more than 90 billion years. These 30 billion years are very abnormal. Later, I carefully investigated and searched for the starting point of the catastrophe. I discovered that it was exactly when you, Master, committed suicide last time. Lin Moyu paused. You said that when I was seeking death in the Western Pure Land, my karma erupted. Hongmeng Gem said, Indeed, I don't know what happened to the master, but the timing is definitely correct. Lin Moyu whispered, I saw a colorful key, which opened a door. The energy of the beginning of heaven poured in from behind the door, and my storage space evolved into an independent world. Hongmeng Gem asked curiously, 7-colored key, a door, storage space, can someone tell me more about it? Lin Moyu told the story again, and this time he did not hide anything. This matter concerns a great catastrophe of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu knows the importance of each matter, and any concealment on his part may lead to bad consequences. The attitude of Hongmeng Gem told him that this matter was very important. After listening to Lin Moyu's description, Hongmeng Gem fell into deep thought, and Lin Moyu did not disturb him. Hongmeng Gem combined what it had observed and learned over countless years with Lin Moyu's description and finally got an answer. I suspect the master's storage space is a world that failed to successfully evolve and nurture. Master, there's no need to be confused. There are actually quite a few worlds like this. They're similar to realm seeds. They failed at the beginning of their evolution and took on various forms. It's not uncommon for them to become storage spaces. The master said that storage space is something all professionals have. It may look the same on the surface, but the core is different. The master is special. At that time, the master's physical and spiritual realm reached a certain level, activating the dormant world, and the world officially began to evolve. At the same time, because the master was in this world. This stimulated it, causing Daisuke to explode prematurely. In order to maintain balance, the rules of heaven and earth have designated the master as the one who will be afflicted. According to the will of heaven and earth, the master should perish in the great calamity. This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to ask, what is a tribulation bearer? He had never heard of the so-called tribulation bearer, but judging from the tone of the primordial gem, the tribulation bearer must be extraordinary. The primordial gem explained, when the world undergoes a great calamity, sometimes a chosen one will be selected to face it. The chosen one is the central figure of the calamity, and she generally possesses certain qualities. Some of those destined to face calamity possess exceptional talent and great fortune. Heaven and earth deem them worthy of becoming supreme beings, and thus bestow upon them the status of those destined to face calamity. Lin Moyu said, "Isn't this a good thing?" The primordial gem shook its head. That's not the case. Some of those destined to face calamity are born because they do something that affects the next great calamity, just like the Master. Of all the worlds I've seen, 9 out of 10 who are destined for tribulation perish, and only occasionally does one break free and become the strongest. Those who are destined for disaster are a double-edged sword, with both good and bad aspects, and they will experience some very bad things, often ending up in dire straits. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. What is it? The Hongmeng gemstone spoke with a hint of mystery, all sorts of things, such as betrayal by relatives, turning against each other by lovers, betrayal by brothers, and so on. As the one destined to face the calamity, you will become the center of the entire world, and at the same time, you will be coveted by countless people. Many people will be influenced by the rules of the world, change their thinking, and unknowingly regard the one destined to face the calamity as an enemy. The Master can also see this as a change in fortune. Not only will the person facing this calamity suffer a tragic end, but the fates of their friends will also be affected, and they will not have a good ending either. Lin Moyu frowned and said, "Now that I've become the one destined for this calamity, will I become everyone's enemy?" Hongmeng Gem said, "Not necessarily, but it's highly likely. Master should be prepared." Lin Moyu thought for a long time and said in a low voice, "My relatives and friends have all been sent to my world and have been separated from this world. They should not be affected by the chaotic ancient wilderness. Only my wives are still in this world. It seems I must take them away as soon as possible and send them into my own world." The primordial gem said, "Sending it into Master's realm is indeed a good idea. If done well, Master can act freely. The probability of the one who faces the tribulation becoming a supreme being is not low. I believe Master can handle it." "You really think highly of me." Lin Moyu shook his head gently. He knew what he was about to face. Tao, the great venerable of heavenly calamity, and that hidden guy, which of them doesn't want to become the strongest? According to the laws of nature, one will inevitably become their enemy, and the fight will never end. It will be very difficult to be enemies with these guys who have surpassed the great venerable level. Given the current situation, there is no other way but to face the difficulties head-on in order to survive. In the end, strength is still the only way to solve problems. As long as my fist is bigger than theirs, they can't do anything to me. No matter who the enemy is, I will destroy them with a single punch." Lin Moyu's resolve is unwavering. "No matter what schemes or plans you have, as long as I am strong enough, I can break them." He didn't want to engage in far-reaching schemes like the great Lord of Calamities. He had only been alive for a few years. He didn't have that much free time. He prefers to be straightforward and resolve problems directly. Although I admire the Grand Master of Calamity's plan, I know he wouldn't have done it this way. I prefer to take the straight path rather than the roundabout one. That's just my personality. Now that I have become the one who has been robbed, the next step is to bring my wives back as soon as possible and put them into the storage space. Then go find Grandmaster Boyong to find out what happened in the small world and where Meng Anwen and the others have gone." Lin Moyu always believed that Meng Anwen and the others were still alive, and that it was the great venerable Boyong who took them away back then. But after thinking it over, it seemed pointless for great venerable Boyong to take them away. Now it seems there's another possibility. The great Lord of Calamity took them away. Perhaps the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity wanted to use them for something, but why were traces of Meng Anwen and others' activities left in the great world at that time? These are questions that need to be explored by oneself. Thinking of this, a thought struck him. "After I complete my rebirth, there's something I need to ask of you." The primordial gem said, "Just give the order, Master. If I can do it, I won't refuse." His attitude is much better than before. When he arrived in front of a new primordial vortex cluster, Lin Moyu observed it from the outside. This primordial vortex cluster contains vortices that are considerably larger than the previous one. Lin Moyu had already identified several suitable vortexes with just one glance. He flew into it alone, set up the formation, and used the Scepter of Calamity as the core of the formation. Although it was only the third time she had done it, Lin Moyu was already quite skilled at it. After setting up the formation, the balancing gem shone brightly, balancing the power of the formation and the celestial vortex. Lin Moyu then charged directly into it, beginning his new 10 rounds of reckless suicide. The celestial vortex, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, drew even more and stronger power from the forbidden zone of life. Lin Moyu entered it and was instantly killed once again. The primordial gem watched Lin Moyu alternate between life and death, sensing the changes in the world. The moment Lin Moyu completed 500 rebirths and her physical body began to strengthen, the primordial gem keenly sensed that the great calamity had been pushed forward another step. Lin Moyu has indeed become the one destined to face the calamity. The great calamity he has triggered will accelerate its progress as his physical body and soul grow stronger. The great calamity is difficult to overcome, especially for those facing it, as it almost always means certain death. However, Hongming Gem believes that Lin Moyu can overcome this challenge. Not far away, the power of the heavenly vortex shifted, and its direction changed simultaneously, with an invisible force sweeping across the void. Suddenly, the primordial gem saw something floating from the void. This thing was as small as a speck of dust, but in such an empty place, even a tiny thing was conspicuous. The primordial gem saw the other party immediately, and with a wave of its small hand, it immediately pulled it over. Time stone. He frowned slightly. This thing, smaller than a speck of dust, was none other than the extremely rare time stone. To be precise, it should be considered an insignificant grain on a time stone. The primordial gem sensed this tiny time essence stone. It was too small to be used, but the primordial gem felt another kind of aura emanating from it. This aura was also faint, but it was present, and the Hongming Gem's perception would not be wrong. This means that someone obtained a complete time stone and used it to do something. After the time stone was used, it would lose its function and fall apart. The speck of dust in your hand is what flew out after the time stone shattered. After all, even if the time stone is shattered, it is still a top-tier material, and no one would be willing to throw it away. Let me see who is so lucky to have obtained the time stone. The primordial gem activated the elemental gem and the boundary gem, using their power to rewind time. This time, we have a target, to use the fragments of time as the goal, and to precisely rewind time. Soon, a series of images appeared, each depicting a time stone floating in the void. Time stones are too special to evolve into living beings. A giant hand appeared and seized the time stone. It's him. In the image projected by the boundary gem, a giant hand appeared and firmly grasped the time stone. There was one point that wasn't made clear before about the primordial gemstone. Although the time essence stone itself cannot evolve into a living being, it is powerful enough that only a great venerable can capture it. At that time, Lin Moyu's physical and spiritual power was second only to the Great Venerable, and he would only be able to grasp the Time Essence Stone after using the sublimation technique. The large hand in the picture is holding the Time Stone firmly and resolutely, which already indicates its level of strength. It is at least a Great Venerable. In that instant, the primordial gemstone had already guessed his identity. When his image appeared on the screen, Hongming Gem was not surprised. The Great Calamity Lord, who obtained the Time Essence Stone. This Time Stone was quite large. The large hand gripped it firmly, tightening its grip more and more, and after a moment, some cracks appeared on the Time Stone. The cracks multiplied until it was finally crushed into 4 or 5 pieces, turning a fist-sized Time Essence Stone into 4 or 5 fragments. As the Time Stone cracked, several tiny, dust-like fragments flew out and disappeared into the void. The Great Lord of Calamity clearly didn't care about these trivial matters. He put away the Time Essence Stone and left satisfied. Then, Hongming Gem waved its hand and stopped tracking. After the Great Lord of Calamity, he must have used the Time Essence Stone. As for what he would do with the Time Essence Stone, no one knows. The primordial gemstone clearly understands the rules of heaven and earth, and the Time Essence Stone will cause time chaos when it is used. And to look back on time, one also needs to draw upon the power of time. The two sides will clash, and the Grand Lord of Calamity might even discover it. Moreover, he won't be able to see anything during the conflict, so it's better not to look. Lin Moyu doesn't want to alarm the Great Lord of Calamity, at least not for now. The Time Stones were divided into several pieces, their size decreased, their effects weakened, but their quantity increased significantly. What will he do with the Time Stone? There are many things that can be done with Time Stones, and no one can guess what the Great Lord of Calamity will ultimately do. But one thing is certain, someone like him would not waste time and spirit stones, and the things he does must be quite significant. The primordial gem recalled Lin Moyu's mention of a small world, which had vanished along with a powerful force of spacetime. This should be the work of a great venerable. At the time, it was speculated that it was the work of the old man in the green robe, but now it seems that it may not necessarily be the old man in the green robe, but may also be the great venerable of heavenly calamity. Analyzing things wasn't Hongming Gem's forte. After thinking for a while, he felt his head getting bigger and was too lazy to think anymore. Let the master worry about this. He kept the dust from the Time Stone, intending to hand it over to Lin Moyu after he had completed his reckless act. Purple light flashed continuously within the vortex. Lin Moyu grew stronger and adapted to the new life. Lin Moyu regained consciousness, gradually recovering control of her body from barely perceptible sensations. He clearly felt himself becoming stronger again and had a new understanding of the forbidden zones of life. He personally experienced the desolation and loneliness of the Forbidden Zone, where a terrifying power was contained that could destroy anything that entered, especially living beings. The Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity is right about one thing: the Great Venerable belongs to the third level, and the Tao that surpasses the Great Venerable belongs to the fourth level, but his fourth level is not stable. The one who truly possesses the power of the fourth level should be the strongest. If the Great Venerable is the limit of the third level, then the Broken Emperor is the limit of the fourth level. To enter the Forbidden Zone of life, one needs to step into the fifth level. As far as we know, only the Scepter of Calamity and the system have stepped into the fifth level. The reason why the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity can distinguish the levels of power so clearly is that he himself, like the Tao, has transcended the level of a Great Venerable and touched that level. Only in this way can the angle be understood. During her freshman year, Lin Moyu thought a lot and went through all the points she hadn't understood before, gradually figuring out the whole story. The Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity must have obtained a lot of information from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. He even knew of the existence of the Great Calamity. Therefore, after taking that step, he awaited the arrival of the Great Calamity, as it was also his opportunity to break through and become the strongest. His grand schemes and profound calculations were unparalleled in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness. The Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity can be considered the most outstanding figure in the entire world after the second Great Calamity. Amidst her racing thoughts, Lin Moyu realized that she had completely adapted to the Forbidden Zone of life within the vortex, and the power within the Forbidden Zone was no longer sufficient to kill her. Rebirth naturally aborted. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many times she has been reborn. In the beginning, she was unaware of it. He felt that the power of his physical body and soul was about to reach its limit again. This limit would be the limit that belonged to the Great Venerable. After sensing its regeneration count, having gone through 3 rounds of reckless actions, Xiaoshu was doing its best to recover its regeneration count, and it could still fight Fangmi once more. Keep a few thousand as backups, so you can still try to do something reckless again. Find another whirlpool. With a thought, Lin Moyu dispelled the formation and flew out. The primordial gem examined Lin Moyu and said, "Master, your physical body and soul are approaching the limit of the Great Venerable." Lin Moyu nodded. "Pretty much. I estimate we'll reach that point after dying a few thousand more times." Although he couldn't see the limits of a Great Venerable like the primordial gem at a glance, he could sense his own body. The ultimate limit is a somewhat vague concept. When the body and soul reach a certain level, one will naturally feel something. The primordial gem said, if I'm not mistaken, after you reach the great venerable limit, your physical body and soul will continue to strengthen. However, that strengthening will not be reflected in this world, but rather it will lay the foundation for entering the forbidden zone of life in the future. The owner can be seen as adapting to the forbidden zone of life in advance. Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. This has happened before. Let's find a whirlpool. Hongming Gemstone said, it's been found, it's over there. He pointed in a direction, deep within this primordial vortex cluster, to see a primordial vortex with a diameter exceeding 10,000 meters. Lin Moyu has now adapted to the power of the forbidden zone of life. If the power is not strong enough, he will no longer be able to complete the new 3.9 rebirth. His physical body traversed the vortex cluster, ignoring the chaotic power within. His body remained as stable as a rock, unmoved by any force striking it. Although his physical body is only close to the limit of a great venerable, if he were to fight a great venerable here, only De Long would die. Only in the chaotic ancient wilderness can the great venerable use the great Tao of heaven and earth to fight Lin Moyu, and even then, the chances of winning are not great. Even Lin Moyu herself doesn't know where her limits are now. Lin Moyu arranged a formation to balance the power of the formation and the vortex, then plunged into the mist formed by the forbidden zone of life once more, only to have it collapse on the spot. The fourth round of reckless behavior officially begins, and Lin Moyu becomes stronger as she is reborn. The primordial gem sensed the changes in the world, and as Lin Moyu grew stronger, the process of the great calamity was also being propelled forward. The chaotic ancient wilderness is about to be completely destroyed. In the fourth round of his death-seeking endeavor, just as Lin Moyu had predicted, he died less than 5,000 times, and both his physical body and soul reached the great venerable limit. If you go any further, you'll reach the level of the strongest. Once Lin Moyu reaches that level, he will be able to directly confront the Tao, and even without the Scepter of Calamity, he can fight against it. Of course, his strength lies only in his physical body and soul. In the world, besides the physical body and soul, there is also the great Tao and the calendar of heaven and earth. That step is just too difficult. The limits of a grandmaster are not so easy to break. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the power within the forbidden zone of life in the heavenly vortex was insufficient for him to break through the great venerable limit. After his physical body and soul reached the limit of the great venerable, his time to death was significantly prolonged, and the power of the forbidden zone of life began to weaken. In the subsequent rebirth, Lin Moyu clearly felt that his physical body and soul were still getting stronger, just as the primordial gem said, that it was laying the foundation for entering the forbidden zone of life. This kind of power is a fundamental change, an absorption and inclusion of the forbidden zones of life, not simply about making oneself stronger in combat. After dying twice more, the chef was struck by lightning again at number 29. The celestial vortex, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, could no longer meet its needs. Lin Moyu knew he should enter an even more powerful vortex. He was about to take another step on the ladder to the forbidden zone of life, and he was moving faster and faster. The Hongmeng gem is very powerful, quickly finding an even more powerful vortex. The diameter of the celestial vortex increased to 100,000 meters, and its strength increased tenfold. Lin Moyu continued to venture into it, courting death. In his repeated acts of recklessness, Lin Moyu discovered a slight change in the celestial vortex. Initially, the power from the forbidden zone of life within the vortex of the celestial beginning increased proportionally from 10 meters to 100 meters. However, although the diameter of the vortex increased at the same rate, the power emanating from the forbidden zone within it weakened. Just like this time when he jumped from a vortex with a diameter of 10,000 meters to one with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the diameter increased tenfold, but the power from the forbidden zone of life only increased by about 2 times. The explanation given by the primordial gem is that the universe cannot absorb the power of the forbidden zones of life without limit, otherwise, the universe would be shattered by the power of the forbidden zones of life. Therefore, the rules of heaven and earth have limitations on this, and there will be limits. If the vortex continues to grow larger, the power amplification of the forbidden zone will continue to decrease. For example, the largest celestial vortex has a diameter of nearly 100,000 miles and a full 100 million meters. However, the concentration of life forbidden zone power absorbed within it was only less than 30% higher than that of the smaller level, 10 million meter high primordial vortex. This is the limitation of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth cannot absorb the power of forbidden zones of life without limit, otherwise heaven and earth would inevitably collapse. Lin Moyu has already personally experienced the changes. In this 100,000-meter vortex, he is fully adapted after only 5 rebirths. Continue switching to the million-meter vortex, continue adapting. The remaining number of births has been calculated, and it is more than enough, with a surplus. Step by step, with each shift in the primordial vortex, Lin Moyu proceeded steadily, never rushing things. Finally, he entered the largest primordial vortex and fully adapted to the power emanating from the forbidden zone of life within it. At this moment, his physical body and soul truly reached the limit of the great venerable realm. If he could take another step forward, he might truly surpass the great venerable and enter the level of the supreme power. Even if you don't succeed, you can still be on equal footing with the Tao. However, he simply couldn't find a suitable environment right now. The celestial vortex was the only environment in the world where the power of the forbidden zone for life existed. If he wanted to go any further, Lin Moyu would need to truly enter the forbidden zone for life. But that would be too dangerous. There's a 99% chance it would be a one-way trip. Lin Moyu isn't afraid of taking risks, but that doesn't mean he's brainless. Perhaps there is a place where it is possible. Lin Moyu thought of the split between heaven and earth, the space-time tunnel that connected the remnants of heaven and earth, which were obviously dangerous remnants of heaven and earth, filled with destructive power. The primordial gem said, it might be possible there, but it's probably not enough. Master's physical body and soul are already very strong. The strength of the physical body and soul will drive changes in the Master's realm. We are currently in the beginning of heaven and earth, so the changes are suppressed. Once the Master leaves this place and the rules of heaven and earth fall, the Master's realm will immediately rise. Although it won't be enough to get the Master to break into the great venerable realm, it won't be a problem for him to reach the chaos realm perfection. It just so happens that the Master also has a domain, which is in line with the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu shook his head. I'm not ready to break through to the peak of the chaos realm yet. My domain isn't ready either. The primordial gem said, Master can see how far the realm has evolved. Time is chaotic here, and a long time has passed in Master's world. Lin Moyu had indeed lost track of time. He didn't know how long he had been in the area of the celestial vortex. There seems to be an invisible force here that makes him ignore the existence of time. Furthermore, at the very beginning of time, time itself was already in chaos. With a thought, he sensed his storage space and indeed discovered something amiss. It seems that a long time has passed. The 5 world domains have long been perfect, which is not surprising. The 5 world domains were originally stronger than the other domains and were already close to perfection before coming here. Unexpectedly, the Great Thousand World, the realm of science and Tao, and the realm of myriad wonders have all reached a state of perfection. The remaining few boundary seeds have also transformed into various boundaries, racing towards perfection. If this continues, it won't be long before these realms reach perfection. Looking at his own world, Lin Moyu felt as if he were watching a movie on 100 times faster. This is an illusion caused by time difference, indicating that time is moving very fast in your area. For the storage space, a day here is equivalent to 660 hundreds of days and nights. This applies not only to storage space but also to the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. How is it? The primordial gem said, because of the Master's increased strength, the process of the Great Tribulation has been accelerating, and the time here was originally wrong. I can't see the specific situation, but I can sense that the Great Tribulation has accumulated to a considerable extent and is not far from completely erupting. Be careful when you return to the chaotic ancient wilderness, Master. Unexpected things may happen. I have witnessed many great calamities, and those who faced them. Lin Moyu knew what he was going to say. During the great calamity, the rules of heaven and earth interfered, and many people's thinking was changed as a result. Former enemies will hate you even more, and former friends will become enemies for various reasons. This change comes from nature and is beyond human control. A voice inside Lin Moyu urged him to take his wife to the storage space, away from the great calamity, away from this world of right and wrong. The trip was over. Lin Moyu turned around and headed back. Let's go, we're going back. He took out the ferry of tribulation, left the heavenly vortex, and randomly chose a direction to move forward. He doesn't need to find his way back, he can return to the ancient wilderness from any direction. He also needs to get used to the fact that he has become stronger in the new historical region. The primordial gem said, "When my master was courting death, I unexpectedly obtained something." He took out the dust from the time stone and handed it to Lin Moyu, saying, "Master, guess what this is?" Tiny specks of dust landed on her fingertips, but Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't mistake them for ordinary dust. A keen sense had already detected its difference. Around it, time seemed to have become more chaotic. "Is this a time stone?" Then he whispered, "There's another person sent up there, very faint, but very familiar. It's him." The primordial gem clapped its little hands. "Correct. The great venerable of heavenly calamity once obtained a time essence stone and broke that stone essence stone into 4 pieces. This is a tiny speck of dust that broke off." Lin Moyu knew that the scepter of calamity had the ability to rewind time, and it wasn't the kind that used the great Tao, making it extremely heaven-defying. Since he said that, he must be right. What will he do with the time stone? Lin Moyu frowned and thought. The primordial gem said, "There are many things you can do, such as creating clones, killing enemies across time, and obtaining something from a certain point in time." The primordial gemstone detailed several things that the time essence stone could do, which were the most common uses he had seen in other worlds. The time stone is arguably one of the most extraordinary items in the world. By using the time stone to travel back in time, as long as a suitable point in time is found, the people or objects at that point in time can be brought out and brought into the real world. It is also possible to launch an attack on a person at a certain point in time, and the damage will be reflected in the present as time goes by. For example, the great Lord of Calamity can target his weakest moment and attack him at that time, which would severely injure or even kill his current self. He can also find his own point in time, bring over a version of himself from a certain point in time, and create a clone. The primordial gem muttered to itself, "I just don't understand." The larger the time essence stone, the better the effect. He divided a time essence stone into 4 parts, so the effect will be greatly reduced. A thought suddenly struck Lin Moyu, and a flash of inspiration struck him. "I think I understand some things. There were some things I couldn't understand before, but now I think I do. Why did the great Lord of Calamity take away the small world I was born in? Because that small world contained my mark. He could use those marks to trace back to when I was at my weakest, attack me then, and thus harm me now." Lin Moyu knew that once he became powerful, he would inevitably take down the small world, so the great venerable of heavenly calamity acted in advance. Having a small world in hand is like having a trump card to deal with yourself. Looking back on my experiences in that small world, obtaining the scepter of calamity seemed accidental, but it was also inevitable. There was someone behind it all, and that person was the great Lord of Calamity. The great Lord of Calamity has laid out a chess game, regarding himself as the most important piece in the game. But why would he choose me? Thinking of what the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity once said, and the evolution of the realms of the heavenly void land generation after generation, it seems that he was waiting for me. The only answer is that natural disasters and human beings respect the Tao. Wrong. Lin Moyu suddenly rejected his own idea. Besides the great venerable of heavenly calamity, there was only one other person who knew, and that was his older sister, Lin Mohan, the former great sword venerable and the strongest among the quasi-great venerables. It was not accidental for Lin Mohan to become his older sister, but inevitable. The primordial gem said, to rewind time in the small world, a small piece of time essence stone is more than enough. What else has the master thought of? Lin Moyu said, there's also how the great venerable of heavenly calamity escaped death right under the nose of the Tao, because he brought out his past self from a certain point in time. It wasn't him who died, rather, it wasn't the real him, but rather him at a certain point in time. He was really dead, which is why he was able to deceive Tao, and his scheme was able to succeed. Hongming Gemstone said, now that you mention it, I'm reminded of a use for time essence stones. If time essence stones are combined with the origin essence of heaven and earth, a unique method can be used to break through to the great venerable realm. Hongming Gemstone immediately explained in detail to Lin Moyu what the essence of heaven and earth is. The essence of heaven and earth is the product of the fusion of the first wisp of primordial energy and the first precious material of the origin of heaven and earth at the very beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth. The first wisp of primordial energy is the most essential primordial energy of heaven and earth, stronger than other primordial energies, and the first primordial treasure to enter heaven and earth is the same. When the two are combined, they become the essence of heaven and earth, which has the ability to integrate everything. With the help of the time essence stone, one can retrieve their past self from a certain point in the past, and then use the essence of heaven and earth to merge the two together. While it may not achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2, it can at least increase one's strength by 50%. The Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable is already a top-tier Grand Venerable. If you were to improve by another 50% or even fuse once more, then breaking through to the Grand Venerable level would be a matter of course. There are risks involved in merging with other great beings, as their different paths and wills can lead to conflicts. However, there is no problem with merging with oneself. The essence of heaven and earth can be used multiple times. As long as there are enough time essence stones, the great venerable of heavenly calamity can continuously merge with his former self. This explains why he divided a single time stone into 4 pieces. It's estimated that 4 pieces is the limit. If possible, he would love to divide it into more pieces. Lin Moyu said, then everything makes sense. Perhaps the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity used this method to break through the Great Venerable realm and reach his current level. Lin Moyu wanted to give a name to the level where the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity was located. He originally wanted to call them half-step supreme powerhouses, but Hongming Bayu did not think so. A half-step supreme expert should at least have taken half a step, but these guys are not, they are just losers. If they cannot become true supreme beings in this great calamity, they will all die. The primordial gem said, that's why he was able to break through during a period other than the great calamity. Unfortunately, such a breakthrough is destined to fail. Becoming a supreme expert is not so easy. Lin Moyu asked, is there a chance to become the strongest during periods other than the great calamity? The primordial gem said, yes, but the opportunity is extremely slim, with a very low probability. Those who can seize such an opportunity are among the best of the strongest. Clearly, the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity was not such an outstanding individual. He found a way to break through to the Great Venerable realm, but like the Tao, he did not truly succeed. Lin Moyu said, the Tao is waiting for the Great Calamity to arrive. The Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity has laid out a grand scheme to kill the Tao, and is also waiting for the Great Calamity to arrive. Finally, there is one last fellow, hidden the deepest, who is also waiting for the Great Calamity to arrive. This world is becoming more and more lively. I wonder how many living beings will die and how many realms will be destroyed in the Great Calamity. The primordial gem said, in truth, the meaning of the existence of heaven and earth is to nurture the strongest. As for other living beings, they are all things to be eliminated by heaven and earth, and their life and death are not important to them. Heaven and earth are heartless and truly do not care about the life or death of living beings. Heaven and earth have only rules, and these rules require heaven and earth to nurture the strongest beings. This is the sole meaning of heaven and earth's existence. Lin Moyu sighed, let's go, it's time to pick them up. The Fairy of Calamity flew through the deepest void of the ancient wilderness, without direction or regard for time. Lin Moyu sensed the aura emanating from the primordial chaos, and felt subtle changes occurring in the rules of heaven and earth. Compared to when he first arrived, his soul power has increased significantly, becoming more acute, and his understanding of the world has become much deeper. He could sense the flow of the great Tao and the changes in heaven and earth more clearly than ever before. Therefore, he wouldn't worry about going in the wrong direction. The rules of heaven and earth were guiding him. Along the way, they encountered several creatures without intelligence, all of which Lin Moyu casually killed and turned into nourishment for cultivating the realm. The rules of heaven and earth became clearer and clearer. When we approached the edge of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, we could already feel the heavenly Tao within the chaotic ancient wilderness. The scent of these 3 small trees, which have been silent for a long time, is the best. In the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They even had a feeling that it was their forbidden territory. They are beings born from chaos and ancient wilderness, and are only suited to roam there. They are born strong and knowledgeable, but they also have a limit. Once they reach that limit, it becomes difficult for them to grow any further. When the Fairy of Calamity flew away from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness and officially entered the ancient wilderness void, the 3 of them finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The rules belonging to chaos and the ancient wilderness descended. The great Tao within the ancient wilderness was not as clear as that within chaos, but it at least existed. 413. Lin Moyu's aura began to rise sharply, and the accumulation in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness erupted completely at this moment. His power began to increase rapidly, growing stronger and stronger. In just half a day, he had reached the peak of the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. The next step would be perfection, but right now Lin Moyu's entire domain is in the storage space, completely detached from this world. As far as the rules of the world are concerned, Lin Moyu has no domain. Without the ability to transcend boundaries, one cannot break through to perfection unless one absorbs the primordial energy like Xiao Peng and Xiao Shu. However, that only means having perfect combat power, not perfect realm. Of course, ancient beings like the little tree don't care about realm at all. As long as they have combat power, that's enough. Lin Moyu is different. He cares about combat strength and also about the level of cultivation. He has now concealed all his realms, and under the rules of heaven and earth, it is believed that he cannot break through to perfection without realms. His cultivation level remained at the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, but at its peak, he could break through at any time. In other people's eyes, this is already a very good level. After all, Lin Moyu's age is what it is. Compared to those old guys who have lived for tens of millions of years, Lin Moyu is too young. When the rules of heaven and earth receded, Lin Moyu activated the cause-finding loop. A result without a cause, pinpointing the location of Grand Venerable Purple Star. This time, Lin Moyu was very open and directly targeted Grandmaster Zixing. Although doing so would be discovered by the other party, with his current strength, he no longer needs to be afraid. If the other party is willing to talk things out, that's best. If not, then let's settle things with fists. In the chaotic ancient wilderness, Yin Huan once again demonstrated his extraordinary abilities. The successful cultivation of the fruit brought with it a tremendous backlash. If it were before, and it concerned the Great Venerable, Lin Moyu would have inevitably died several more times. But now, he only frowned slightly and withstood all the backlash. This also means that he can use the Seeking Causes technique at will from now on, and the mere backlash will only cause him a slight pain at most. The Hidden Spirit Pearl was activated, concealing Lin Moyu and Xiao Peng's figures. In the ancient wilderness, Xiao Peng's speed is still second to none, and using him as a means of transportation is much faster than the ferry boat. According to the feedback from the cause-seeking ring, the Purple Star Venerable is extremely far away and will need to fly for some time. Hope it goes well. Lin Moyu spoke softly, having already synchronized his time. From the moment he entered the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, a full 1,000 years had passed in the real world. In his mind, he had only been in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness for a few years at most. The difference between a few years inside and 1,000 years outside is enormous. The Great Calamity has progressed to an unknown stage, but no matter how it unfolds, it is unimportant compared to what I need to do now. I didn't have the ability before, but now that I do, the first thing I do is find someone. I hope nothing unexpected happens and that you won't make things difficult for me." As Lin Moyu sat on Xiaoping's back, he once again used the seeking causes and seeking effects technique. "There is a result, Dak, but no cause. My wives are all safe and sound." The seeking cause ring hummed, but no backlash came. Lin Moyu's expression changed drastically. The fruit planting had failed, which meant that something had happened to Ning Yi and the others. No, that's not how it works." Lin Moyu suddenly realized he was wrong. He quickly calmed down and figured out some important things. If one's wives perish, then in the law of cause and effect, one's number of wives is only reduced by one, and the remaining wives will still be considered safe and sound by cause and effect. Therefore, planting fruit will not fail. There are only two possibilities for planting fruit to fail. One is that they all die, leaving none behind, and the cause and effect believe that since they have no wife, planting fruit will naturally not succeed. But if that's really the case, you will definitely sense it. Another possibility is that they are not in this world, or that they are in a place isolated from the cause and effect of heaven and earth, such as the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and the central area of the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu recalled that the Golden Venerable of Antarctica had once said that the Purple Star Venerable was doing something extremely dangerous. In the chaotic ancient wilderness, he rarely spoke of dangerous things. He didn't know what Grand Venerable Zixing was doing, but it certainly wasn't simple. It's impossible for him to figure it out on his own. We have to go and see for ourselves as soon as possible. Xiaoping, speed things up. Xiaoping sensed Lin Moyu's urgency and used all his strength to rush there as quickly as possible. He used his secret technique time and time again, each time teleporting across billions of miles in an instant, but this was extremely taxing on him. However, his indifference to Lin Moyu's affairs is his own business. Even if it takes a lot of effort, it can be recovered later. Now we should make the most of every second. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. If Ning Yi and the others were unharmed, then everything would be fine. If something happens, there's no need to say anything. I will show them how hard my fists are. No matter how strong your physical bodies and souls are, I can still smash them. What calamity? What scheme? Get out of here, all of that. As the distance drew closer, what would have taken several years was compressed into a single year by Xiao. By the time they arrived, Xiaoping's breathing was already very weak. He was exhausted and on the verge of death. If it weren't for Lin Moyu replenishing his strength with her own, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Even in ancient times, the golden-winged roc wouldn't travel like this. It's not traveling, it's more like chasing after someone's life. Lin Moyu put Xiaoping away and let him rest. The roots of the small tree stretched out, searching for the location of the Purple Star Grandmaster. The cause-finding loop focuses on a range rather than a specific point, while the sapling uses its own advantages to find the final target point. This is a void, and Grand Venerable Zixing is clearly not in this space, but that doesn't stop Little Tree. Just a moment later, Xiao Shu whispered, "Found them, they're in the lowest level of space." Lin Moyu said, "Let's go in." The sapling opened up layers of space. The space in the ancient wilderness was thicker and more chaotic than the space in the chaos. The layers of space often fold together, like a layered cake that has become damp and stuck together. The sapling tore through the layers of space in a relatively savage manner and rushed to the bottom layer of space. At the very bottom of the space are vortexes, which connect the chaos and the ancient wilderness. However, these are one-way channels, allowing passage from the chaos to the ancient wilderness, but not from the ancient wilderness to the chaos. This is a channel naturally formed by the rules of heaven and earth. If one has the ability, one can also change the direction of the vortex and forcibly enter the warm chaos from the ancient wilderness. As far as Lin Moyu knows, apart from Grand Venerables who are extremely skilled in space, ordinary Grand Venerables do not have this ability. Hidden within each vortex are glimmers of light. The faint light was scattered randomly, seemingly without any discernible pattern. The little tree said, "There is a special, independent space here. These faint lights are the glow reflected from this independent space. The interior of this independent space is somewhat peculiar, as if it is separated from the ancient wilderness. Master, should we forcefully open this space, or knock on the door and go in? Lin Moyu said, let's try diplomacy first, then resort to force. After all, the Purple Star Grandmaster is inside, and Lin Moyu is here to demand people. If they can talk things out properly, it would be best to avoid violence if possible. The sapling understood, and its roots reached out and landed in the isolated space, striking the space. 3 deep, resonant sounds echoed through the soul, causing the space to vibrate and ripple in all directions. If someone is in the isolated space, they will definitely hear it, and even if someone is in seclusion, they will be awakened. After the small tree tapped the space, Lin Moyu waited a while, but there was no response. He frowned slightly and said, try again. This independent space is semi-separated from the ancient wilderness. Even small trees cannot sense the situation inside through the spatial barrier. However, since the cause-finding ring points here, it can be confirmed that the Purple Star Venerable is inside. Xiaoshu knocked 3 more times, making a louder noise than before, but still received no response. Lin Moyu lost patience and had a bad feeling. Let's force it open. The little tree had been waiting for just one sentence. It was already prepared, and a massive amount of tree roots swept out, transforming into 2 giant hands that forcefully grasped the independent space. In an instant, the faint light scattered between the vortexes suddenly shone brightly, revealing a faint, glass-like transparent spatial outline. The sapling gripped the space and forcibly tore open a crack. A distinct aura surged forth from within the space. Lin Moyu's expression shifted slightly. He sensed an aura from it that did not belong to the chaotic ancient wilderness. The little tree whispered, it seems like there's another world here. Go in first. Lin Moyu waved his hand, his powerful soul force sweeping across the area, erasing all the emanating aura, before disappearing into the space. The spatial rift quickly closed, and everything returned to normal. This space is quite large, with mountains and water, and a comfortable environment. After sensing the surroundings, Lin Moyu quickly locked onto his target and transformed into a streak of light, shooting away. In the solitary space, the aura from other realms became increasingly distinct and clear. Other energies from heaven and earth merged with the primordial chaos, creating a slightly chaotic situation. Lin Moyu followed the scent and soon arrived at her destination. An array came into view. This array was also somewhat special, unlike the arrays of the chaotic ancient wilderness. The runes flowing on it were also something I had never seen before. Lin Moyu sensed someone inside through the array. Although the formation was special, it did not stump Lin Moyu. He understood its intricacies after observing it for only a short while. Lin Moyu drew several runes and flew them into the array, which automatically activated. As if returning home, Lin Moyu entered the array. There is another space within the formation, and it is quite large. Here, the aura of the chaotic ancient wilderness weakens, while the aura of other worlds strengthens dramatically. In addition, there were many other living beings within the formation, some of which Lin Moyu was quite familiar with. Found it! It was the aura of Ning Yi and the others. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and she finally found them. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed rapidly. He could clearly sense the presence of Ning Yi and the others, but they were not here. The little tree said, there's a time tunnel ahead that leads to another world. Lin Moyu asked the primordial gem, besides the walls of heaven and earth, are there also passages within heaven and earth leading to other remnants of heaven and earth? The primordial gem said, occasionally, the heavens and earth are not completely still in the forbidden zone of life. Sometimes they will encounter other remnants of heaven and earth. Sometimes they will separate after a touch, and sometimes spatial channels will naturally form between them. Lin Moyu understood. It was the Purple Star Venerable who saw this spatial passage and thus built an independent space here. Ning Yi and the others were the team she trained to explore otherworld ruins. In other realms, such matters are handled by the strongest king. The strongest beings will establish many such teams to explore other remnants of the world. However, The process of searching for the remains of the world is very dangerous, and the expedition team often suffers casualties, and it is even common for the entire team to perish. They actually let Ning Yi and the others do something so dangerous. Lin Moyu clenched his fists tightly, lightning flashed and thunder roared around him, and waves of immense power surged forth. He continued flying towards the center of the formation and soon saw a spatial passage. There's no one here. On this side of the spatial passage, there's a formation within a formation operating, and all the energy remains here. Lin Moyu sensed that Ning Yi and the others were all intact, all 8 of them were still there, and judging from the remaining aura, their cultivation levels were already very high, seemingly having surpassed the peak of the Chaos Realm. Besides the auras of Ning Yi and others, there were also the auras of some other people. One of the auras belonged to Grand Venerable Boyang, and the other was also a Grand Venerable, whom Lin Moyu had never seen before, but it should be Grand Venerable Zixing. Besides that, there was still a trace of breath left. Sis. Lin Moyu sensed Lin Mohan's presence. Lin Mohan was also there, and they were both on the other side of the spatial passage. The little tree sensed the spatial passage and said, "Master, I don't sense any danger there for the time being." The lack of perceived danger did not mean there was no danger. Without much thought, Lin Moyu rushed directly into the spatial passage. The spatial passage was very stable, much more stable than the temporary spatial passage that the little tree had built inside the wall between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu judged that it must have used some powerful magical artifact as its foundation to maintain stability. Hongming Gem clicked its tongue and said, "This Grand Venerable named Zixing has quite the ideas." He actually used spatial vines to bind the 2 worlds together. Lin Moyu asked, "What do you mean?" The primordial gem said, "Even if the remnants of heaven and earth come into contact with another heaven and earth and establish a channel, such a channel is unstable and will separate before long." This great venerable Zixing used a kind of primordial treasure called space vine to bind the remnants of heaven and earth, preventing them from leaving, and also used a lot of materials to stabilize the spatial passage. Lin Moyu said, "It seems she put in a lot of effort. I wonder what she discovered in this ruined world." He wouldn't do something without benefit. His Majesty the Star Venerable must have discovered something. However, the condition of each remnant of heaven and earth is different. One must go inside to see for oneself to know. As Lin Moyu flew out of the spatial passage, she sensed a completely different atmosphere. In another realm, the rules of the chaotic and ancient wilderness completely receded, leaving nothing behind. The path of immortality is suppressed, and its power is less than half of its normal state. All other paths vanished, and Xiaoshu, Hunzuzi, and Xiaoping became crippled here, as only 3 out of 1,000 paths remained. Only his physical body and soul remained unaffected, still strong and intact. The space behind him distorted, but Lin Moyu didn't turn around and unleashed a punch with his mind. A strangely shaped monster was blasted into dust. This monster was about 5 meters long, not very big, but it was very strong. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, even a cultivator at the great perfection of the Chaos Realm could be killed by this monster if they came here, given that their power is suppressed. This place is a ruin of heaven and earth, a broken great Tao, and chaotic power. Only August 13th has the power of a physical body and soul and is therefore unaffected. What's this? Lin Moyu saw that after the monster died, it left behind a speck of dust. The dust particles were hidden among the monster's mangled flesh and corpses, making them very inconspicuous, but they were still discovered by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu summoned the dust into his hand, wiped away the bloodstains, and revealed its true form. The dust particles are like crystals, translucent, and radiate a captivating luster. From the dust particles, Lin Moyu sensed the primordial energy of heaven. It was a very faint primordial energy, and quite turbid, but it was indeed the primordial energy. The primordial gem said, "This place is actually a resource wasteland, no wonder." Lin Moyu asked, "What is resource debris?" The primordial gem said, "There are many kinds of remnants of heaven and earth. According to the danger, they can be divided into overt danger and covert danger. The one you went to before was a covert danger, while this one is an overt danger. Overt dangers are visible and tangible, making them easier to deal with compared to covert dangers. Lin Moyu understood this, and the primordial gem continued to explain, if classified by type, the remnants of heaven and earth can be divided into two types, wasteland and resources. Among them, wasteland remnants are further divided into extreme and ordinary. The one that the master went to before was an ordinary wasteland remnant. The desolate ruins were completely empty, so desolate that even the core of the ruins was almost broken. They were unlucky. The ruins collapsed as soon as the expedition team entered. The expedition team was also buried in the ruins. Ordinary, desolate ruins will have a core of heaven and earth, containing some primordial energy. This is the most common type. Then, if you're lucky, you'll encounter resource debris. Inside, there will be monsters that evolved from the debris of heaven and earth. Killing them will allow you to obtain some primordial crystals, which is the one in your master's hand. In the eyes of the strongest, this is a very good remnant of heaven and earth, with extremely high value. Lin Moyu looked at the celestial crystal in his hand. The celestial chi inside is weak and turbid. It would probably take killing 1,000,000 monsters like this to get even a wisp. What use is this? The primordial gem chuckled and said, little by little, it adds up. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Master, you possess boundless primordial chi, so you think it's useless. The worlds of those supreme beings no longer produce primordial chi. To them, primordial chi is a treasure. It can be used not only for cultivation but also to exchange for other things. The rich do not know the hardships of the poor. When those who are the strongest attain enlightenment, the world has already evolved and the primordial energy of heaven has long been exhausted. The primordial energy remaining in the world is extremely rare, and every wisp is a treasure. Those supreme beings would try every means to obtain the primordial energy, and the best way is through the remnants of heaven and earth. Such resource-rich natural ruins are treasures for the rope wielders. Grand Venerable Zixing was not the strongest, which is why the chi of the beginning of heaven had a greater effect on him. Therefore, after discovering this place, she would naturally exhaust all means to explore it. Lin Moyu asked, besides cultivation and exchanging items, the primordial chi must have other uses for those supreme experts, right? Grand Venerable Zixing said, indeed, it has another function, which is to prolong the life of heaven and earth. The existence of heaven and earth also has a limit. This limit was determined at the very beginning of the creation of heaven and earth. After experiencing several great calamities, heaven and earth will collapse. Each great calamity is a huge blow to heaven and earth and will shorten the lifespan of heaven and earth. During this period, the strongest beings were born, the great calamity will disappear, and the lifespan of heaven and earth will be extended, but there are still limits. The limit of the lifespan of heaven and earth is the limit of the lifespan of the strongest beings. Fortunately, the strongest beings have a way to extend the lifespan of heaven and earth, and that is the chi of the beginning of heaven. As long as there is enough primordial energy, the lifespan of heaven and earth can be extended indefinitely, and the strongest beings can also exist eternally. Everything has two sides. The strongest beings may seem to exist forever, but they are still bound by the constraints of heaven and earth. If he wants to live forever, he must extend the lifespan of heaven and earth. Thus, exploring the remnants of heaven and earth and searching for the primordial energy became a necessary task for all the strongest beings. Lin Moyu said, I hope I won't end up like that in the future. The primordial gem shook its head. Master will not. Master will definitely transcend heaven and earth in the future, and his physical body will enter the forbidden zone of life. Lin Moyu chuckled. Are you that confident? Hongming Gem was very certain, I have seen countless people, but the master is the most special one. It will definitely work. Lin Moyu said nothing more. During the conversation, he had already located Ning Yi and the others. This is not the chaotic ancient wilderness, and his senses are affected. Fortunately, his soul power is strong enough that he can still sense the distance. With a burst of physical power, Lin Moyu shot away, leaving ripples of sound behind him that spread outwards. Lin Moyu flew faster and faster, and nothing in the world could affect his physical body. Soon, a lotus flower came into view. The lotus was extremely large, with a diameter of over a kilometer, and had a total of 36 petals that guarded the lotus heart. Above the lotus flower, specks of purple starlight twinkle, forming a star map. Starlight illuminated the surrounding area, and Lin Moyu immediately saw that wherever the starlight reached, a battle formation had been formed. This battle formation is not from the Chaos Ancient Wilderness. Lin Moyu saw through the essence of the battle formation, realizing that its rules were different from those of the Chaos Ancient Wilderness. This battle formation belongs to this world and can be of great use here. Remembering what Zi Xingdao had once said, that she wanted Ning Yi and the others to cultivate a formation, this must be it. Hong Ming Gem said, 5.2 The Lotus Magic Treasure also belongs to this place. It seems that this resource-type remnant of heaven and earth has left behind some good things. Lin Moyu's gaze narrowed slightly, and the lotus flower in the distance instantly magnified before his eyes. He could see the situation inside the lotus flower from millions of miles away. Yi, Ning Yi and the others were sitting on the lotus heart. All 8 of them were present and appeared to be safe and sound, which relieved Lin Moyu. The next moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. They were all injured. Although they appeared unharmed, Lin Moyu noticed that their breathing was off, slightly weak. All 8 people were injured, but their injuries were not serious. He flew towards the lotus, traversing millions of miles in the blink of an eye, and arrived at the lotus in full bloom. The lotus battle formation automatically activated, transforming into countless sharp swords aimed at Lin Moyu. "Why are you here?" A slightly surprised voice rang out, and at the same time, a Japanese person appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The purple star venerable, dressed in a purple robe, had a kind expression between his brows, yet his eyes were full of sharpness. With just one glance, Lin Moyu judged that Grand Venerable Zixing was a decisive and ruthless person. Such a person might start a fight at the slightest disagreement, and his temper was much more volatile than that of Grand Venerable Boyang. She still carried the spirit of battle, clearly indicating that a major battle had just ended. Here, the power of the Purple Star Grand Venerable is far less than usual. If it were in the chaotic ancient wilderness, Lin Moyu would have to be more cautious, but here he doesn't need to be. However, Lin Moyu still showed enough respect to Grand Venerable Zixing, bowing slightly and saying, "Greetings, Grand Venerable Zixing. I, Lin, have come to pick you up." He got straight to the point, without any unnecessary words, and stated directly that he was there to pick someone up. Grand Venerable Zixing frowned. "How did you find this place?" In her eyes, Lin Moyu was only at the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, and it was truly unbelievable that someone at the great perfection of the Chaos Realm could find this place. But in fact, Lin Moyu did come, and stood right in front of him. Lin Moyu said, "I naturally have my own methods. Now that I am here, please allow me to take my wives away." Grand Venerable Zixing remained silent, neither refusing nor agreeing. She was confused about Lin Moyu's situation. Lin Moyu's sudden appearance left her feeling puzzled and as if she were out of control. Lin Moyu stood before him, giving him an unfathomable air, making it difficult for Grandmaster Zixing to make a decision. Ning Yi and the other 8 were meditating with their eyes closed. They had clearly just experienced a great battle, and their fighting spirit remained. Their injuries had not yet healed. As Lin Moyu got closer, he could see more clearly that the 8 people's injuries, though seemingly minor, were deep and serious, clearly not their first injury. Moreover, the previous injuries had not healed, and then new injuries were sustained. Despite repeated treatments and suppression of the injuries, the damage eventually broke out completely after more than 10 days of such accumulation. If you want to treat it again, then, it will be difficult. Even now, it takes a lot of effort to completely cure it. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Grandmaster Zixing. If you're going to struggle with your own issues, then struggle with them yourself. With a single step, he appeared atop the Lotus Heart. The mere battle formation was utterly meaningless to him. "What are you up to?" Grand Venerable Zixing also instantly returned to Lotus Heart and questioned Lin Moyu. She was clearly surprised that the Lotus Heart formation had failed to stop Lin Moyu. Heal the wounds. Lin Moyu's tone was slightly unfriendly. A life force transformed into a dragon, which split into 8 and landed on Ning Yi and the others. Here, all the great Daos in the chaotic ancient wilderness are suppressed, essentially non-existent, except for the undying great Dao, which is only weakened by half and remains usable. The power of life, when used to heal wounds, is unparalleled in its effectiveness. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression changed drastically. You can actually use the great Dao. She was unable to use the great Dao here, which greatly reduced her combat power. However, Lin Moyu was also unable to use the great Dao here. In her eyes, Lin Moyu was no longer that weakling. She couldn't see through Lin Moyu, and the more she couldn't see through him, the less she dared to make a move. Lin Moyu harnessed the power of life to heal the injuries of his 8 wives, treating not only the surface wounds but also the deeper, more chronic ones. The injuries accumulated over the years gradually healed under the nourishment of the life experience. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Given that we cannot use the great Dao here, I will not hold your wife's injuries against you. I will take them away today, and I hope you will not stop me." "No." Grand Venerable Zixing refused. Ultimately, she made her decision. What happened here was important to her, and so were Yi and the others. Furthermore, Ning Yi and the others are of more significance here than that. They absolutely cannot be taken away by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu calmly looked at Grandmaster Zixing and said, "Senior Zixing, I respect you as my senior. Senior Boyong also gave me a lot of help before, so I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. But that's not a reason for you to take my wife away. Back then, I was weak, and you were strong. You could do whatever you wanted without asking me, you could give me any reason you wanted, and whether I accepted it or not, I was powerless to refute it. But now, I have the power to choose. I want to take them away, and you can't stop me." Grand Venerable Zixing looked solemn. She realized that Lin Moyu was not joking. He really had the ability to take Ning Yi and the others away from her. Grand Venerable Zixing said, "Why don't you ask them if they're willing?" Lin Moyu shook her head. "Whether they want to or not, I will take them away, just like you did when you took them away before, without asking them whether they wanted to or not." Grand Venerable Zixing paused for a moment, speechless as Lin Moyu choked her. Lin Moyu is retaliating in kind. He's getting back at Lin Moyu for what he did before. If she hadn't been hesitant and unsure of Lin Moyu's true strength, she would have already made her move. Grand Venerable Zixing said, "If you want to take them away, I will definitely stop you, and not only me, but also someone else." Lin Moyu looked into the distance. "You mean my older sister, right?" A figure appeared in the distance. Lin Mohan walked on his sword, approaching from afar and arriving in the blink of an eye. Lin Mohan was heroic and beautiful, with a sharp sword aura emanating from her, making her impossible to look directly at. She is like a walking sword, cutting through all obstacles. Lin Mohan flew into the battle formation, her eyes filled with surprise. "Xiao Yu, you actually managed to find this place." Lin Moyu smiled for the first time since arriving. "Aren't you surprised? I told you I missed my sister. Did you believe me?" Lin Mohan said irritably, "I'd be a fool to believe you. You're here to pick up your sister-in-law, aren't you?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, what did you say, sister?" Grandmaster Zixing interjected, "Sword Venerable, you know they can't leave." Lin Mohan glanced at her. "Of course I know, but you've forgotten one thing. I'm Xiao Yu's older sister, and this is my sister-in-law. So, which side do you think I should be on?" Zixingdao 393 paused again. She understood the deeper meaning in Lin Mohan's words, but she was unwilling to give up. "This matter is very important. You should consider it more carefully." Lin Mohan shook her head. "No matter what it is, as long as Xiao Yu asks, I, as her older sister, will support her unconditionally. Back then, you asked me to take Yu Yan and her sister-in-law away because this battle formation was still short one person. I agreed at the time, and a large part of the reason was that it would be good for my sister-in-law. Xiao Yu had not yet fully grown up. Now that Xiao Yu has grown up, I will support him in taking his younger siblings with him." Grand Venerable Zixing's expression grew increasingly grim. But you should also understand the consequences of doing this for our plans. Don't you want to take that step anymore? Lin Mohan said, I would naturally like to take that step, but my younger brother's tasks come first. Lin Mohan made her decision without any hesitation. She has always been decisive and straightforward, never dragging things out. Everything she does comes from the heart, just like her swordsmanship. Lin Moyu had a different feeling. It was as if Lin Mohan was waiting for her to come. Although she was somewhat surprised to be here, she was mostly happy. Being able to get here is a symbol of strength. Without strength, you can't even find your way in, let alone get in. Grand Venerable Zixing's eyes were filled with rage. I will not agree to this. Sword Venerable, it seems you have decided to be our enemy. Lin Mohan laughed, her laughter clear and melodious. A sword appeared behind her, pointing at Grand Venerable Zixing. Lin Mohan is much more direct than Lin Moyu. She's quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. With the sword tip pointing at Grand Venerable Zixing, she showed no fear whatsoever. The Great Tao cannot be used here, and Lin Mohan is also unable to use the sword Tao, but her physical body is much stronger than that of the Purple Star Grand Venerable. As a great sword master, his sword is invincible wherever it points, and he never considers retreating, only moving forward. Lin Mohan said, back then, that guy from the Western Pole could withstand 10 of my sword strikes. I wonder how many sword strikes fellow Taoist Zixing can withstand. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression grew increasingly grim. She was indeed not confident in fighting Lin Mohan here. If they were in the chaotic ancient wilderness, she wouldn't be afraid of Lin Mohan, but not here. She didn't say anything more. She knew very well that if she said a few more words, Lin Mohan would immediately take action. Hearing Lin Mohan's giggles, Grand Venerable Zixing's face turned a deep purplish red, and he finally forced out 2 words, Mad Woman. Lin Moyu gave a thumbs up. Big sister is awesome. Lin Mohan chuckled lightly. What's so special about that? As long as Xiao Yu wants to do something, Sister Yuan will handle it. Lin Moyu asked, but sis, I'm really curious, what are you all doing here? Grand Venerable Zixing said urgently, it cannot be said. Her words were immediately refuted by Lin Mohan. What's there to hide? No matter what we say here, who can hear us? Or are we saying that even Xiao Yu can't know what we're doing? Sneaking around like this, can't you be more daring than a minister? Grand Venerable Zixing was speechless for a moment after being rebuked. She stopped talking. Lin Mohan was right. Who could know what they were saying here? Lin Mohan said, this is a place called Divine Lotus Heaven and Earth, which is equivalent to our chaotic ancient wilderness. This world was destroyed for some unknown reason, leaving only ruins. From these ruins, many strange and bizarre monsters were born. Killing them will yield a crystal. There is a tiny, insignificant amount of primordial energy in the crystal. By the way, Xiao Yu, you know about primordial energy, right? Grand Venerable Zixing snorted. How would he know about the primordial qi? In her eyes, Lin Moyu was just a great perfection of the chaos realm. Even if he had great combat power and could find this place, his realm would not change. Once one reaches the great perfection of the chaos realm, it is impossible for them to come into contact with something as mysterious as the primordial qi. Lin Mohan said, it's okay if you don't know. I'll tell you. Simply put, the primordial qi is a kind of energy that was generated at the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth. At that time, there were many powerful beings, and the reason they were so powerful was because of the primordial qi. Now there is no more primordial qi in the chaotic ancient wilderness. If we want to break through to the great venerable level and take another step forward, we need to obtain enough primordial qi. Lin Moyu said, there should still be some primordial energy in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. Lin Mohan nodded, that's right, but it's too dangerous there. Apart from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, it's extremely difficult to obtain the primordial qi in the world. We discovered this place by chance, perhaps. At this point, Lin Mohan suddenly paused. Wait, Xiao Yu, how do you know that there is primordial energy in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? Lin Moyu said, I've been there. Lin Mohan's expression suddenly changed. Even she couldn't maintain her usual composure. How did you get there? It's dangerous there. Lin Moyu said, it's all right, there's really no danger. Grand Venerable Zixing said, you think you can go to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? Can't you come up with something more plausible? She clearly didn't believe it, her tone full of disdain. Lin Moyu said, as a senior, Grand Venerable Zixing should remain calm. Even if your Tao is suppressed and your Tao heart is clouded here, you should not act like this. If you want to take another step forward, but you can't even control your own Tao heart, then this step will probably be difficult. The Purple Star Grandmaster's face turned red and white alternately after being provoked by Lin Moyu's words, which was quite amusing. But she couldn't refute it, because everything Lin Moyu said was the truth. As a great venerable, one should not say such things. Only those with narrow minds would speak such words. Even if one thinks that Lin Moyu could not possibly go to the depths of the ancient wilderness, one should not say such things. However, to be fair, both siblings are crazy, and neither of them is easy to get along with. Lin Mohan said, the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is too dangerous. Although there are dangers here, it's still better than there. Besides, there are people eyeing us there, so it's not convenient to go there. Grandmaster Zixing spoke again, Sword Master, watch your words. Lin Mohan chuckled lightly, what's wrong with what I said? I said no one here can hear you. If Grand Venerable Zixing is so cowardly, what can he use to fight against him? It would be better to just be a pawn. Grand Venerable Zixing was once again challenged, and she was so angry that she was about to explode, but faced with the sword tip in front of her, Grand Venerable Zixing still chose to endure. At first, Lin Moyu didn't know who they were wary of, but now she understood these two sentences. They weren't wary of the Tao, but of Ai Shengzuan. They knew that the great Lord of Calamity was still alive and that they were his pawns, so they wanted to rebel. It's just unknown how many people are involved in the matter of resisting the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. Great Venerable Boyong should be among them, but it's unclear whether Great Venerable Baizhong is involved. The situation seems to have become more complicated, but also more interesting. For me, the situation doesn't really matter. Whoever you are, as long as I have enough strength, I can defeat you with one punch. Moreover, he is now the one destined to face calamity, and under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, he will inevitably become the target of everyone's wrath sooner or later. But it doesn't matter, the sun will be destroyed. Since things had already come to this point, Lin Moyu didn't like playing games. Indeed, he can't hear me here, so feel free to speak. Lin Mohan asked in surprise, Xiao Yu knows? Grand Venerable Zixing clearly didn't believe it. How could you know? Lin Moyu laughed and said, I know a little. I think you're talking about the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity. Grand Venerable Zixing was shocked. You actually knew. Lin Mohan praised, you're really amazing, little brother, you even know this. Grand Venerable Zixing was still incredulous. This time, she learned her lesson and kept her mouth shut, not uttering a word. Lin Moyu laughed and said, I found out by chance that he was using me as a pawn, but I didn't expect that I, this pawn, would be so disobedient. So, sister, you want to take that step through the chi of heaven's beginning in order to fight against him, right? Mentioning the great venerable of heavenly calamity, Lin Mohan's expression turned serious. Yes, back then, Brother Taoist Heavenly Calamity had a far-reaching plan. Together, we wanted to fight against the Tao and set up a shocking plan. At that time, we were all willing to get involved, and Brother Tianzai even sacrificed himself for his cause. We all admired him greatly. I just didn't expect that Brother Tianzai's self-sacrifice was a lie, and that we were the ones who were actually pawns in the game. Fortunately, we discovered the Divine Lotus World by accident, which gave us a chance. Lin Moyu was eager to know something and was about to speak when suddenly the void trembled violently, shaking the earth. Lin Mohan turned her head and saw a huge black shadow appear in the distance. Its immense aura rushed towards her, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression changed. It's the Divine Spring Beast King. He's going to use the Divine Lotus battle formation, but it will take time. Lin Mohan said, I'll go drag it. Lin Moyu stopped Lin Mohan, leave it to me, don't bother them. Lin Moyu flew alone towards the Divine Spring Beast King. Grandmaster Zixing watched Lin Moyu leave, a strange look in his eyes. Aren't you going to stop her? Lin Mohan also looked at Lin Moyu, but unlike Lin Mohan, she had full confidence in Lin Moyu, saying, Xiao Yu never does anything she's not sure about. Grand Venerable Zixing snorted coldly, I think he's ignorant of his own limitations. What does he think this place is? Does he think he's something special just because he can come here? Xiao Yu has always been amazing. Lin Mohan chuckled. No one understands Lin Moyu better than her. The so-called Divine Spring Beast King has a fountain on its head that constantly spouts water. I don't know where the water comes from, it just keeps spraying. His appearance was strange, resembling a mountain range, and he was enormous with firm feet. If placed in the chaotic ancient wilderness, this size would be insignificant. However, within the context of this devastated landscape, 100 meters is already an enormous size. Although heaven and earth have been destroyed, some of the rules still remain. Here, the larger the size of the creature, the stronger it is. The aura emanating from the Divine Spring Beast King was already close to that of a Grand Venerable. Grand Venerable Zixing and Lin Mohan's power was restricted here, and it would not be easy for them to deal with this guy in a one-on-one fight. That's why Grand Venerable Zixing wanted to use a battle formation just now. However, for Lin Moyu, the power of the Divine Spring Beast King was not enough. 097 rushed up to the Divine Spring Beast King and, before the Divine Spring Beast King could make a move, threw a punch. The void trembled, and a gigantic fist, 1,000 meters long, condensed and crashed into the Divine Spring Beast King with overwhelming force. The Divine Spring Beast King stood frozen in the void, as if bound, as the giant fist pounded against its body. A terrifying aura rippled in all directions, causing the space surrounding this remnant of heaven and earth to continuously distort. The Divine Lotus battle formation was automatically activated, blocking the spatial tremors that swept in like a powerful storm. The Divine Lotus retreated continuously amidst the tremors, like a lone boat swaying endlessly in the ocean waves. With a single punch from Lin Moyu, the Divine Spring Beast King's body shattered into dust, leaving only a slightly larger piece of the primordial crystal in the void. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression became extremely complex. She couldn't believe it. How could she be so strong? Lin Mohan smiled brightly, her words full of confidence. Of course Xiao Yu is strong. He has never been weak. In her eyes, Lin Moyu has always been the best, and as the older sister, she has always been proud of her younger brother. Lin Moyu killed the Divine Spring Beast King with a single punch. This guy, who was considered extremely difficult to deal with by Grand Venerable Zixing, died just like that. Lin Moyu put away the celestial crystal and flew back to the Divine Lotus battle formation. Although the battle formation was activated, it still could not stop Lin Moyu. The Divine Lotus battle formation is also a type of formation. As long as it's a formation, it's practically the same as not having one for Lin Moyu. After Lin Moyu returned, Grand Venerable Zixing's expression became extremely complicated, reflecting her own inner turmoil. The arrogance in her gaze towards Lin Moyu was gone. She knew very well that she was no match for Lin Moyu here. If it really came down to it, Lin Moyu was fully capable of killing himself. She was a great venerable, and her Tao heart was affected, but her eyesight remained unchanged. Lin Moyu's physical body and soul have become incredibly powerful. That punch just now wasn't just about the physical body, it was even stronger in the soul. The soul bound the Divine Spring Beast King, leaving it unable to escape and only able to await its death. Lin Mohan didn't hold back her praise. Xiao Yu is amazing, she's already better than her older sister. Lin Moyu said, continuing with the previous topic, I've always been curious about why the Great Lord of Calamity chose me and how my sister became my sister. Lin Mohan said, at that time, we were all searching in the ancient wilderness and we did find some good things, one of which was called the Wheel of Destiny. This item contains the Great Tao of Destiny, the Great Tao of Destiny that evolved naturally from heaven and earth. and it is far more powerful than the great Tao of destiny of the heavenly mandate venerable at that time. At that time, fellow Taoist Tianming used the Wheel of Destiny as a foundation to set up a giant array, and then used his own essence and blood as a guide and the great Tao as a sacrifice to deduce fellow Taoist Tianzai's plan. Fellow Taoist Tianming obtained a lot of information, and it was that divination that determined the course of many things, including my fate. We know that our little brother will appear at some point, and he will become the core of the whole scheme. As for why, we don't know, but that's not important. Then Brother Tianzai used another magic treasure called the Bloodline Key. At the last moment, Brother Tianming bound my fate to his own. But in order for me to be bound to my younger brother, fellow Taoist Tianming paid a heavy price, and in the end, he could only disintegrate and reincarnate. Lin Moyu understood that the core of the entire scheme orchestrated by the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity was himself. I am the one destined to complete the whole scheme, but I am just an illusory figure in destiny, so it is very difficult to pinpoint my own destiny. So Lin Mohan entered the game, sacrificing her own life to enter the cycle of reincarnation, becoming bound to that utterly illusory self that might appear at any time. Therefore, when Lin Mohan is successfully reincarnated, they will know that they have been born. That is why Lin Mohan has a bloodline resonance with him, and why his strength improvement will benefit Lin Mohan. However, the bloodline resonance has now lost its effect. Everything has its limits. Now, Lin Mohan has returned to his identity as the Great Sword Master and has returned to his peak. Although it was a setup, Lin Mohan had no memories of her past life when she was first reincarnated. She grew up alongside him, and their sibling bond remained unchanged. Even if she regains her memories of her past life and becomes the Great Sword Master again, this fact still exists. Therefore, whenever anything happens, Lin Mohan stands firmly by her side, even if it affects her ability to take that step. Lin Moyu understood this, she would have done the same in his place. Lin Moyu asked, "Then how did you know that the great Lord of Calamity was not dead?" Lin Mohan said, "Actually, it's not something I know, but something that Venerable Boyong discovered. Venerable Boyong once accidentally obtained a magic treasure called the Gap Seeker. It can find gaps in all things and is a magic treasure for finding other treasures. Grand Venerable Boyong used the searching for gap technique to gather several top-grade magic treasures. One of these treasures came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. This treasure possesses the power of time and records some events that occurred in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. From what Zomboyang saw, the great Venerable Tianzai was not dead and was hunting living beings in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. He also guessed the scheme within a scheme that the great Venerable AI had set up. As fate would have it, the Grand Lord of Calamity's supposedly flawless plan was discovered. Boyong, the Great Venerable, did not expose Tianzai, the Great Venerable, immediately. He knew the gravity of the situation and began to secretly plot. He didn't want to fight against the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity, he just didn't want to be schemed against and wanted to have experience in protecting himself in the future. Lin Moyu said, "It seems this world was also found using the gap-seeking magic treasure. But how did you know this world was useful to you?" Lin Mohan said, "This question will have to be addressed by Grand Venerable Zixing." Lin Moyu looked over and said loudly, "I do not need the Great Venerable Zixing to enlighten me." After the scene with the Divine Beast Spring King, Grand Venerable Zixing's attitude towards Lin Moyu changed significantly. She whispered, "Because of the Divine Lotus." It must be said that Venerable Boyong and Venerable Zixing were extremely lucky. They found this isolated space and discovered a space-time tunnel. Entering without understanding why, the first thing they encountered was this Divine Lotus. The Divine Lotus was one of the few magical treasures that could still be used when this world collapsed. The Divine Lotus contains a lot of information. This world is called the Divine Lotus World, and there was once a supreme being known as the Divine Lotus Monarch. Later, the world collapsed, and the Divine Lotus Monarch perished. But in his final moments, the Divine Lotus Monarch gathered all his power and combined it with the power of heaven and earth to create this Divine Lotus. The Divine Lotus successfully withstood the collapse of heaven and earth, but it was severely damaged. Fortunately, the information recorded within it was not completely lost. From Zhong Boyang and Zixing, I learned that this was another world, and I learned how to break through to the realm of a Grand Venerable. This remnant of heaven and earth has given rise to many monsters. These monsters contain primordial crystals within their bodies. Hunting them, obtaining these primordial crystals, and refining the primordial energy within them can help them break through to the Great Venerable Realm. However, that's only a possibility. To truly break through to the Great Venerable Realm, there are many other requirements, and it's not that simple. The Divine Lotus Heaven and Earth gave them hope, so they split into two groups. One group was led by Grand Venerable Boyang, who continued to act according to the Heavenly Venerable's plan. Grand Venerable Zixing was exploring here. Grand Venerable Zixing initially explored alone, which had many drawbacks. Even with the help of the Divine Lotus, he could only barely manage to proceed. This matter cannot be known by too many people, so they cannot speak of it. Until Lin Moyu was born, as the core of the Great Lord of Calamity's scheme, the fate of everyone and everything related to Lin Moyu would change. Therefore, Grand Venerable Zixing took Ning Yi and the others away. Over the years, she has refined the Divine Lotus, obtaining a cultivation method suitable for exploring this world, as well as a powerful battle formation. She used this method to cultivate Ning Yi and others, making them her helpers. Later, Lin Mohan also arrived. Boyang Dazu entrusted Lin Mohan and told her about this, and Lin Mohan became one of them. Now that he has said it, Grand Venerable Zixing has made it completely clear. Lin Moyu listened quietly until she finished speaking before asking, "Do you know what this method is?" Grand Venerable Zixing was puzzled. Isn't this the cultivation method of the Divine Lotus Heaven and Earth? Lin Moyu continued, "With your expertise, don't you see that there's something wrong with this method?" Grand Venerable Zixing shook her head. She didn't find anything amiss. Lin Mohan seemed to have a feeling about it. "I've also studied this method. It seems to focus on cultivating the soul and body, not the great Tao. I thought the Divine Lotus world was like this, but now it seems not." Lin Moyu said, "Of course not. Cultivating only the physical body and soul is a method used by the strongest to train expedition teams." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lin Moyu knew that they had no idea about this information. When the Divine Lotus Heaven and Earth collapsed, perhaps this information was lost, or perhaps the Divine Lotus Monarch, this Supreme Being, simply did not record this information in it. It's even possible that the Divine Lotus Monarch isn't completely dead yet. Lin Moyu secretly spoke to the Primordial Gemstone. "Let's see if the strongest being in this world has any backup plans." The Primordial Gem nodded and readily agreed. The Cataclysmic Scepter flew out automatically and headed into the distance. Lin Moyu continued, "The strongest beings in a region will train a group of people to explore the remnants of other regions for themselves. These people only cultivate their physical bodies and souls, not the great Tao. This is the method left behind by the Divine Lotus Monarch." Lin Mohan said, "It seems that Xiaoyu knows much more than we do." Lin Moyu did not deny it. "This method is not the right way. I don't blame you for not knowing. You have your own ideas, which I can understand. I was indeed weak at the time, but now I want to make a change." This time, Grand Venerable Zixing did not refute Lin Moyu's words, nor did she have the ability to do so. Might makes right, especially here. Lin Moyu continued, "You want the primordial chi, but the primordial chi in the primordial crystals here is too turbid. Even if you collect billions of crystals and extract the primordial chi from them, it will not be enough for you to break through to the Great Venerable Realm. Besides the primordial chi, there are other reasons why the Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable was able to break through to the Grand Venerable Realm. Moreover, he did not succeed completely. He is now stuck between the level of a Great Venerable and a Supreme Power, neither high nor low, just like Dao Ri." The more Zixing Dezun listened, the more outrageous it seemed. How could Lin Moyu know so much? Even they couldn't understand this information at all. Lin Mohan said, "What do you think he will do next, Xiaoyu?" Lin Moyu said, "I don't know. The Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity has his own thoughts. He is extremely shrewd, and outsiders cannot fathom what he is thinking. Requesting flowers. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. He also has his own rivals, the Tao that you all know, and another guy who is on the same level as the Tao and is hiding behind the scenes. Grand Venerable Zixing and Lin Mohan were both stunned for a moment. Grand Venerable Bai Xing exclaimed, "There isn't one?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, there's another one. He's never shown his face, he's always been hiding." Lin Mohan thought about it more deeply. What are they going to do? Lin Moyu said, "What else can they do? They just want to become the strongest. Besides, they only have one chance. If they fail this time, they will die. Not only will they die, but this world will also die, and the entire chaotic ancient wilderness will be destroyed." Grand Venerable Zixing couldn't believe it. "How is this possible?" Lin Moyu said, "Nothing is impossible. The divine lotus heaven and earth were destroyed, and there are countless other heavens and earths like the divine lotus heaven and earth that have been destroyed. Our chaos ancient jade is naturally no exception. 00. Only when the strongest emerges can the great calamity of heaven and earth be averted, buying time for the entire world. Of course, such destruction would take hundreds of billions of years to occur, and it would be meaningless to the vast majority of living beings in the world, as very few people can live that long." Lin Mohan said, "I sensed some changes in the chaotic ancient wilderness before. Could it be the great calamity of heaven and earth? A group of monsters that evolved after the destruction of the divine lotus world were not as powerful as the divine spring beast king." Lin Mohan said, "I'll do it." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen my sister Ingzi." Lin Mohan is a great sword master, the #1 swordsman in the chaotic ancient wilderness. Although his strength is suppressed here, his sword intent will not be. What's truly worth watching is the sword intent. Lin Mohan flew out of the divine lotus, and a precious sword appeared behind her. One sword cuts through the Tao. Sword light swept across the void, and the sword intent surged forth like a tsunami. In that instant, the world was filled with swords. The newcomer was enveloped by sword intent and was instantly struck by thousands of swords. Then, a giant sword slashed down from the sky, and all the monsters were hit by this sword, their bodies instantly torn to shreds. This sword strike was Lin Mohan's strongest, and even amidst the ruins of the divine lotus world, its power remained immense. If this were placed in the chaotic ancient wilderness, even a great venerable would have to give way. Lin Mohan used the 363 sword technique to slay dozens of monsters and obtained a batch of heavenly crystals with a wave of his hand. Lin Moyu was lavish in her praise, saying, "Big sister is mighty. No one can stop this sword strike. All the celestial venerables will either retreat or die." After landing, Lin Mohan snorted, "Xiaoyu's flattery skills haven't improved much." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "I've been too lonely these past few years. There's no one to talk to, and no one I'm willing to flatter. Naturally, my kung fu hasn't improved. I'm still at the level I was in as a child." A flicker of recollection crossed Lin Mohan's eyes. "Indeed, we're all the same. She has remained lonely all these years, walking alone on the road, with no one by her side." With the power over natural disasters back in her hands, Lin Moyu communicated with the primordial gem in her mind, asking, "How is it?" The primordial gem said, "You guessed correctly. The divine lotus monarch is indeed not completely dead. He left himself a sliver of hope, and that sliver of hope lies within these monsters." Lin Moyu said, "Just as I expected. Is it true that the more we kill, the better it will be for him?" Hongmeng Gemstone said, "That's right. By killing monsters, we can obtain the heavenly beginning crystal, and his consciousness can be restored by a trace. As long as we kill a certain number, his consciousness can be truly restored." Lin Moyu said, "With his supreme power, once he recovers and is in the divine lotus world, he can be reborn as long as he chooses a suitable person to possess him, and then enter another world." Lin Moyu's words were confirmed by the primordial gem. This old guy had seen it all before, and this kind of thing had happened before. However, Lin Moyu's ability to see through it so easily still exceeded the expectations of the primordial gem. The Divine Lotus Monarch was not completely dead. Before his death, he not only refined this Divine Lotus, but also dispersed his consciousness, similar to disintegration. He spread his consciousness throughout the entire world, and later, after the remnants of the world evolved into living beings, he attached himself to these living beings and lived by their spirits. This was actually his first resurrection. When these beings died, their consciousness would reunite. As for how living beings die, there must be an outsider involved. Upon seeing such a valuable resource-rich remnant of nature, the outsider would inevitably hunt down the creatures within, and his consciousness would soon be able to reassemble. Furthermore, the outsider must have already opened a space-time passage, allowing him to leave this broken world and enter a new world with a new identity, which is equivalent to resurrection. Everything was within his calculations, but unfortunately he miscalculated one thing: all the worlds were destroyed, not just the Divine Lotus world. So for a long time afterward, no outsiders came, until the great Venerable Boyong found this place, and his plans began to show promise again. How is he recovering now? Lin Moyu continued to ask, confident that the primordial gem could tell. The primordial gem said, I have found the location where his consciousness converges, and it has recovered about 20%. As long as he can recover to 30%, his consciousness can reappear. At that time, he can successfully revive by selecting 10 out of 100. How terrifying would it be if a former Supreme Being had only 30% of their willpower remaining? Lin Moyu thought to himself, luckily I arrived in time. If I had come a few years later, I might have really been in big trouble. Grandmaster Zixing and Lin Mohan certainly wouldn't know about this, but they could tell from Lin Moyu's increasingly serious expression that something must have happened. Lin Mohan asked, Xiao Yu, is there a problem? Lin Moyu shook her head. I'll talk about it later. Let me think about it some more. He continued his conversation with the primordial gem. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible. The primordial gem paused slightly, suddenly realizing what Lin Moyu was thinking. Master, you wouldn't be thinking. Lin Moyu said, that's right. Since his consciousness hasn't recovered yet, we have a chance. I want my sister to become the strongest. The primordial gem said, even if the consciousness has not been revived, it is still the consciousness of a former Supreme Being. Even if it is only 20%, it is not something a quasi-great venerable can contend with. Lin Moyu said, that's why I need your help. I believe you definitely have a way. I have plenty of primordial chi, plus the residual power of the consciousness of a former Supreme Being. I think it's feasible. Hongming Gem pondered for a moment. Theoretically, it's fine, but becoming a supreme expert is impossible. After all, she's not from the Divine Lotus world. The world won't recognize her and can't recognize her. At most, she can only break through to the Great Venerable Realm, just like those three. If she wants to become a supreme expert, she still needs to return to the chaotic ancient wilderness, and doing so carries risks. Lin Moyu said, the risk lies in my sister's faith in the Tao. I trust her, and I will make full preparations. The primordial gem finally agreed to Lin Moyu's words, I will obey my master. During the conversation, Lin Moyu had already devised a complete plan. He said to Lin Mohan, Sister, there is now an opportunity to break through to the Great Venerable Realm. Lin Mohan's eyes lit up. What opportunity? Lin Moyu said, let's ask my sister if she's willing first. Let's make it clear beforehand that there's a risk involved, and it's not a small one. If she's not willing to take the risk, we'll think of another way. As she spoke, a strange light flickered in Lin Moyu's eyes, which Lin Mohan clearly caught. Only the two siblings could understand this light. She understood immediately. How confident are you? Lin Moyu said, a little over 20%, no more than 30%. Lin Mohan asked, what will happen if we fail? Lin Moyu said, I don't know, but I'll most likely die, and die here, unable to reincarnate. The Purple Star Venerable, who had been listening nearby, was initially eager to make a move, but upon hearing that there was only such a small chance, he immediately backed down. The longer you live, the less you should die at 4.8. She was once quite bold, but that was then. As she fought her way up to become a great venerable, her courage dwindled. Lin Mohan fell into deep thought, and Lin Moyu once again unleashed her life force to continue healing Ning Yi and the others. Their injuries were accumulated over many years, and healing them cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry. She would treat him slowly while waiting for Lin Mohan's decision. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mohan took a deep breath and said, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to take a gamble." Lin Moyu asked, "Are you sure?" Grandmaster Zixing frowned. "Swordmaster, are you really going to do this? The risk is too great. Perhaps we should think of another way." Lin Mohan gritted her teeth. "Since he wants to scheme against me, I will not let him have his way so easily. Whether I successfully break through to the great venerable realm or die, it is probably not within his calculations." Lin Mohan's reasoning left Grand Venerable Zixing with no way to object. Whether she succeeded or not, it would be an unexpected event for Grand Venerable Qianzai's plan. Ever since she learned of the true intentions of the Heavenly Calamity Lord, who treated all those who had once traveled with him as pawns, Lin Mohan had been filled with resentment. Grandmaster Zixing knew Lin Mohan's temper and Lin Moyu's personality, so he was not surprised that she would make such a decision. Grand Venerable Zixing didn't say anything more. She knew that whatever she said would be of no use. Lin Moyu said to Grand Venerable Zixing, "I would like to trouble you to take care of my 8 wives again. Their injuries will take some time to fully recover." Grand Venerable Zixing frowned and did not agree. Lin Moyu didn't care whether she agreed or not. She had no choice now, and if she dared to refuse, she would know the consequences. Before leaving, Lin Moyu suddenly added, "By the way, the passage to the ancient wilderness has been blocked by me. I will naturally unblock it when I return." He sealed off the way back with an array. If this were in the chaotic ancient wilderness, with the power of the Purple Star Grand Venerable, no array could stop him for long. But here, Lin Moyu's flange won't be a problem for him for a year or two. Grandmaster Zixing's expression turned even uglier. Lin Moyu had never trusted her, and had even planned this all along. However, to be fair, she did have similar thoughts to 01. Lin Moyu was still not at ease, and runes flew out, landing on Ning Yi and the others. In this way, he can sense any unusual changes in Ning Yi and the others immediately. Lin Moyu didn't care what Grandmaster Zixing thought. Here, his fist was the biggest, and he had no choice but to submit. "Let's go, sis, let's give it our all." Lin Moyu flew out of the Divine Lotus and headed into the distance, with Mo Han following on her sword. The two flew far away in an instant, and the Divine Lotus disappeared from sight. Lin Mohan then said, "Tell me, how confident are you?" "It's too dangerous, I'm not going to do it." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Wu Chang." Lin Mohan was taken aback. How could she not know Lin Moyu? If Lin Moyu said 90%, then it was basically a done deal. "I deliberately lowered the price just now because I didn't want Grandmaster Zixing to participate. I realized this myself and played along with Lin Moyu in a play." Lin Mohan asked, "What exactly is the method?" Lin Moyu said, "The strongest being in the Divine Lotus world back then, the Divine Lotus Monarch, did not die. His consciousness was scattered in every monster. When a monster dies, his consciousness will reassemble." Lin Mohan was somewhat surprised. "He wants to live?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, and he's almost there. If I had come a few hundred years later, he would have succeeded. Then he would have possessed one of you and entered the chaotic ancient wilderness. If that happens, not to mention anything else, a terrifying being will appear in the chaotic ancient wilderness, and it's hard to say what will happen to the entire world." Lin Moyu realized the seriousness of the situation. If things really turned out this way, the outcome would be unpredictable. Lin Moyu continued, "Fortunately, he hasn't succeeded yet. Instead, we can utilize the consciousness he has already gathered. This consciousness is the best nourishment. Combined with the primordial energy, it's entirely possible for my sister to break through to the great venerable realm." Lin Mohan pondered, as what Lin Moyu said seemed to exceed her comprehension. Lin Moyu continued, "Does sister know how the Heavenly Calamity Grandmaster broke through to the Grandmaster level?" Lin Mohan snorted, "How would I know?" "If you do know, just say it." Lin Moyu said, "He obtained a Time Essence Stone and split it into 4 pieces. He found his past self in the past, which firstly deceived Dao and you, making you think that he had perished. Secondly, he merged with his former self, combining it with the primordial energy to break through to the Great Venerable Realm. However, the Great Calamity had not yet arrived, so he could only break through to the Great Venerable Realm, and could not become the Supreme One. Wearing. After my sister breaks through to the Great Venerable Realm this time, she will be at the same level as him when she returns. She may even become the strongest during the Great Tribulation." Lin Mohan asked, "So that's how it is?" "Xiao Yu, don't you want to become the strongest?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I want to, but I have my own path. Even becoming the strongest isn't the only path." Lin Mohan roughly knew that Lin Moyu's path was different from everyone else's. When fellow Taoist Tianming was deducing destiny, he also said that you are different from us. But to break through to the Great Venerable level, you need the Qi of the beginning of heaven. The beginning crystals I obtained here may not be enough." Lin Moyu shook her head and said, "Those primordial crystals are too turbid and useless. Just throw them away. I have the primordial energy, so you don't need to worry about that, sister." Lin Mohan then remembered that Lin Moyu had been to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. She assumed that Lin Moyu had obtained the primordial qi from there, so she didn't ask any further questions. She could never have imagined that Lin Moyu possessed another world, filled with an abundance of primordial energy. The primordial energy that the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity obtained from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness after going through countless hardships was utterly insignificant in Lin Moyu's eyes. One's own primordial energy is not only the greatest, but also the purest. The two flew quite fast, covering 1,000,000 miles in the blink of an eye. A large amount of energy came from the void, and monsters rushed over from afar. The primordial gem reminded, if you can avoid killing him, then don't. What if that guy is just missing these few pieces? Lin Moyu naturally understood that the primordial gem was there as a precaution, even though the possibility was slim. "Sister, don't do it. Don't kill these guys yet." With a thought from Lin Moyu, undead servants charged out and became the opponents of those monsters. The undead minions are neither strong nor weak in combat, but fortunately, they are physically powerful and, with their numerical advantage, are enough to hold off the monsters. Monsters kept attacking, and Lin Moyu used his undead minions to hold them off. The battlefield stretched along the way, but none of the monsters were injured. The undead servants surrounded them but did not kill them, trapping them in place one by one. The monster has no intelligence, it only knows how to attack its opponent and is easy to deal with. After flying thousands of miles, I finally saw a lake. 660. The lake was vast, and its surroundings were teeming with all sorts of monsters. In the center of the lake, a 7-colored lotus flower is in full bloom, and a ball of light rotates above the lotus, filled with the purest and most exquisite spiritual power. In the center of the dim light, a tiny, delicate lotus bud was about to bloom. Lin Mohan had never been here before. Her previous activities were limited to the vicinity of the divine lotus, which was only a few 100,000 miles away. There are many things here that could pose a deadly threat to her. Lin Moyu took out a large mass of primordial energy, which, in terms of quantity, amounted to over 1,000 strands, exceeding 10,000. Lin Mohan was startled, so many. She had been hunting here for many years, and the heavenly crystals she obtained were not enough to refine even a trace of them, yet Lin Moyu casually gave them to thousands of monks. Furthermore, this primordial energy is excessively pure. Lin Moyu said, "Fortunately, its consciousness has not yet recovered. Sister, just focus on refining and absorbing it, and leave the rest to me." Lin Mohan accepted the heavenly primordial qi, a bright smile appearing on her beautiful face. "Then I'll have to trouble Xiao Yu." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Don't be so polite with me, let's begin." With a thought, the vast army of undead servants launched an attack. Suddenly, the tranquil lake erupted into chaos. Monsters outside the lake were awakened and charged in, and even a massive number of monsters rushed out from within the lake. Lin Moyu flew out wielding the Scepter of Calamity, declaring, "Big sister, your little brother will help you achieve enlightenment." Bite! A crisp sword cry resounded through the heavens as Lin Mohan, clad in a sharp sword, followed closely behind. Having made her decision, Lin Mohan would not back down. Her swordsmanship was to forge ahead relentlessly, and no matter what or who stood in her way, she would cut them down with a single sword stroke. Even the strongest in the past would not hesitate to strike with this sword. Undead servants cleared a path, carving a way through countless monsters to the heart of the lake. The lotus in the center of the lake trembled, as if it sensed danger, and began to buzz. Giant waves surged up in the lake, forming a wall of water. Eyes appeared on the small wall, and then a giant fist emerged from the wall and smashed towards Lin Moyu. This punch was incredibly powerful, blasting countless monsters and undead minions away with its residual force. In terms of sheer power, it was no weaker than a Grand Venerable. The great venerables of the chaotic ancient wilderness cannot unleash their full power here. At most, they are only slightly stronger than top-tier chaotic realm perfection cultivators. However, the opponent's punch truly possessed the power of a great venerable, and neither Lin Mohan nor Ziwu Daquan could block it. But Lin Moyu didn't care. He raised the Scepter of Calamity, which instantly grew larger and slammed down. The seemingly powerful fist shattered instantly, as easily as tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Lin Mohan's beautiful eyes shone brightly. The Scepter of Calamity is indeed powerful. Lin Moyu said, "I'd like to ask my older sister later how much she knows about the Scepter of Calamity." Lin Mohan said, "No need to ask, it can be explained in a single sentence. The Scepter of Calamity is very powerful. Even after Brother Calamity obtained it, he was unable to refine it. He said it wasn't something he owned. It seems this thing should belong to me." The information Lin Moyu received was similar to what Lin Mohan said. After the great Lord of Calamity obtained the Calamity Scepter, he attempted to refine it, but failed. After further analysis by the Venerable One of Destiny, it was determined that the Scepter of Heavenly Calamity was not destined for the Great Venerable One of Heavenly Calamity. At least that was the case at that time. The Scepter of Calamity had its true destined owner. Later, in the battle with the Tau, the Scepter of Calamity injured the Tau and also disintegrated. However, no one knew that the Scepter of Calamity was not destroyed by the Tau, but rather it disintegrated on its own initiative. Because he was too strong, so strong that heaven and earth could not bear it, he had to adapt to heaven and earth in this way. Lin Moyu smashed the giant fist, shattering the water wall in the process, and continued charging towards the divine lotus in the center of the lake, asking at the same time, what was the great Lord of Calamity called before he obtained the Staff of Calamity? The title of Great Lord of Calamities comes from the Scepter of Calamities. Before that, he healed calamities through his own abilities. Lin Mohan said, "His name is Tianyu Daoran." Tianyu? Lin Moyu instinctively asked, "Is he skilled in the art of time?" In cultivation, the universe represents time. If the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity were to use the great Tao he cultivates as his name, it would make perfect sense. Lin Mohan said, "Yes, he is skilled in the great Tao of time, but he is also skilled in the great Tao of space, though he is a little weaker in it compared to the great Tao of time." It seems that he really did take the small world away. Lin Moyu confirmed the answer. When the small world was taken away, it was filled with the timeline of time and space. The power permeates the realm, finding the original continent within the realm, and then finding the smaller world through the greater world. Furthermore, separating the small world from the boundary is a series of operations that completely violate the operating rules of the chaotic ancient wilderness and will cause a backlash from the rules. The Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity must be wary of the Tao, so what he does must be done in secrecy, and he is destined not to use too much power. Therefore, although the small world was stripped away at that time, the process was very slow, and it took a long time for it to be completely taken away. The small world has definitely been sent into the realm of the Great Lord of Calamity, so it will probably be very difficult for me to find it. However, if the great Lord of natural disasters wants to use this to control me, I can only say he's dreaming. The lotus in the heart of the lake trembled more and more violently. It condensed into a giant several times to try to stop Lin Moyu, but it was mercilessly smashed by the scepter of calamity. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu and Lin Mohan had arrived in front of him. The lotus in the center of the lake shimmered, and a small figure condensed and took shape in the light. The little man is exquisite and has a powerful aura, but his eyes seem to have lost their sparkle. Lin Moyu said, "Luckily we arrived early. If we had arrived a few hundred years later, he would definitely have regained consciousness. Whether he succeeds or not depends on you, elder sister. Please use your Tao heart as a sword to slay him." Lin Mohan frowned. "I can feel that his power is very strong. Although he only recovered a little over 20% of his consciousness, that was 20% of the strength of a supreme being, even stronger than a grand venerable." Lin Moyu said he was 90% sure, but now it seems that's not the case. Lin Moyu said, "It's all right, his strength is no greater than my older sister's." On the scepter of calamity, the balanced gem shimmered, enveloping the undead servants and the divine lotus respectively. Unlike before, the balanced gem can no longer only select targets within a certain range. Lin Moyu can now accurately select targets for balancing. More than 20% of the consciousness of the divine lotus monarch is balancing with tens of thousands of undead servants. The aura of the undead servants rises sharply, while the aura of the divine lotus monarch drops rapidly. Although the total amount of the soul formed by the convergence of more than 20% of consciousness remained unchanged, the power it could exert was completely suppressed, making it even weaker than Lin Mohan's. The undead servants, enveloped by the balanced gem, had now exceeded their limits. Crackling sounds emanated from their bodies as their bones shattered. The overwhelming power was too much for them to bear. The will of a supreme being is indeed difficult to bear. With a thought, Lin Moyu summoned more undead servants to share the burden. At the same time, he said, "Sis, it's your turn." Lin Mohan naturally understood. She closed her beautiful eyes, and her soul flew out, transforming into a sharp sword that slashed at the divine lotus in the center of the lake. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious roar echoed in the void. The consciousness of the divine lotus monarch was attacked, and he instinctively made a sound. He is the master of this land, yet someone dares to attack him. It is simply outrageous. The shout transformed into the sound of heaven and earth, rolling down like thunder. The sword that Lin Mohan had transformed into remained unmoved, but instead its momentum grew stronger, and it slashed down with a single strike. Lin Moyu smiled, knowing that with Lin Mohan's Tao heart, how could she be frightened by a mere angry shout? Even if it were just a fragmented consciousness of the divine lotus monarch, Lin Mohan would still dare to draw her sword even in the divine lotus monarch's prime. The soul sword, imbued with Lin Mohan's supreme sword intent and carrying an indestructible Tao heart, swiftly struck the divine lotus. The divine lotus suddenly erupted with an astonishing light, Mali Zhao, and countless rays of light transformed into sharp arrows that shot out and tore through the void. Then, raging flames erupted within the divine lotus, and the soul fire also ignited on Lin Mohan's sword. This should be a fierce battle, with Lin Mohan trying to refine and absorb the opponent, while the divine lotus monarch will instinctively try to refine Lin Mohan's soul as well. Possessing Lin Mohan's body is his last chance. Otherwise, all efforts and arrangements will only benefit someone else. He was once the strongest, and his will was no less firm than Lin Mohan's. It would not be easy for Lin Mohan to refine and devour him. It was indeed no easy task, but that was without Lin Moyu's involvement. If Lin Moyu hadn't made a move, Lin Mohan wouldn't have even gotten here. The success rate would have been 0. Now, if Lin Moyu doesn't take action, Lin Mohan's success rate is no more than 10%. Flames ignited in Lin Moyu's hand, and the world-burning flame slowly drifted down onto the divine lotus. In an instant, screams shook the heavens, and the entire ruins of the world trembled violently. The purple star venerable, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly changed his expression. She heard screams coming from all directions, as if the whole world was wailing. The rubble of heaven and earth trembled incessantly, and even the divine lotus she resided in could not escape its devastation. Grand Venerable Zixing tried his best to maintain the stability of the divine lotus battle formation, but amidst the cries of agony, the divine battle tremors grew stronger. Then the divine lotus battle formation suddenly went out of control and flew in one direction. No matter how hard Grandmaster Zixing tried, it was useless. She felt that the marks she had refined on the divine lotus over the years were rapidly disappearing, and the divine lotus battle formation was no longer hers. "What exactly are you doing?" The expression on the face of the Purple Star Venerable turned extremely ugly. With soft gasps, Ning Yi and the others awoke one after another. Years of fighting had instilled in Ning Yi and the others a fighting instinct. They all drew their swords in alertness and asked, "Master, what has happened?" Without exception, all 8 were accepted as disciples by the Purple Star Grandmaster. Over the years, Grand Venerable Zixing has actually treated them quite well. Grand Venerable Zixing said solemnly, "That depends on what your husbands did." Their eyes lit up suddenly, and Ning Yi asked, "Has my husband arrived?" Grandmaster Zixing gave a heavy snort. "Yes, aren't you very happy?" The joy of the 8 people was palpable. It was natural for them to be happy. They had missed Lin Moyu terribly after not seeing her for so many years. Aside from training and combat skills, Lin Moyu was the subject of their most frequent conversations. They would wonder how Lin Moyu was doing, what level she had reached, and when she would come to pick them up. Unexpectedly, Moyu arrived much faster than they had anticipated. Ning Yi asked curiously, "Now that my husband is here, what are you going to do?" Gu Hanyu also asked in surprise, "Eldest sister isn't here either." Grand Venerable Zixing snorted, "They're courting death." And Yuyan suddenly looked into the distance. "What's that?" In the distant sky, endless rays of light are coming from all directions and converging on the same place. They are also part of the rays of light. The screams and wails ring out again, sending a chill down the spines of those who heard them. The faces of the group turned extremely pale. Hearing the wails, their souls trembled, and they all felt terrible. They realized that the entire world was undergoing a strange change, an extremely unusual change that must have occurred to cause such a dramatic shift. Soon, they could see the glowing light clearly, revealing all sorts of magical treasures and countless divine weapons. Although they were all incomplete, they were all genuinely powerful magical treasures. These magical treasures transformed into rays of light, converging towards the same place, and so did they. The Purple Star Grandmaster's expression grew increasingly solemn. Soon, they saw the undead servants. A large number of undead minions are engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters. And Yuyan said, "They are my husband's spirit servants." Grand Venerable Zixing's expression suddenly changed drastically. A strong sense of unease surged within her soul, and she immediately shouted sharply, "Form the array!" Quickly. Having fought for many years, the 8 men had developed a tacit understanding and instantly formed a battle formation. The 8 people's auras merged into one, greatly increasing their power. Less than a breath after they formed their battle formation, a deafening boom erupted as astonishing power burst forth from the divine lotus beneath their feet, blasting them all away. They were shaken out of the divine lotus, as was the Purple Star Venerable. The divine lotus transformed into rays of light and flew away at an even faster speed, leaving them completely behind. A dangerous aura rushed towards them from the side, and a monster was already charging towards them. The 8 people immediately counterattacked, and the battle formation roared, transforming into countless sharp swords to kill the monster. One monster was killed, and then more monsters pounced on it. In the distance, countless black dots appeared, indicating that numerous monsters were approaching from afar. Several of them possessed powerful auras and were beast kings. Grand Venerable Zixing's face was extremely grim. In the past, they had to rely on the Divine Lotus battle formation to fight against the Beast King. Now that the Divine Lotus was gone, it would be extremely dangerous for them to deal with the Beast King. Grand Venerable Zixing gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What on earth did these 2 guys do?" On a sudden thought, she decided, "Let's retreat along the direction of the rosy light and go there too." By this time, a large number of monsters had already surged in from all sides. They fought and retreated at the same time, but their speed was not fast. Grand Venerable Zixing brandished her magic weapon, displaying the power of a Grand Venerable. Unfortunately, her power was limited here, less than 1/10 of that in the chaotic ancient wilderness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be afraid of a mere beast king. As the number of monsters increased, their retreat became slower and slower. If this continued, they would soon be surrounded by monsters. Just then, a whooshing sound came from behind, followed by the familiar and comforting sound of bones grinding together. The army of undead minions arrived, outnumbering the monsters in number. Squads of undead minions rushed over to help Ning Yi and the others intercept the monsters. "My husband knows we're here, let's go over," Ning Yi exclaimed happily, and they immediately flew in the direction from which the army of undead servants had come. The world-burning flame was consuming the consciousness of the Divine Lotus Monarch. Even a supreme being like the Divine Lotus Monarch was screaming in agony before the world-burning flame. His hard-won consciousness was burned away and scattered, causing him to suffer repeated defeats in his confrontation with Lin Mohan. Lin Moyu controlled the world-burning flame, but he didn't intend to burn it to death. He was just helping Lin Mohan burn the guy half to death so that Lin Mohan could win the battle. In the end, Lin Mohan would inevitably reap the rewards. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this guy was already a cooked duck, unable to fly away. He received a message from a distant undead servant, informing him that he had discovered Ning Yi and the others. For some unknown reason, the Divine Lotus battle formation drove them away, and they were about to be surrounded by monsters. But this was no problem for Lin Moyu, whose army of undead minions rescued Ning Yi and the others. Looking up, countless rays of light flew in from all directions, and within the light were various divine weapons and magical treasures. These magical treasures belonged to this world and did not completely shatter when the world collapsed. Although its power is far less than before, it is still usable, and when the Divine Lotus Monarch disintegrated himself, his consciousness was attached to them. Now that the Divine Lotus Monarch is in imminent danger, his instinct is to reclaim these consciousnesses in order to fight against Lin Mohan and Lin Moyu. At the same time, countless divine weapons can also be used for attack, disrupting Lin Moyu and his companions' formation. The Divine Lotus battle array that Grand Venerable Zixing thought he had refined was the same, except that it was an item carefully crafted by the Divine Lotus Monarch, containing a lot of the Divine Lotus Monarch's consciousness and information. Grand Venerable Zixing never actually refined this item, it belonged to the Divine Lotus Monarch from beginning to end. Lin Moyu asked the primordial gem, "Should you handle these guys, or should I?" Hongming Gem said, "You took the big part, so give me the small part." The big head he mentioned was the consciousness accumulated over countless years, which was also what Lin Mohan was refining. The small heads are the divine soldiers flying in from all directions. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then it's yours." The primordial gem exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Master. Little soul, dinner's ready." The soul gem glowed with a hum, forming a vortex in the void. The consciousness within those flying divine weapons was absorbed by the soul gem, causing them to momentarily halt in midair before falling like raindrops. "You guys eat the meat, so I'll keep the soup." With a wave of his hand, he stored all these divine weapons and artifacts in his storage space, making them nourishment for cultivating his realm. "My husband! My husband! My husband!" Excited shouts rang out. The moment Ning Yi and the others saw Lin Moyu, they no longer cared about battle formations. They flew towards Lin Moyu like swallows in a forest. "After so many years apart, my longing for you is hard to hide." Lin Moyu smiled. Finally, they were reunited. Ning Yi didn't actually pounce on Lin Moyu. They knew Lin Moyu was doing something extremely important, and they knew better than to disturb her. The battle of consciousness between Lin Mohan and the Divine Lotus Monarch has reached its final stage and is about to determine the victor. In Lin Moyu's view, the outcome of this battle of consciousness was already predetermined from the very beginning. The Divine Lotus Monarch had no chance, defeat was inevitable, and his fate had long been written into his destiny. The divine soldiers that flew and hadn't even arrived yet when their consciousness was already devoured by the soul gem, becoming their meal. Lin Mohan ate the big head, the soul gem ate the small head, and he drank the soup. The last essence of this remnant of heaven and earth was once again completely divided up. With a mournful, piercing sound, the consciousness of the divine lotus monarch shattered completely, and his years of planning were destroyed in an instant. The primordial gem said calmly, "All the supreme experts are dead, so one more won't make a difference." However, he was probably the one who died the most unjustly among all the supreme experts. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly. If there's one precedent, there's a possibility of others appearing. Even the strongest don't want to die, so there are probably many who choose to live a life of ignominy. Let alone the strongest beings, even the heavenly venerables of the great world back then tried every possible way to survive. The eternal beings within the realm all have various ways to survive, and these supreme beings naturally have even more methods. The primordial gem remained silent. Lin Moyu was right, perhaps some supreme beings were still alive. However, even if they are still alive, most of them are in a half-dead state and will not live a good life. As the consciousness of the divine lotus monarch dissipated, Lin Mohan's sword intent soared through the sky, directly targeting the core. Wherever the sword intent reached, the soul power of the divine lotus monarch was seized. Lin Mohan's aura began to rise rapidly. She was like a soaring dragon, unstoppable. But things still needed to be cleaned up. Lin Moyu quickly set up an array, which was filled with the world-burning fire, except for the array's core, which was empty. "Sister, engage in battle." Upon hearing the sound, Lin Mohan entered the formation and sat in its center. The elemental gems on the scepter of calamity shone brightly, illuminating Lin Mohan and forming a faint light around her. The sword intent continued to absorb the power of the divine lotus monarch, but with 2 more steps than before. First, the world-burning fire within the formation will refine the power of the divine lotus monarch, removing impurities and purifying it. The second step involves elemental gems. Soul power is also a type of element. After the first round of refinement, the soul power will undergo a second refinement by the elemental gems, becoming even purer. In this way, even if the divine lotus monarch has any other tricks up his sleeve, they will be defeated. If that still doesn't work, Lin Moyu has no other options but to submit. Lin Moyu looked at Grandmaster Zixing. "Do you want this opportunity?" Grand Venerable Zixing had arrived long ago and had been keeping a close eye on Lin Mohan. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see what Lin Mohan was doing, and that she had already succeeded. She suddenly realized that Lin Moyu hadn't been telling the truth before, and Lin Mohan's success rate in breaking through was definitely more than 10%. Lin Mohan is now very likely to break through to the Great Venerable realm and step into that incredible realm from Quasi-Great Venerable. There was envy and a hint of jealousy in her eyes, but she couldn't bring herself to steal Lin Mohan's fruits. Lin Mohan's sword, Lin Moyu's fist, and the Calamity Scepter, whose strength is hard to say, are not things she can easily deal with. Even in the chaotic ancient wilderness, she would have to think twice, let alone here. Grand Venerable Zixing said in a low voice, "This is an opportunity for the Sword Venerable. Those who remain hidden will not be able to enjoy it." Lin Moyu chuckled softly. "It's best if you think that way. Everyone has their own opportunities, and isn't your sister's breakthrough to the Great Venerable realm a good thing for you all?" The fact that Grand Venerable Zixing remained silent was indeed a good thing, but it's better to have it yourself than to have it yourself. After Lin Mohan's breakthrough, it's hard to say whether she will still stand on the same side as them. However, she had no choice at this point and could only believe Lin Moyu's words. It is indeed a good thing. Lin Moyu said, "You have taken care of my wife for many years and nurtured them with great care. I will remember this kindness. These things were unexpectedly acquired by me, and I consider them a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Lin Moyu unleashed a ball of primordial chi, which consisted of hundreds of strands, several times more than what Grand Venerable Zixing had collected over the years, and was also much purer. Grand Venerable Zixing looked at Lin Moyu with complicated emotions. This gift of gratitude was so heavy that she had no choice but to accept it. She knew very well that even if she stayed here for another 100,000 years, she would still accumulate a great deal of primordial energy. What Lin Moyu had given her was enough for her to work hard here for more than 1,000,000 years. 0 requesting flowers. Lin Mohan's condition has stabilized. Since the Divine Lotus Monarch has completely perished, those monsters have lost their will to fight and have been transferred away. Lin Moyu handed over the remaining tasks to the Hongming gemstone, and now that he had some free time, he came to Ning Yi and the others. 8 pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with deep longing. They had been separated for too long. The elevation of their realm and the steadfastness of their Taoist heart made them suppress their inner motivation. Their eyes were moist, and some kind of emotion was brewing. Ning Yi whispered, "I miss you." These 2 words carry so much weight. There's no need to say more, that's enough. Lin Moyu said, "I missed you all too, so I came to pick you up as soon as possible. Come home with me to our real home." Ning Yi nodded. "Home is wherever my husband is." The girls nodded in agreement. Wherever Lin Moyu is, that's home. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "We'll have a good talk when we get home. I also have a lot to say to you." He looked at Grandmaster Zixing. "I wonder if Senior is satisfied with my gift." Grand Venerable Zixing said, "When we took your wife away, we had another reason, to protect them." Lin Moyu said, "I understand, otherwise you would really think I'm so easy to talk to. None of us want to be pawns, neither you nor I." Grand Venerable Zixing said, "But if you don't want to be a pawn, you need strength. Now that you have Sword Venerable as your backer." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I have never thought about finding anyone to rely on. On the contrary, I can be a backer for many people. My elder sister has her way, and I have my way." In his eyes, Lin Moyu was a pawn, but he never imagined that one day this pawn would turn the tables and overturn the chessboard, or even kill the player. Now that the great calamity has arrived, the world will be turned upside down, and the fall of great venerables will become commonplace. Senior, you must be prepared for your return journey. After my elder sister finishes refining it, I, Lin, will also refine the core of this world. From then on, there will be no more Divine Lotus World. You can finally rest after all these years of hard work. During the refining process, you will have another opportunity that may help you advance further, but it's probably not enough to break through to the Great Venerable Realm. At least it will lay a foundation. This is my second gift. What do you think?" With a sense of helplessness, Grand Venerable Zixing said, "So be it, Zhuang."